Council members, please come to order. Good morning, everyone. So we'll be continuing our public testimony on C2 this morning. We have about 180 people signed up. I've communicated with staff who estimate that this will take about 2 straight days without questions and without people running over time. And much longer if we want to provide some opportunity for questions from council members. So in order to ensure that we have enough time before we have to end our meeting on Tuesday, I'll be limiting questions to 1 for council members, and we may have to readjust time limits. I'll make a determination at the end of the day whether or not we may need to reduce the time limits for testimony starting tomorrow. Diana read our code of conduct at the beginning of this meeting, but just as a reminder, participants in the council process are expected to participate in a manner that is professional and respectful of council members, staff, advisors, committee members, and the public. And we have copies of the code of conduct, I think, in the back of the room, if you're interested. AP will begin deliberating on their motion this morning, and I'll make an announcement when that the main part of their report has been posted. We'll try to post that as soon as possible. The minutes will take a little bit longer, and they'll need some time to go through the editing process before they report to the council. So we anticipate that sometime probably in the morning. But I'll keep the public updated throughout the day. And when we anticipate that, we'll break public testimony to take that report. As far as timing, individuals and companies will have 3 minutes, organizations and associations 6 minutes. If there are multiple people representing one organization, our policy is to allow the longer time period of 6 minutes to just 1 individual, and the remainder of those individuals will be allowed 3 minutes. There's a timer with a visual countdown and with a screen or on the screen behind me and in front of you. And there'll also be a little ding when your time is up, at which point I'll ask you for a concluding statement. It's very challenging to interrupt people, so I'm hoping we can work together to ensure that we have enough time to hear from everyone and have dialogue with the council throughout the day. So we look forward to a good conversation and information sharing today. If you have any questions, we have a number of staff around to assist. So please feel free to reach out. So there are a couple of people that need to testify before 11 a.m. I'm going to take the first couple of people on the list first, and then we'll make sure to circle back to Charlie Green and Terza Bryant before that 11 a.m. departure time. So we'll begin our testimony with John Hendersheet, followed by Claude Petruska.
Good morning, Madam Chair and council members. My name is John Hendersheet. I'm the president of Phoenix Processor. We own and operate the mothership Excellence. The company was founded nearly 40 years ago, and it's owned primarily by the vessel owners whose catcher boats deliver their quota to the Excellence. Those current owners include the sons and the grandsons of some of the founders of the company. They also include the CDQ Group Coastal Villages Region Fund. And I'm very pleased to speak on behalf of individuals and organizations that are so deeply rooted in the pollock fishery and who continue to embrace continuous improvement in our operations. We ask that the council include 2 sub-options to Alternative 5. The first would be to refine the current clusters 1 and 2 as more discrete corridors, which take a more granular approach to potential closure areas. And the second is to establish a dynamic framework for the design of those corridors. I ask the council to pay particular attention to the impact of these alternatives, and especially alternatives 2, 3, and 5 on the bycatch of Chinook salmon. Along with Mr. Twite, I was on the council that adopted Amendment 91, which was the first major action to reduce Chinook bycatch in the pollock fishery, and getting the bee season done and over as soon as possible in the year was one of the primary objectives of that action. And any of these alternatives that establish hard caps, whether it's overall or for clusters identified in alternative 5, create a high risk of undermining that early objective. And it's not going to take a closure of the fishery or a closure of clusters. All it will take is high enough likelihood of a closure of those clusters to significantly alter the strategy by which the fleet prosecutes the bee season fishery. And so we're very concerned about that impact on Chinook bycatch. We still believe that alternative 4 is the best tool to manage the trade-offs that the council is clearly trying to address. That includes bycatch of chum and bycatch of Western Alaska chum, bycatch of Chinook salmon, achieving optimum yield, and even dealing then with other issues like herring bycatch. So again, Phoenix Processor, while it does not currently support alternative 5, believes that the sub-options that I mentioned earlier would make it a more adaptive and useful tool in addressing the council's objective. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Henderson. Just a brief question on how reliant your mothership operation and the catcher vessels that deliver to it are on cluster 1 or cluster 2 or both.
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Ms. Kimball. We're highly reliant on those areas, and I'll offer three reasons or pieces of evidence. The first is, when the catcher vessel operating area was created in sea lion regulations, the importance of giving relatively small catcher vessels access to fishing grounds that are more inshore and closer to port, just as a good practice in vessel operations was, I think, one of the reasons that the mothership catcher boats were given access to that area at that time. Secondly, in the course of any bee season, our vessel produces a very wide assortment of products, ranging from high-grade surimi to fillet block with extra large fillets. And some of those products can really only be made from fish that we generally can find in cluster 1, sometimes in cluster 2. And so from a production standpoint, we would be highly limited if we did not have access to those areas. And finally, I think back to 2020 and 2021, when not only our vessel, but the fleet were working primarily on a very young 2018 year class. And if we didn't have access to the cluster area 1 and 2 at that time, I don't know how we would have been able to manage to get through the season. The size of fish that were further to the northwest outside of those areas was hardly viable from a commercial standpoint. And so the size and age dynamics of the stock over time demand that we have access to those areas in cluster 1 and 2.
Thank you. And Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Mr. Henderson, you said something about the interplay between our potential chum bycatch measures and our existing Chinook measures that I couldn't fully track. But in essence, what you said was that that using a hard cap as a tool for chum bycatch management has a real probability of leading skippers to choose to fish later in the bee season when we know that Chinook rates are increasing. And so it sounded like you were saying that if we're not careful, we could end up making chum avoidance be more important than Chinook avoidance. And I'm just trying to figure out how that might work. What's the dynamic that would cause a skipper to decide that maybe avoiding Chinook wasn't as important as we've all held it to be for so long?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, thank you. I don't like to describe it as a trade-off because I think that sort of minimizes the outcomes regardless, but we're clearly trying to balance conflicting objectives. And with a scenario in which we're using rolling hotspot closures to manage our chum salmon, we can do that also without jeopardizing our efforts to start early and end early, because we have the tools to balance those objectives. Once that hard cap is introduced, that's an absolute. We have fewer tools to balance through the season. And so the most logical response to that is to start later, minimize the likelihood that we reach a cap before the end of August, and do so knowing that we're likely going to encounter more Chinook salmon in that bee season, because the further into September or even October that we're fishing, we know that we see more Chinook salmon on the grounds. But we've lost the ability, if we're working against a cap that threatens to shut down the fleet for any length of time, we've lost the ability to truly balance the many objectives that the council is challenging us to deal with.
Thank you for your testimony. So next up is Claude Petruska, followed by Gabriel Buster. Is Claude in the room? Okay, if I will do a call back at the end of the day for anyone who is not in the room currently and would still like to testify. So Gabriel Buster. Okay. Matt Upton, followed by Matthew Jones.
I'm Matt Upton, testifying for Great West Seafoods. We operate Pollock Catcher boats. We're a family-owned business. Some of our crew are fishing on boats that their great-grandparents built. I think that the council really needs to focus on how we can be minimizing Western Alaska chum bycatch and also making sure that we're having a viable pollock fishery and not be as concerned about incidental catch of foreign hatchery fish. Some of our boats are the ones that Steve Martell was talking about yesterday, where under a 350,000 chum cap of alternative 5, we'd have about less than 100 chum, kind of the individual vessel level, to try and catch our bee season pollock. And how I see that working out as a vessel manager is we could go out fishing and a single tow be done for the season, and that would have the boat tied up, the crew laid off, and do a lot of damage to our business. And thanks to genetics, I think we would probably find out maybe a week later that all those chum were from foreign hatcheries. And I just don't think that's a policy outcome that we need to end up with. I think we can do better. And I think what we should be doing with that genetics information is looking at alternative 4 and how we can have some of these mandatory closure areas that the rolling hotspots create be really driven by the genetics information that we're getting. I think that's the best available science, and I think that's where we need to go. And I think we could compare that to alternative 5, which really, in my mind, is a lot of kind of fixed time and area closures. And I just think that the SSC's comments were spot on, how that really reflects historical information, but it's not really where the fishery is. And I think with this genetics, I think it's promising, and that could really help us draw those in a better way. One of the things I hope comes out of the AP is another sub option under that alternative that would instead look at kind of where you can draw some of those corridors so that you are focused on the higher areas of Western Alaska chum bycatch in the past, and then allowing for a few small areas to remain open for efficient pollock fishing. And what I mean by that is for a boat to be able to go out and really quickly harvest their pollock in as few tows and trips as possible. It kind of keeps the pollock season short. And I really second all the comments that Mr. Hendersheet had about kind of what happens if you push that fishery into the fall. I just think that we need to move beyond kind of these overall caps and fixed time area closures. I think we can accomplish the goals of this action through a lot of the incentive plan agreements that we're looking at alternative 4. Right now, I mean, we all know that these fisheries are struggling in Alaska. In the pollock fishery, we're selling into a brutal market. Our biggest competitors are Russians. They're fishing right across the line. They are not focused on the same bycatch issues that we are, and we're really focused on those. And we want to continue to be focused on those, but we just need to have a viable pollock fishery as well. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Upton. Are there any questions? Yes, Mr. Twait.
Thanks, Mr. Upton. I wanted to ask one of the operators of smaller boats, and you're the first one up. We've talked about the problem that if the Chinook hard cap is apportioned down to individual vessels, I think the assumption has been probably do it roughly the same way we did with Chinook based on your sort of overall catch history. You'd get if you've got a small amount of pollock, you'd get a small amount of chum, just like we did with Chinook. But why wouldn't we do something different that recognizes the problem that you talked about? What is it in the co-op structure or your part of the industry that you think would preclude industry choosing to divvy up that hard cap differently to relieve some of that burden on small boats?
Through the chair, I think that Steve Martell's response to that similar question from Mr. Curlin was right on from kind of the analytical purpose. And kind of when I think about this, I think in terms of Chinook, it will show up kind of like bit by bit, a few 5 or 6 Chinook. And I think Martell's read of the data is right in terms of how you can have 60 to 100 to 1,000. And so I think that it'd be really hard from a management perspective not to do it just relative to kind of the pollock that you have. I think the key difference in terms of how the small boats get just destroyed by that approach is that you have, small amount of pollock, but it's still really important for that small business that's supporting the people working on the boat and the plants that they're delivering into. And so you need to have it kind of proportional to your pollock, but you don't have as much kind of leeway within it. Like it's that dynamic of having 100 chum to catch your pollock and to try and do your business plan around it. I really think that it would be tough for me to look a guy in the eye and say, hey, I got a season for you here. Even though on the first trip, you may end up with all the chum that we have and shut down. And even to your example, if it was twice as much chum, let's say it was 200 chum, because of the variability of how chum can show up in a school, and if you are on that school when you're trying to get pollock, you could be shut down. I think that's the key thing. I think people think of this, it's like, well, it's just kind of like Chinook, but the scale of it, and I think the data supports that, and I really think that that should come through in the analysis more. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thanks.
So next up is Louis Green, followed by Dwayne Adelman. Oh, excuse me. Did I skip over Matthew Jones? Sorry, Matthew Jones. Okay, Louis Green. Dwayne Edelman.
Yeah, excuse me. Sorry about that. My name is Dwayne F. Edelman from Kenai, Alaska. I'm thankful to have the opportunity to express my First Amendment rights. I'm glad to be an Alaskan, glad to be an American. I'm not here to say thank you for addressing this issue because this issue should have been addressed 5 years ago. I have grown up as a Kenaisi tribal member. That is my heritage. I'm not here representing the tribe, although I wish they were here to represent my Western Alaskan indigenous brothers and sisters as well. I have grown up in commercial fishing, subsistence fishing for salmon, subsistence fishing for halibut. As you're going to hear today, 3 minutes isn't enough for the emotions that's involved with these fisheries. They'll be pouring out their emotions and not have the time to get their point across to you because they're still in that emotional state. Don't mistake that. What they need is bycatch limits and they need bycatch enforcement. They have been living under this for 5 years. They need the strictest bycatch possible. Alternate one should have happened 6 years ago. They need a combination of 2, 3, 4, and 5 now. I grew up, I was born in 55, which was territory years. My family started set net fishing on the east side of Shore Cook Inlet in 1940. Our main adversary at that time was fish traps. They were indiscriminately fishing and catching the fish, and the runs were going down the hill. The very first law that was passed was outlaw of the traps. Then the next thing we dealt with was the high seas fisheries with the foreign fleets. 200-mile limit came in. Then we, as fishermen involved, voted to limit ourselves to try and let the runs recover. So we've had limited entry. Then now we deal with the Magnuson Act. And we are right back in the same scenario, except worse, because it's gone from salmon and it's gone now into the entire seafood industry. I grew up commercial longlining, and you have 3 strikes and you're out. 1 strike, you get a fine and a violation. 2 strikes, you get a fine and a violation. 3 strikes, you get a fine and a violation, and you lose your right to fish. We are in that scenario right now. We need the fleet to be outside of the 200-mile limit and let the growing, rearing area of the salmon industry and the seafood industry in the Gulf of Alaska survive. I would entertain any kind of question around Dr. Berry's work on genetics and scale sampling, if anybody has that choice to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. See if there are any questions. Yes, Mr. Blahovdy.
Thanks for your testimony. I heard your frustration about the time it takes to do this, but recognizing that this is a process, do you have any recommendations on the next steps for the council moving forward?
I do. I saw a lot of interest here in Dr. Berry's genetics and scale sampling. I've lived under that. I was the president of the Kenai Peninsula Fishermen's Co-op for 8 years. I was on the Cook Inlet Aquaculture Board. My fishery was a terminal fishery, and ADF&G has done scale sampling for years based on that to try and determine what the east side settlers were catching. And that works in a terminal fishery. That will not work except for identifying some growing, rearing chum salmon in these zones, but it overlooks the entire rest of the chum salmon. In 2024, 48,643 chum salmon were intercepted. So you're going to be focused on just a small amount, and you're catching someone else's fish. There was 4.5 million pounds of halibut. I'm fishing IFQs now. I have lost 97% of my catch share since I started, since I moved away from the east side Cook Inlet set netting and moved into IFQ. I just got reduced 22% again just 4 days ago. So an intercept fishery like this that indiscriminately catches everybody's fish and everybody's seafood is why we are here. We're only talking about a very small portion of chums, but the entire industry is failing. Cooking Inlet Eastside set netters have not fished for 2 years. The sport fishery has not fished on the king salmon for 2 years. Our subsistence tribal net at the mouth of the river has adjusted its date in order to miss the early run king salmon. We are still talking about the entire industry, but right now we are talking about a very small portion. And the genetic sampling with the scales is only going to give you that little tiny portion and not what the rest of the industry is catching and taking away from the Alaskans.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next testifier is Margaret Tarrant, followed by James Sherman and Wes Jones. Is Margaret in the room? Okay, we'll circle back to her. James Sherman and Wes Jones.
Good morning. Madam Chair, members of the council, my name is James Sherman. I am Vice Chair of Norton Sound Economical Development Corporation. I am a representative of Nome, Alaska. I'm here on behalf of CDQ and groups of the representative of that Norton Sound region. I also like to recognize my fellow board members who are here that have supported our testimony. Here is Frank Ketchatag, our chair, Melton Chimuk of St. Michael's, Joe Garney of Teller, Ronnie Daniels of Elam, Morris Nashawnuk from Stebbins, Anna Oxrock from Wales, Dean Peterson from Golovin, Frida South Hall from Breivik Mission.
Madam. Oh, there, sorry. Madam Chair, I'm Wes Jones. I'm NSCDC's quota manager. Prior to my role to serve the company, I used to serve the company as the Norton Sound Fisheries Research and Development Director. And prior to coming to work for NSCDC in 2006, I worked for the Alaska Department of Fish and Game as a fisheries technician in Bristol Bay, the crab management program in Dutch Harbor. And then I was the assistant area manager for Norton Sound out of Nome. I'm originally from Dillingham, but have called Unalakleet home for nearly 20 years. And I'm also a Norton Sound subsistence and commercial fisherman. We at NSCDC continue to strongly believe that this action should be focused on protecting Western Alaska chum salmon. It is critical that the council ensure that the action it takes are designed with that goal in mind. The council has heard a lot about the very real salmon crisis in Western Alaska and throughout the Yukon River. And there is a lot of hope and faith that you can remedy this situation. Unfortunately, even a zero chum salmon or zero bycatch approach would not result in anything resembling a recovery until Mother Nature steps in. We implore you to ensure any action you take is well considered and strives to anticipate its impacts both from the standpoint of inadvertently protecting foreign hatchery fish and the cost it could inflict on the pollock fishery, 30% of which is owned by Western Alaska. As you are aware, NSCDC is one of the 6 CDQ groups whose mission is to provide benefit to our member communities. We do this through a number of different means. We offer $3,500 scholarships to our residents for each semester of college or vocational training to advance their careers. We issue electric subsidies annually to each household to combat the high cost of living. We organize and finance bulk fuel shipments for our communities to help bring down the cost of gas and heating oil for our 9,000 plus residents. We sponsor wellness activities throughout our communities and invest tens of millions of dollars in infrastructure projects and water and sewer programs. I wouldn't have the time to provide you with a comprehensive list of these benefits to our that we provide in 6 minutes, but I'll leave you with a statement that in the last 30 years since the CDQ program was created, NSCDC has become one of the first places a majority of our residents and regional organizations think of when funding needs arise. As has been stated in prior testimony, the CDQ program has become to Western Alaska what the oil production on the North Slope was to that region and the rest of the state of Alaska. Our ability to do this work largely depends on our strong connection to the pollock fishery. We have relied on it since the inception of the CDQ program through our allocations that were provided to us by this council, and have strengthened that benefit through investment in the pollock industry as was envisioned. With our allocations and investments, NSCDC now owns nearly 10% of the Bering Sea pollock fishery on behalf of our member communities. It's critical that the council fully consider the importance of pollock to Western Alaska and not unintentionally harm our ability to do the work in order to inadvertently save Asian hatchery fish. NSCDC representatives had testified previously a constraining cap on the total number of chum salmon taken in the pollock fishery does not make sense. Even if the concept is well-intentioned, once you start focusing capitance to simply consider the total number of chum salmons on the grounds, that's where they'll focus. A lower hard cap will absolutely be effective in forcing behavior, but if the conditions are such that the lower numbers of chums are in the areas where Western Alaska chums are most strongly concentrated, all it will do is save Russian and Asian hatchery fish while focusing the fleet on Western Alaska fish. That is not what the council set out to do when it took up this issue. There are a lot of people hurting and from the decline of salmon, and it is real easy to point fingers and not focus on the facts. You as managers of the resource, however, have a record of and a mandate to use the robust science provided you in balancing the national standards. We have a record as owners in the pollock industry of improving bycatch performance in our fleets, and that is because that's what's best for our communities. We want to protect Western Alaska chum salmon for our residents. We are those residents. Russian fisheries managers certainly aren't looking out for us in their pollock fishery. We need you to do that. The incentive plan agreements we're fishing under now have real and actual mechanisms to mandate that the fishing vessels move from areas of high chum rates. The best tool available to save Western Alaska chums without simply closing the pollock fishery is to focus the action in those agreements to require vessels to move out of areas of higher rates of Western Alaska chums. The great developments of BBSRI that have been shared over this meeting and throughout the last year show this is possible. It won't be without cost to the industry and CDQ groups, but the fact that it will prioritize Western Alaska salmon and not hatchery fish will mean it's worth it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. So next testifier is Trent Hartill, followed by Crystal Lappen.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the council. My name is Trent Hartill. I'm representing American Seafoods. American Seafoods owns and operates 5 catcher processor vessels in the pollock fishery. I'd like to start by saying that there is no debate over the goal to minimize Western Alaska chum salmon. We're here today to debate over what is the most effective way to minimize Western Alaska chum salmon. There's a variety of challenges with any approach that is a cap-based approach, but there's 3 particular challenges that are quite significant. One of them is the confounding nature of hatchery chum salmon mixed in with the catch of overall chum. The second is the disproportionate impact a cap would have on small vessels in the pollock fishery. And the third is the dynamic of when Western Alaska chum salmon rebound and those abundances are higher, what is the ability of the fleet to operate and what are the impacts to the fleet under those conditions? I'd like to focus my testimony on how the availability of in-season genetic information provides the best pathway forward for minimizing Western Alaska chum salmon. Analysis does consider trying to link our performance to abundance, but it does not consider how we can use in-season genetics. Since we have the ability to assess the number of Western Alaska chum salmon in clusters 1 and 2, where 85% of the Western Alaska chum salmon are encountered, I would ask that the council consider an abundance-based approach to minimizing Western Alaska chum salmon rather than just strictly a cap-based approach. But I think perhaps the simplest way the council can proceed with this is, instead of setting just a cap in regulation, set a ratio of Western Alaska chum caught in the pollock fishery to an index of chum salmon returning to Western Alaska. A limitation based on a ratio would ensure that there is a constant level of conservation benefit to Western Alaska chum salmon stocks, regardless of the underlying abundance of those Western Alaska stocks. I think by creating this linkage, the council can ensure there is a limit on the number of Western Alaska chum taken. All of the challenges that I mentioned in a cap are solved for if the council were to link Western Alaska chum catch in the pollock fishery to indices of abundance of Western Alaska. This would eliminate the concern of highly confounding nature of Russian and Asian chum salmon taken in the pollock fishery. It could eliminate the disproportionate impact to small vessels in the pollock fishery. And because the council could focus on a ratio rather than a fixed number, it would provide the flexibility for both increases and decreases of Western Alaska chum salmon to rivers in Alaska. Pause there and happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. See if there are any questions. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you for the testimony. Just briefly, Mr. Hardill, can you expand a little bit more on the ratio idea? Is that a ratio? Is that construct set in regulations, or is that ratio something that fluctuates throughout the year based on the IPA direction? I just need a little more understanding of that.
Yeah, through the chair, Ms. Kimball, the concept is that the council would prioritize and establish in regulation the percentage or the ratio, with the mathematical equation being the number of Western Alaska chum taken in the pollock fishery, which is informed by the in-season genetic information. We're now able to track that cumulative number of Western Alaska chums during the season. The other component of the ratio is the council would identify an index of chum salmon returning to Western Alaska that represents the overall returns. That equation, those two numbers are not fixed in regulation and are allowed to fluctuate as the abundance of Western Alaska chum goes up and down. The ratio, the product of that equation, is fixed in regulation, so the council can ensure that there's a constant level of conservation benefit regardless of the abundance of Western Alaska chum, whether they increase or decrease.
Yes, Mr. Williams. Excuse me, Mr. Sukata?
Yes, thank you for the testimony. When you say the number of chums taken in pollock, do you have any concerns that currently the CP and the mothership fleet might have some difficulties getting their data included? Right now, it seems like, at least at this moment, it's just the CV sector, the shoreside sector, that would have the genetics.
Through the chair, Mr. Sukata, good question. I have less concern about that dynamic for a few reasons. First is that we know from the analysis that the vast majority of Western Alaska chum salmon are taken in clusters 1 and 2. And the in-season genetic information will capture the vast majority of that stock composition when and where Western Alaska chum salmon occur. Relative specifically to CPs and mothership, the CPs over time, on average, tend to operate in clusters 3 and 4, where the incidence of Western Alaska chum salmon is very low. I think the last point that I would highlight is that the CP IPA incorporates catcher vessel catch information to inform movements. So the incidence of Western Alaska chum that catcher vessels encounter is incorporated into the policies of sea state that move the fleet out of areas of high abundance. So in effect, despite the offshore sector not having a direct flow of genetic information into the BBSRI project, it is accounted for by the movement of sea state away from areas of high Western Alaska abundance.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Baker.
Thank you through the chair. Thank you, Mr. Hartill. I'm sure you covered this, but I think I missed it. What is the consequence if a sector exceeds the conservation ratio that is set in regulations under your proposed approach?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, I think the council could consider this in a couple of ways, but how I think of this is that it is an appropriate balance of carrots and sticks. I think that because the in-season genetics allow the tracking of the cumulative number, the fleet can target a specific number to stay under. We're not going to know how we ultimately perform relative to a ratio until the end of the season, because the total number of chum will be enumerated by the end of the season. At that time, if the fleet has exceeded that performance standard, if you will, that ratio number, the stick is that the alternative 5 measures would be in place the following year.
Thank you for your testimony. Next up is Crystal Lapp, followed by Leo Lonitz. Is Crystal in the room? Okay. Leo Lonitz, followed by Rich Frederick, and there will be no questions after this testimony.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Leo Lonitz. I'm Kai Cook and actually a subsistence fisherman. I've never been a commercial fisherman in my life, but I was always subsistence. Anyway, I just wanted to start off by saying that, we haven't been fishing for a good number of years already. Now we're imposed upon they impose another restriction on us for another 7-year moratorium done by Canada and the Alaskans. And anyway, we're getting hit pretty hard up there on the Yukon and also on the coastal equipment and on the Western Alaska portion of the state. And it's always been like this for years and years. And yet we've been taking the greatest fall of anyone else. And yet I don't see how there's no equality in it whatsoever for us. It's just mostly the people on the Yukon and the AYAK and the Kuskokwim people taking severe hits throughout the fishing era. And it's very, very detrimental to our health. And it's created a lot of health problems for the people within the Yukon River and throughout the state in the western Alaska. You see a lot of excuse me, you see a lot of cancer rising throughout the states, and especially in the fishing area communities because of the lack of fish oil that we used to consume over the summer and the winter months. We only used to take what we could use for that prescribed winter and put away for the winter. We never overfish. We never did that in our entire lives. It was always the people out in the high season, the trawlers, and that is where your problem is, and you know it as well as we do. And that's where you should be focusing your changes at. I mean, and it would make one hell of a lot difference in how the fish return back to the rivers. Right now, we're not even getting any of them at all whatsoever. And that is very, very sad. Nowadays, I see a lot of cancer rising up in our villages and throughout the Yukon River and elsewhere because of the lack of fish. People don't even eat fish anymore. We used to use that for our ceremonial practice, everything else. Now we don't even have that for those practices anymore, which is sad, you know. We are traditional people, indigenous. We did this all our life, and all of a sudden it's taken away from us. We still go on practicing our ceremonial practices yet, but without the fish food over there on the table. That was supposed to be one of the greatest dishes out there during the potlatch times, the memorial potlatch especially. So, you know, and well, you know, salmon is salmon, but the salmon is put out there in the rivers and the ocean for the people of the state of Alaska or for everybody else, for everybody to use and use with equity involved in it, not just one person like the, you know, not just only not only the commercial people survive on this, the subsistence people surviving for tens of thousands of years. And it's been like that, and it's still an ongoing thing, but yet we don't fish because there's no fish out. They said there's no fish out there in the river, which is real sad. And I see all kinds of health issues appearing in all the communities throughout Alaska. It's all because of lack of fish in their diet. And we know it and you know it as well as anybody else. But what we're going to do about this is a big problem. And so today I speak for the elders that can't make it here today and people and all the animals that can't speak for themselves. Also the birds, the fish, they can't speak for themselves, so I speak for them. And so it's really it's one of the things it's a tough battle, it's an uphill battle that we've been fighting for years. And I don't know how long we'll be going on like this. It's becoming to where it's a humanitarian crisis right now. I mean, you alleviate us from eating fish, even one fish. That's horrible. I mean, how would you like it if we took one cow away from you people and not give it back for 10, 15 years? I mean, what would you do? And people are really serious about this because we're living off the shelves of the stores, and and my village don't have a store at the present time. We have to go all the way to Fairbanks and fly our food in, and shipping is very costly and all that. And then if we go in and went and shopping ourselves, like just into Fairbanks, it's a $500 round trip. That's going round trip from Fairbanks to Kayak and back. And not only that, you got to pay pay all the hotel bills, whatever else transportation you use in town. So it's really up there in prices. So you don't get your money's worth once you get up there, and then you got to use a lot of that for transportation or whatever else, and it's very detrimental to the people. And a lot of people are on fixed income nowadays, so it's just really a tough world we're living in. You know, with all our hits colliding together, maybe we can come up with some kind of conclusion here to resolve this problem someday and make it kind of soon, other than far down into the future, because we've been battling this same battle for 50 years plus, you know. And that I don't say that too lightly. I really mean what I'm saying here. So, and with that said, I want to thank you for your time and my effort and everything else for allowing me to speak a few minutes here. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony.
Okay. Have a nice day.
You too. Our next testifier is Rich Freybrick, followed by Larry Nathaniel. Is Rich in the room? Larry Nathaniel? MacArthur Tritt? MacArthur Tritt? Okay, Ernie Weiss, followed by Percy Loinitz.
Madam Chair, members of the council, for the record, my name is Ernie Weiss. I am with the Lucians East Borough. I work as Natural Resources Director. I lived out in the borough for over 25 years. I'm currently based in Anchorage. Borough communities are Acatan, False Pass, Nelson Lagoon, Cold Bay, Sandpoint, and King Cove. We're located on the Alaska Peninsula and Aleutian Islands between the Gulf of Alaska and the Bering Sea. We have active processing plants in False Pass, Sandpoint, and Acatan currently. I did submit a comment letter, which basically says we support alternative 4 and advanced genetic testing. We think that might be the best solution moving forward. The borough levies a fish tax on all raw fish delivered to our ports for processing. Our fish tax is down about 40% from what it had been in the compared to the previous 5 years. We've lost crab, we've lost a couple processing plants in Cold Bay and Port Moller, and the general seafood industry crisis has impacted us a lot. Our fish tax helps support the education, health, welfare, infrastructure of the borough. Our local fishermen fish for pollock in the Gulf side, also cod, but mainly they are salmon fishermen. And we are sympathetic to the struggling communities that have lost salmon up in the western Alaska. Our salmon fleet has made a coordinated effort recently to avoid all chum salmon in June, with the result of foregone harvest of sockeye. We do support reduced bycatch in the pollock fishery, and we pray for Western Alaska salmon to rebound. We don't support options that would close the pollock fishery. I think the council has heard already some smart testimony, some impassioned testimony, as well as the AP and the SSC. You've got a great analysis, excellent analysis to work with. And I'm confident that by the end of this process, you guys can come up with an equitable solution. With that, Madam Chair, I will yield back my time, but happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Weiss. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Weiss. Just a brief question. The analysis focuses on the ports of landing as communities that benefit, but you listed other communities in AEB in the Aleutians East Borough that you say also benefit from the pollock industry, but don't actually have a processing plant that's processing pollock. So can you explain a little bit more about how your fish tax that goes to AEB benefits communities that don't have a plant?
Sure. Well, our fish tax, again, goes to support the schools in all the communities and in general welfare. We used to have 2 plants that accepted pollock. Now we're just down to the plant in Agatan. And so now pollock is over half of our fish tax revenue. So we are highly dependent on that. The whole borough is, all the communities.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
So next up is Percy Lintz, followed by Frank Kelty.
Hi, good morning. Good to see you guys again. I was here last year and I see some of you are still on board, and I want to thank those board members that went up to our special meeting in November, and I think it was really successful that we had
you guys invited. So, yeah, I think maybe, you should, well, before I go on, my name is Percy Lolnitz. I'm from Kaikuk. I currently serve as the first chief there, and I'm also on some other boards that has to do with our natural resources and that sort of thing. So, with that being said, I just want to, like maybe ask you guys if you guys have time on your calendar to maybe go up the Yukon River. I don't know if you guys ever been there or not, but it would be a cordial invitation, and I think you'll be treated very well. Um, that would give you a really good idea of to capture some of you, the testimonies that were coming up here before you. You would capture some really good memories and give you a big picture of what we're actually going through and what we're fighting for. So I know there's a lot to talk about here. You guys have your plates full, and so do we. But over the course of these few years that I've been testifying, we've been totally shut out. I don't know why that's, it's really obvious to me anyway. When I sit down, I do my testimony and I think about what's going to be said. Then after all the hard work of meeting and this sort of thing, then you put yourself in front and we talk, you listen, of course. But I'm having a hard time, and this has been going on throughout my whole life of where do I fit in? Is there any place on this agenda? Where do I fit in? To make myself heard, it's obvious that you guys are listening, but I notice when I don't want to be too blunt about this, but I notice when I make approaches to the Board of Game, Board of Fish, the Federal Subsistence Board, we don't get anywhere. We're always being shut out. And we're the only tribes in Alaska that are being overregulated by two agencies. That's the state and the feds. There ain't nobody on the United States that's regulated as we are. So, with that being said, we have to continue this what do you call it? Consultation. It's really important. You know what? Even if we don't make action, I know from just learning by a few years ago that your process takes a long time. Like, we're not going to hear, like, if I say something today, we're not going to hear if there's any action until December. And that's something that we should, I don't know, maybe try to change if we need that change. We need action because there's going to be speakers after me. We heard when we talked to the AP, then a lot of us are on the same page. So that's where we want you board members to get on our page and think about it. You have that power. I don't have the power to change something that we're fighting for. What you guys do, you have it. There's no excuse in this world about saying you can't do anything about it. And I know all of you are going to be okay. If you make a change, you guys are going to be okay. Believe me, you're going to be okay. It's just taking respect out of one person to another. I hear a lot of like your data, you guys depend on science, all that stuff. We get the same sort of thing up there, and in our the Board of Fish, they go over the same thing, and but it's that Magnuson Stevens Act is the one that our old uncle Nick, I think it was, or Stevens, yeah, Ted Stevens, that created that. And I know in order to change that, then it has to be before Congress. But that doesn't mean you guys can't do anything. You have the authority, you have the power, so you have to consider that. We can't just be meeting like this every year after year without doing, taking any action. And when I go out fishing prior to being shut down, we only take what we need. That's it. So, well, I think from here on, when I get home anyway, we're going to have probably a town meeting or whatever you call it, tribe membership meeting. We're going to talk about this, and they ask questions like, when are we going to get to fish? We have that 7-year moratorium. Prior to that, we didn't fish anyway. So, man, you guys got to do something about this. It's out of our control, and our ocean floor is being totally destroyed. You'll never bring that back. That was a God-given. So I'm not going to beg you. I was never born and raised to beg, but I can only assure you that look at the big picture and think about our lives that's being taken. You're being charged right now with my future and my kids' future and my grandkids. It's right there before your eyes. All you need to do is just make that decision and do it accordingly. It's not always going to be the almighty dollar you'll never pay your way to heaven. If those of you are, Christians, strong Christians, that just doesn't make sense. So I know my time is up, and I just want to thank you for your time and listening. That's really important because nobody else are listening, but we have this opportunity now to capture your attention. So that's, Madam Chair, thank you for doing your business.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions for you.
Yeah. Mhm.
Yes, Mr. Blahovdy.
Thank you.
Questions? No question?
Yes. Would you take a question?
Oh,
Mr.
I'm sorry.
I was struck by what you said about having no place in this process, but I know that TCC was a cooperating agency and they helped form the appendices that included a lot of traditional knowledge. And I don't know if you're familiar with it, but do you think your traditional knowledge was summarized well in those appendices?
You bring up, thanks for the question. I appreciate it. But you bring up something that is really important. Now, this is the only way any one of you sitting here before me is going to learn. And you were up in Fairbanks. I recognize you, and so were you. So you heard the testimonies there. And those are the people that are in the heart of that country. They don't have probably don't have the money to come here and do their own personal testimonies, but I talked a little bit about that with the AP yesterday, and traditional knowledge to me it's here. There's just no other place other than where you speak from. So that has to be a part of your
if you want to call it policy or if you want to call it bylaws, wherever you put it, don't stick it way over here in the corner and bypass it. Put it up front. There's all these people behind me. That's where we come from. So I think honestly, I think it needs to be part of your proclamation, and it has to be, because I think, as I said to her, I think about the feds and the state and those other entities. This is going to take an act of you guys' power and also an act of Congress. Indigenous people, I think in any shape or form, any one of you here is indigenous, no matter where you come from. You call these native lands of California, native lands of Hawaii, wherever you're from, you're indigenous. So we have to be treated fairly, equality, We have to be equal with you guys. And if that answers your question, thank you for that.
Thank you for your testimony.
All right.
Next up is Frank Kelty, followed by Thad Tukian.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the council. For the record, my name is Frank Kelty. I'm the fisheries consultant for the city of Unalaska. I don't think my mayor is here right now. City of Unalaska is centrally located, as many of you know, right in the heart of the Bering Sea fisheries in the Aleutian Islands. For many years, we've been the #1 fishing port in the nation. I think it's like 27, 28 years. And that is because of the size and scope of the Bering Sea pollock fishery. In your packet, you also have some other letters from Unalaska supporting Alternative 4. We have a letter from the ILWU union group that works the waterfront in Unalaska, the Unalaska Native Corporation, and the Cowlingan Tribe of Unalaska have all sent letters in supporting Alternative 4. And Unalaska Island has been home of the Yunungan Aleut people of the Aleutian Islands for more than 10,000 years. Many of our residents practice subsistence activities all year round around Unalaska Island. City of Unalaska understands the hardships of the Western Alaska village they're suffering from the collapse of the Chinook and chum stocks. In the 1980s, Unalaska went through a red king crab collapse, which was our main fishery at that time. We weren't into the ground fish or pollock fisheries yet. It was crab and crab only during those times. And it took about 4 to 5 years in the development of pollock and groundfish plants on shore later on in the 80s that pulled us out of the disaster we had on our hands. The plants were mostly all closed. The sports sector businesses closed. Half the residents left the community. The city couldn't pay its bills. It was a devastating time. And like I said, it took about 5 years for us to get back on our feet. The pollock fishery is the economic engine for Unalaska and other fisheries dependent communities of the Bering Sea region. A closed or reduced pollock bee season would have a dramatic impact on our harvesters, seafood processors, fishery support sector businesses, and residents of the community. When you look at the Section 4 in the analysis on economic and social assessments, you'll see the large dependence that Unalaska and other communities have on the pollock bee season. When I look at the fish tax revenues for the local 2% landing tax and the state shared taxes, about 23 to 24% of our general fund revenues comes from those two taxes. And that does not include the high amount of 3% sales tax on the sale of fuel to the processing plants, the harvesters onshore and offshore, and other sectors in the community, the support sector business, things like that. And that would probably bring the total revenues of our percentage of our annual budget, probably in the 35 to 35% range when you include the sales tax revenues with the fish taxes. So we're heavily dependent on the pollock bee season. The other part of the pollock bee season is it's a much larger allocation, a lot longer fishing time than the pollock A season. So that's another point that shows that the importance of that season, because it's a longer fishery, more harvest is being done, more sales tax revenues being generated, and things like that. The Port of Dutch Harbor is a major shipping port for domestic and export shipping. Hundreds of millions of pounds are shipped out of the region through Unalaska. We have Matson, CMA, Linden, Coastal Transportation, Sampson, all have terminals in Unalaska supporting both the shore-based and at-sea processors. Both sectors utilize the port for their shipping and resupply base. The port also is a transshipping terminal for barge seafood from Bristol Bay and the Alaska Peninsula communities. The Port of Dutch Harbor would be greatly impacted by a bee season closure. This would in turn have a huge negative impact on our 350 longshoremen that work the waterfront, our shipping companies, port revenues. If there was no if shutdown of the bee season, it'd be a dramatic impact. The Alternative 4 would work well for Unalaska. I think when you look at the progress we've made in the last 4 years, in 2021, there was 500,000 fish caught as bycatch. It's been reduced in 2024 to 32%. That's a huge reduction over that time period. To me, that tells me the IPAs and Alternative 4 are working well, and that the harvesters are doing a great job with their cooperatives. As you continue to look at the alternatives, and look at the best fishing and scientific available, which suggests that the ecosystem and climate change are leading causes of recent chum stock failures. I think that is important to me when I've seen that in every analysis, that's part of the problem as well, not just the pollock trawlers. And Unalaska supports naturally reducing bycatch in all fisheries. We strongly oppose placing overly restrictive hard caps on the pollock fishery, which would hurt the harvesters, processors, and fishery-dependent communities. I also have to point out that over 50% of the bycatch, chum bycatch, is from Russian and Asian hatchery fish, and I think we have to keep that in mind. Unalaska does not object to development of new measures for the chum PSC bycatch. We think Alternative 5, corridor caps, is something that should be worked on. I'm concerned a little bit on that we'd need enough cap space for Cluster 1 and the Unimac cluster to make it viable. But it's important, I think, to look at that, because if we had a restrictive cap for those clusters, you'd basically almost have a chance of shutting down the catcher vessel fleets. And it's hard for them to move up to Cluster 3, Cluster 4. The quality of fish is impacted. It would possibly even have vessels have to tie up. And then if they started fishing again in September 1, you got the Chinook issue. So we think that we'd like to see Alternative 5 measures be put together. And in closing, keep in mind that overly restrictive cap amounts would greatly impact the city of Unalaska, our residents, our support sector businesses, the harvesters, and processing parts of the community. Thank you for hearing our testimony.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Kelty. Yes, Mr. Mueller. That's
Yeah,
great.
thank you, Madam Chairman. Mr. Kelty, thank you for your testimony. You touched a little bit on, the pollock industry being an economic engine to the city of Unalaska. You also briefly touched on other species that are important, reduction in pollock. So my question is this: given the other species and the dependence upon the pollock fishery in Unalaska, how does that impact, if you had a reduction in pollock deliveries to Unalaska, how does it impact other fisheries such as crab and codfish, halibut?
Well, I knew my timing was such close, so I reduced my testimony a little bit. But one of the parts that I cut out was that part of the reason the bee season pollock fishery is so important is we've had a major crash of our crab fisheries for the last 4 years. We've had reductions in Pacific cod the last every 3 or 4 years. There's been at least a 5 to 10% reduction in cod. So that makes the pollock fishery more important. But I don't know if that answered your question totally, but like I said, with hopefully the crab is starting going to come back a little bit. But employment in the community is also impacted by those type of things. We've got reduced workers now since there's no crab fisheries. They use pollock crews to come back and work overtime when you have a crab delivery coming to town, or they use part of the cod crew to do crab, and they adjust their delivery schedules. So, it's had an impact on the community with the reduction of these other fisheries.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Kelty? Appreciate your testimony. Okay, our next testifier is Thad Tikian, followed by, then I'll circle to Charlie Green and Jenny Bryant, and then Terza Bryant, Elizabeth Green, and Pearl Green. So is Thad in the room? There will be no questions after this testimony.
My name is Thaddeus Tikian. I'm a member of my native tribe in Bethel. The Luchalamit is the name of my tribe, located due west of Anchorage, 400 miles. Today I'll be testifying on a subsistence user who is very dependent upon the natural resources of my area, especially the salmon. I live on a river system that happens to feed me and my family, as it has many others in my region, from the coast all the way to the interior. We have communities within the AYK region that are heavily dependent upon the salmon, that truly live a subsistence way of life. I live in a community which is just above the service area of the CDQ. I and many others do not benefit off the pollock industry. We were once blessed with a rich run of salmon in Western Alaska. The chum was once the most abundant salmon in my river. Today, this species of salmon is the lowest run on my river, and others along the west coast, their runs of chum in other rivers are seeing the same trend. Everyone in the region served by the pollock industry seems to be doing very well with all the services they provide their members. Show me a chart that they had a poor run. They've met their quota or allocation every year. I and many others in Western Alaska have to wait until the escapement is met before I can even set my net. I used to see many nets, 150-foot shackle along the river. Now I'm reduced to a 6-inch, 60-foot set net that I can only set if escape numbers are met or close to it. You've seen charts of record catches of salmon, then low numbers the following years. In those record years of bycatch, what was the percentage that were headed to my river to spawn? Pollock is a prolific fish that are long-lived and recover at a fairly fast rate of 3 to 5 years. They normally replenish. They don't die off every year like our salmon runs after they spawn. In our case, our salmon, the whole run dies off, and we rely on the fries that head out to the ocean to return. Through their cycle of returning, they must go through many obstacles. We were given 5 alternatives. Each has a point. But alternate 1 with status quo is not really a point to consider. Nothing gets done. By far the best alternative in my case would be alternate 5 in-season corridor caps with a cap of 100,000. Any other cap above that number just tells me no efforts have been made to really address replenishing the stocks of Western Alaska. Thank you for hearing me out. I'll go ahead and turn it to our traditional chief, Nelson Alexei.
Good morning. My name is Nels Alexei, and I'm a lifetime fisherman in Kuskokwim. And the reason why I came here, the reason I accept, because of my traditional stomach. Quickly, would you please give me back my chums and my king salmon? The king salmon broth have treated my life, my body. I wasn't able to drink coffee. 10 days I followed my native advice, the traditional native broth of king salmon. Today I could drink coffee. The second one, chum. Chum is a care of any kind of a pain in your body. When you eat king salmon or silver, you may have a little pain, a little bit more. The chum could be eaten for a person who has a cancer. Chum broth could help and protect the cancer from separating in your body, in my body, with a native plant that grows in summer. That's the reason why I call it, I say to myself, I'll use the word my traditional stomach. I guess Yukon flat people may have some sort of a salmon used to cure their body too, not only for my body. Whoever is interested can come and see me and see the picture. The salmon skin is the clothing, and it could be the raincoat, it could be a muklux, waterproof boots. And my mother does meat, used to meat, and I used to wear these muklux, fish skin muklux, they're warm, and use them for cutting wood. I don't want to take too much time, but these are the advice. They were presented to me by my ancestors. A lot of you who has not seen what had happened to me and I use it, you don't believe it. You don't believe the writing also, unless you see it happen. And thank you very much for your attention. And I wish you give me back my fish, and to all others who are the fish eaters. Fish is not the only dry fish. We can make a different source of salmon after it dry or before it dry. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. Vivian.
Brianna, just before I speak, we really do appreciate Nels's presence here. He is our regional traditional chief. He was elected by all our villages in the YK Delta to represent our people and our elders and our way of life. So we really do appreciate him. I noticed that you were asking as a council, you know, what is traditional knowledge? He embodies it. So I just really appreciate you listening to him, because all that knowledge that he has shared with you is very precious. So thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Vivian Cortius. I serve as the Chief Executive Officer for the Association of Village Council Presidents. I am Yupik and a member of the Umanak tribe. I do have a prepared statement, so I'm going to go right through it. AVCP represents 56 federally recognized tribes in the Yukon-Kuskokwim Delta and the Bering Sea coast. Subsistence is our way of life. We have relied on salmon to provide to our families for generations. We rely on salmon again for our future. Today, I will stress a few topics. I will talk about what chum salmon means to us and our villages, and I will discuss draft EIS and then provide some recommendations. Our people rely on the Yukon-Kuskokwim rivers and the Bering Sea for food. We have depended on these natural resources since time immemorial. We are not separate from our rivers or the ocean. We are salmon people. It is our cultural identity and our way of life. Right now, because of many factors, our cultural identity is under attack. For example, we are experiencing impacts of climate change firsthand in every one of our villages. And today, relevant to this meeting, we are speaking about the impacts of an imbalanced management system, where there should be a focus on the consequences of environmental and social impacts. We see a focus on financial benefits as a priority over our way of life. That's why we are here today to testify. Our situation in our region is dire. I've said this before and I'll keep on saying this. We are witnessing firsthand a humanitarian crisis here in the state of Alaska and in our region specifically. We are here to ask for your help, the council's help, again. It is important that you, the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council, recognize its role in helping us and listen to the testimonies that at this meeting from tribes and individuals. It is also important that you remember that the federal government has a trust responsibility to tribes. We are asking that you make transformative change and action to help our communities, just as you help others. We ask that you consider your actions carefully and remember to think about our subsistence families, our elders and children, and think about the salmon that we all rely on. There have been many comments submitted to you on this topic. There are comments that focus on different alternatives. We are focused in our communities. All of us agree on the same thing. Every salmon counts. And we will need to work towards making sure that our salmon get to their spawning grounds. That's the goal. We have the assurances from this council that salmon make it to the spawning grounds. We have reviewed the reports and the alternatives that you are considering today, and there is one thing that is evident. No one alternative fully protects our salmon and our way of life. We cannot maintain the status quo and keep things the way they are. We ask you to consider an alternative that caps chum bycatch at the lowest level possible. Currently, 100,000 is the floor. We believe that in order for our salmon to continue to thrive and sustain us, it really should be zero. If it can't be zero, then it must be the lowest cap possible. Also, the salmon must be protected as they are migrating through the fishery and conservation corridors describes in Alternative 5, in what Alternative 5 seems to be a viable method to provide that protection. Our rivers and ecosystems are changing. We are all witnessing the change. Why isn't management regarding chum salmon bycatch changing also? This cannot continue. There needs to be change. As a council, please do not ignore what you hear from even the smallest of our villages. I ask that you consider everything we say when you make your decisions. Our villages in the AYK region are experiencing a devastating salmon crash. This is year 5. Think about the situation in the salmon crash and how it has touched every household and every family in our region and has directly impacted food security for Alaska Native people. There are currently over 100,000 individuals in the AYK region that are touched by this crisis. I invite you, the North Pacific Fishery Management Council, to come to Bethel and hear directly from those people and those tribes that are directly impacted regarding the salmon crash and discuss the EIS in this process. We ask that you do not prioritize the economic impacts and benefits of commercial fishing over our communities, our people, and our way of life. In conclusion, change needs to happen, and the status quo cannot continue. I asked this last year, and I'll ask it again this year. My question to the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council is this: will you help us, or will we have to go through another year of empty freezer bags? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. There'll be
You're welcome.
no questions during this testimony. Thank you. And we do have plans, council has plans to come to Bethel, some council members on March 4th and 5th during the RAC meeting. So, yes.
May I? Thank you for that, and we're happy.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. Appreciate it. So next up is Charlie Green and Jenny Bryant, followed by Teresa Bryant, Elizabeth Green, and Pearl Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, everybody here today on the board, giving my family here a chance to speak today. My name is Charlie Green. I am the chief of my village. I also sit on the Canada Chief Conference Executive Board, and I represent the Yukon Kaikuk, that would be the Middle Yukon, 7 villages there on the Executive Board. And so I'm happy to be here today. I've been here since Tuesday to talk for a couple of minutes, but anything to save our fish is worth it to me. 3 minutes, 2 minutes, whatever, just to try to go as fast as I can to tell our story. I just like to tell you guys first that, what have we done as a village to save our fish? We haven't fished this will be our 5th year that we haven't been able to fish for our fish, except for 4 days we'd built, the state had opened up a little opening for summer chum. We built a fish wheel that cost my tribe $36,000. We made sure we added everything up to fish for 4 days, but we got to eat, some of the elders got to eat our natural fish in our elder center. It was well worth, we double pay, 100,000 would be worth it for us to pay just for, to eat our natural food. my tribe, we buy our fish from Copper River in June. I try to make sure that we buy it at the right time so that to protect our own fish, so we don't have people out there illegally fishing in my village. You know, I try to do everything I can to save one fish, two, whatever, it helps. But I get it in the end of June, 1st of July, so that it's our normal time to dry fish. And so we eat this, you know, their Copper River foreign fish. We're trying to learn how to take care of them. They're way different fish than we're used to, you know. But you know, as we keep, you know, the main thing we buy these things for is just to protect our own fish. You know, we meet with the law enforcement people in Fairbanks. We pay our own way. Our tribe gets to go in and you know, we meet with the Fed state law enforcement people, know what to expect, you know, because they're going to enforce all these rules on us. We like to tell our tribal members what to expect, what we expect from them, and how are they going to protect, you know, our fish coming up the river. So, you know, we like to try to work with any kind of entities that, you know, that involve us with our fish to save them. You know, as Native people, we're resilient. You know, we're taught to be resilient, and we've learned in lots of ways to adapt, change, because our climate is, you know, as you all know, we're facing all kinds of climate changes, and our traditional way changes. You know, we can't live, you know, I have my two daughters and niece sit back here. You know, they can't be traditional kids anymore. You know, they've been in our smokehouses cutting fish since they were little girls, fishing with me, doing all our traditional stuff. You know, now we have to adapt. Two of these girls are working on their master's degrees, and one is almost got her teaching degree. So, I mean, us as Native people in our villages, this is what, you know, we try to do. You know, we're learning to adapt, get, you know, in with this new modern world. And it's really tough. It's from me growing up in traditional lifestyle and you know, but we still practice all our traditional, you know, values. You know, my mom, all my relatives from, you know, I grew up, I'm a village boy. I lived in the village my whole life, and continue to be a village boy. I loved the village and always be, I'll die there. You know, so as I say this, because I, you know, only have a couple more minutes, you know, we've done everything we can in our village to save our fish. You know, anything, you know, like I told you this story, you know, I'm not here to tell a sad story or anything. We're working as hard as we can to save them fish. And, you know, now my question to you guys is, you know, how are you guys going to help these fish? Because we're all in here today for the same thing. We want to help these fish, save our fish. And I don't care if I ever eat another fish, chum or a king, what I grew up on, and my mother's and all our traditional stuff. As long as these girls back here get to do it, you know, that's my goal. I see, you know, because we're just in a really hard crisis. And you know, we don't need enemies here today. All these people in this room today, whether they're trawlers or commercial fishermen or whatever you're here for today, you know, we need to be partners. We all have to work together. If we're gonna solve these problems, we got to be on the table together. You know, hell, if I can sit there with a game warden that's gonna bust us for catching our fish, I can sit with anybody, you know, and that's what I want to do. You know, we want to sit here and we want to figure these things out, however we have to do it, you know, and I think you know, that's the only way we're gonna solve this. And I don't want to take up too much time because sitting next to me is my sister-in-law, my wife's younger sister, and she's been a biologist for 30 years in our hometown, traditional and a heck of a lot of knowledge. So I want to just introduce her. Name is Jenny Bryant, school board president. I could go on. She's you know, a big part of our council and lots of knowledge a lot smarter than I am. So, thank you.
Thank you, Chief Green. Ms. Bryant.
Thank you, through the chair. Like Charlie said, we're Koyukon Athabascan. I'm from Galena on the Middle Yukon River. And we're here representing Loudon Tribe. Like you said, I'm a wildlife biologist. I'm not a fish biologist, so I'll do my best. But I have spent 30 years working in my home village. And I always say what I do is I count stuff. That's my job. I'm an inventory and monitoring biologist. But I also grew up practicing our subsistence lifestyle. And so I'm going to switch over from what you've been listening to coming out of our villages and switch into kind of my trained role. Salmon are what's called a keystone species, and it's a trust species. But most importantly, it's an indicator species. And you know this, you've heard it a lot, you're immersed in it. Salmon are anadromous. They use freshwater rivers to spawn and rear, and then they move out to the ocean marine environment to mature. They migrate back and they cross international boundaries too. They're also ecological specialists that require specific habitat for each of their life stages. This makes them vulnerable to change in the climate or changes in harvest, especially to overharvest. And successful management of species like salmon requires strong partnerships and cooperation and good communication. Just like Charlie said, we need to all be at the table listening to each other and understanding everybody's needs. A good management plan has goals and objectives and agreed upon thresholds that trigger targeted harvest strategies. And that's some of the decisions and the alternatives that you're considering. What's also included in a good management plan are that hard decisions are required when a population is depressed and cannot meet the demands of all the user groups. And that's where we are today. And most of you, I've looked at your bios, trying to get to know, learn the environment that we're working in, see who we're talking to. Most of you are fishermen and businessmen, and you already know, and business women, and you already know these things, what I'm saying. But you also have families, and you also have people that depend on you in these decisions that you're making. Yesterday, Chief Brian Ridley spoke, and he got a question about he mentioned an ecosystem approach. And the question was, what does that look like? Or what that means to him? And what it means is that we look at all the available information, all the available data for a broad assessment of the overall health of the system of interest of what we're looking at. And it should also include TEK, which is really difficult to do. In my job, I'm from there, and I have to incorporate all kinds of information. I'm a data manager. I look at trends. I look at one of the presenters was talking about indexes, indices. I'm always looking at numbers, looking at tables, trying to figure out and use the best information. Fitting TEK into that is really hard. Even from an Indigenous person like myself, it's really hard to use qualitative data and quantitative data and looking at anecdotal data and trying to roll that all in and make it something that we can share meaningfully. Not just one way, but coming back to the villages too. And part of the information for this meeting that you have in your packets was December 24th ecosystem status report. And in that status report, there was no surprise. Salmon pelagic productivity is decreased, and both juvenile pollock and juvenile salmon abundance was low this year, coupled with below average fish weights and below average energy density for pollock. And it looks like the cooling ocean temps that were a positive, that we were, something that we consider when you're talking about your management strategies. But those were reversed by these crazy storms, these layers after layers of storms that are rolling through. So we ended up losing those gains. And when you look at the overall health and productivity for the indicator species like salmon in your ecosystem report, seabirds are also one of them. It's poor. It looks poor. And so when you see things like that, you have to start using your conservative harvest strategies. And those strategies should be enacted to maintain a sustainable fishery. And pollock, we've heard over and over, pollock is a key economic driver in a lot of these villages. So we have to ask ourselves, is the goal to manage harvest for a sustainable fishery using all the ecosystem information available? Or is it to fish for the max economic output until the fishery collapses? The speaker from Unalaska said the crab fishery collapsed. So they moved over, the cod fishery collapsed. Now they're focused on the pollock fishery, which from the data that you're looking at, the abundance is high now because they're a generalist. But when you look at the indicator species around them, it sure looks like it's about to collapse too. So
Ms. Bryant, I'm very
Okay.
sorry to interrupt. I gave you a little extra time, wondering if you have a concluding
Okay,
statement.
nope,
I'm sure
I'm
there are
done.
questions.
That
Yeah.
was it.
Okay.
And we do support alternative 5 with some modifications, maybe mixed with alternative 4. Thank you so much for fitting us in. We really appreciate that.
Well, we really appreciate your testimony. I'll see if there are
Thank
any
you,
questions
guys.
for you. Yep. Yeah, looks like we have a couple questions. Mr. Mueller.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. I apologize. I was not paying attention. I didn't get your name, but go ahead.
My name is Jenny Bryant, and this is Chief Charlie Green.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate both your testimony. I have a question regarding traditional knowledge here with your scientific background. Do you have any thoughts or comments or suggestions for the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council as we implement more and more the interaction and the input that we're getting from the traditional knowledge, not only in public testimony, but as cooperating agencies are participating in the process here, which is relatively new. So we're still navigating that. But I'd be interested in your thoughts relative to how we might merge the traditional knowledge and into what is largely a scientific body. So your thoughts would be appreciated on that.
Thank you for the question through the chair. That's something that's really difficult to do. You know, you've all been trying to think about it in these different ways. And I thought about it quite a bit last night because in the tribal unity rooms, you know, we're trying to, it's difficult to come up and speak and talk about things and communicate in ways that we feel like you can understand, we can understand, we're transmitting that information. And the best way that I could think about it, that I could have you ask you to try to think about it in that way. And you've heard it from the testimony. You can't separate the Native people, the indigenous people from the salmon, from the runs, from that knowledge, from that information in the place. So we actually consider ourselves part of that ecosystem. So when you're managing for the ecosystem for the fish, you're also managing for our health and our well-being. You can't separate the two. So we are a part of that ecosystem. And the traditional elder that spoke, he said, I'm speaking from the traditional knowledge of my stomach. And that encapsulates it perfectly. And trying to figure out how to put that data into tables and graphs and make it match up. The best way to do that is to try to find the commonalities. These indigenous guys, these fishermen that are out on the rivers, you ask them any question about fishing. They'll tell you what side of the river the fish are running on. They'll tell you 1945, the run was like this or whatever. So learning how to incorporate that, I think can be done.
Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Chief Green and Ms. Bryant, for your testimony and for bringing your family. I just wanted to ask a pretty direct question about the salmon that you're needing to purchase from Copper River to support your village. Any more context on the amount of salmon you're trying to replace, I suppose I could say, each year?
I think we buy about 10,000 pounds every year, and and
But
$80,000, but 10,000 pounds. You know, and we try to get it, like I said, as fresh as we can. You know, TCC buys fish for the villages too, you know. So we just try to, to do our part to help TCC, help the rest of our villages, and plus I like to be in control of what kind of fish we get. We want to get the best quality fish, and you know, because we're them elders is pretty hard, you know. All our traditional chiefs and stuff, they want good stuff, you know, because we're used to pretty good fish, and so.
Thank you.
Thank you again for your testimony.
Hey, thank you guys again for everything and giving us this opportunity to talk today.
Right. Safe travels home. So next up is Terza Bryant, Elizabeth Green, and Pearl Green.
Hi, my name is Terza Bryant, and I'm from Galena, Alaska. This is Pearl Green, and this is Elizabeth Green. They are my relatives, and they are in the same age range generation as me. And we're a pretty unique generation. So we're kind of the turning point. We got to grow up through elementary school into middle school, fully immersed in traditional subsistence salmon fishing. And in the last 5-6 years, we haven't had any, and we're okay with that if that's what needs to happen from a conservation base. We're prepared for that. And we wanted to give our perspective. So we were talking about traditional ecological knowledge, and I will say I'm the product of my environment. I'm a quantitative scientist as well, and so I'm going to bring some of that background. So using us as an indicator, as a species in the ecosystem, and using the traditional ecological knowledge, I wanted to let you guys know that there is a scientific article in the Journal of Biochemistry that was published last year that showed how the Arctic people of the circumpolar north are genetically completely different from the rest of the world, and that we have specific genes that allow us to metabolize lipids and carbohydrates differently from everyone else. And so when they talk about the impacts, it's actually a social health issue. And our type 2 diabetes rates drastically rose in the last 5 years when we weren't able to fish anymore. And that is because we can adapt. We're adapting right now. But unfortunately, because of the teachings of Darwin, our genetics are not going to get that memo for another 100 or so years, unfortunately. And so there's a lot of emotional testaments, testimonies coming up here. And so I just wanted to put a little bit of science behind that to let you know that it's not just emotional. Our health is really being impacted. And there are studies going on right now that I wish I could cite, but they're not going to come out for a few more years, on colorectal cancers and gastrointestinal cancers that are rising in our region because we're not able to metabolize efficiently the way the rest of the world and the Western science diet. And so we're prepared for that. We're prepared to go into the doctor's office and they're already telling us we're predisposed to type 2 diabetes because of the rates. We're asked to get tested 10 years prior compared to the rest of the nation. Our colonoscopy screenings, we have to go in and get screened 10 years before the rest of the nation at pretty low ages in our 30s and 40s. And it's directly tied to this. And so my concluding statement is that there is a lot of science behind a lot of these emotional testimonies, and I just wanted to back them up that way. So thank you for squeezing us in and listening to us talk. And we support Alternative 5.
Okay. Thank you very much for your testimony. Ms. Green, would you like to provide any additional testimony or? No, no need, but we can give you some time.
I just want to say thank you to listening and being supportive to my dad and his statements and my auntie and my cousin. It's very appreciated, and we hope that you guys will take everything that you heard today into consideration and do something with this information.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Yeah. Appreciate your testimony. I think this is a good spot to take a mid-morning break. Let's do that and come back at 10:15. And we'll begin testimony with Julia Doris. Thank you. Yeah. That's why I wanted to say it is that in these settings, you need to back it up with data for it to be reliable, and that's an issue that traditional knowledge, a lot of people disregard it, and I understand that I just so I want to get up there and tell you that it's not it's thank you. That's my whole last that's my whole right. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I know how they work.
Yeah, so thank you. I'm just trying to point that out. Yeah, because that's why I was trying to get at, because it's tough, because people, I think, yeah, I think on the policy stuff, I mean, that's still going to be controversial. You're going to have to have it's not have a lot. Like, hey, it's fish over here, over there. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's what I think. That's what I'm trying to finish. I tried to find the first time. Yeah, whatever. We'll just go fishing. Can't do that.
No, I was trying to, yeah, I tried to articulate, but it's a little dramatic. Yeah, I know, I was Yeah, I know, I know. Yeah, and that's my responsibility. Today, yeah, oh, yeah. There it is. Yeah, and then it's supposed to be. Another one that you feels like perfect. That's makes sense. Danny, like Danny boy. They have my nephew with my brother. Yeah, I went to high school. So. Okay, there you go. Yeah, I'll find you if I didn't get anything. Yeah.
Council members, please come back to order. Be resuming our public testimony on C2, beginning with Julia Doris, followed by Christina Changsak. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Julia Doris. I'm from the YK Delta area, Mid-Kuskokwim in Calskag. I would like to say first that I echo my fellow YK leaders, Thad Tikyun, our chief Nels Alexi, and Vivian Corthius. Today, I come before you as I did year after year, last few years, and speak to ask you to listen to us. And when I talk about listening, it's like when we tell our kids who listen with ears for nothing. Having said that, I want to bring up the word respect. All of us who live in the land are taught to respect each other, the animals, the land and weather, and Mother Nature, who take care of us if we in turn take care of what she provides for us, which is our salmon, and of course our moose that we do harvest too. We make sure we do not over-harvest. We live in the rivers of Alaska. We who live in the rivers of Alaska and fish, our staple food, salmon. We take what we need. I'll give you an example of taking what we need. Last year, our motor broke down. We couldn't fish. Our neighbors called me and told me I could come to her fish camp, her raft, and pick 10 king salmon. And I was happy for that, 10 king salmon. I went down to her fish camp and cut those 10 king salmon to bring back to my house and cut them up to put them in my smokehouse. I also cut 10 reds and small kings. And as I'm cutting, she said, cut more. So I had 18 small reds and kings. That's lots for me. We make sure we do not harvest. We who live in the rivers of Alaska who fish, unlike the trawlers who you seem not to put restrictions on, people who fish for the mighty dollar, the trawlers who discard and continue bycatching our salmon. If one fleet gave me their bycatch, I would be set, even my village would probably be, my whole village would be set and have fish for our winter. If you continue to allow trawlers and not regulate them, there'll be nothing for all of us. We try to respect you because you are the ultimate decision makers. We all come sadly to plead for our salmon God provides to us. You are over us. We try to be law-abiding, and we all continue to come year after year, testifying, pleading to hear us. You listen to the mighty dollar, not the real people of Alaska who used to live in fish camps all summer, who try to follow regulations we never used to have because we only took what we need. And now because of bycatch, we in the rivers are heavily regulated and little or no regulation on trawlers. Help us. Listen to us. We are pleading for the next generation, our grandkids. I can teach them how to provide and preserve and not overharvest. I will also teach them how to fight for what is their inherent right. I thank you for listening to me.
Good morning, Madam Chair and the board. My name is Christina Chengsak. I'm from Russian Mission in the Upper Yukon. And I'm also testifying for all our lower villages on the Yukon. We haven't put away fish for quite a while, and you know there's a lot of families that rely on the fish, moose, all our traditional way of life, and the stores, you know, there's stores, but they won't always be full. So we really, really rely on our subsistence way of life. I wanted to teach my daughters and my granddaughters and grandsons how to fish. I even bought my granddaughters and my two daughters ullocks to cut fish. I felt really bad because I bought them and we didn't get to use them because we couldn't fish. And then if you go on the Yukon, you go down the villages and you see all these fish camps where there used to be lots of life in the fish camps. Parents with their kids, grandkids, they all move to their fish camp summertime to harvest their fish. If you go down the Yukon, you'll see them empty. Our fish camp, after the flood, our fish camp got damaged where we couldn't use it. So because of my husband's health conditions, he didn't fix it yet. So we're still hopeful to fish, even if it's just little bit fish to put away. You know, last year when we testified and then we heard when we went home, we have other resources of fish like whitefish, pike, cheefish, but they don't have that oil what a lot of us people rely on, the king salmon oil. That's the richest oil and it's the healthiest ones, and a lot of us rely on it. My grandkids, I know when we had fish, we dry fish, my grandkids learned that. And then when we didn't fish anymore, my grandkids were wondering how come we didn't have fish in our freezer or dry fish in our fridge, because they had that custom of eating it every year because we dry it and then we take only what would last the whole winter just for our family. And my other kids that would fish that have their own homes, we split everything, and I wanted to keep that tradition going because I have a lot of kids and grandkids. Thank you for listening. I would say more, but my time is up. Thank you.
Appreciate your testimony. There'll be no questions. Thank you. So Julia Doris is up next. Oh, excuse me. Sorry. Martin Andrew is up next, and there will be no questions during this testimony.
Madam Chair and Council, I'd like to
for you folks to hear my testimony. My name is Martin Andrew, and I come from the ABCP region, which represents 56 federally recognized tribes, and I am from Kwiklik, Alaska. I am here to testify on regulating chum salmon bycatch and also on the draft environmental impact statement. All salmon species are important. Between the alternatives 1 through 5, alternative 5, meshing it along with alternative 2 with the lowest PSC limit that we could put a cap on, time and area closures need to be considered to protect chum passages on their way to their respective spawning grounds. When I was growing up in fish camp during the summers, chum used to be the most abundant species on the Kuskokwim River. Nowadays, those chum numbers are starting to dwindle to a point where we need to address changes to bring them back to historically high numbers so that they would be able to make it to the spawning grounds. Just this past summer, I've got 8 grandkids, and I'd like to share a little story after we brought some fish up to the camp. And the eldest grandboy, he was 8 years old at the time, and he asked his grandma to teach him how to fillet a salmon. And his grandma taught him that this summer. And I was so blessed and happy to see that, knowing that folks on the Yukon aren't able to do that for a good number of years, 7, 8 years, I believe, by now. And, fish camp is very important to us folks out in the villages because it not only bonds our family, it provides, it opens the communication lines, it provides teamwork, and also there's a cultural and a spiritual aspect to it. And I'm just so glad that we have an opportunity to go to fish camp every summer to practice that tradition. And we're one of the few families that still practice going out to fish camp, staying there the whole summer, taking care of the salmon. So I'd like to stop there. Thank you for listening to my testimony.
Thank you for your testimony.
Yana, my name is William Ishkohak. It's my father's Yupik name, and I'm from the community of Guillemot, which is on Bering Sea coast, 25 miles west of Kuskokwim Bay. It's our main river. And ever since I could remember, we have been living on fish, pretty much living on fish, from species of the air, species of the waters. And ever since I can remember, my father, when we wake up in the morning, he would tell me to remember 3 things. Gniguin, Ilaquin, Dufkagia. Loving your friends, your people around you, and having fellowship with them, and sharing what you have. Those 3 things. And I've been fishing all of my life, and I'm 74 years old today. I'll be 75, good Lord willing, coming in April. I'm going to be getting ready to fish. But over the years that I have witnessed the different species of fish that swim up our Kuskokwim River or even across a bale greenhouse. And we are regulated. They regulate the fish out of the water. Gear restrictions to me. From my thinking, that gear restrictions are the ones that may be killing our fish besides the bycatch. I've since yesterday I've been hearing our people from Yukon, from Interior, asking, give us back our fish. I plead for them and for my people. I've been, used to be a commercial fisherman, but no more fishing. They stopped our fishing. And a lot of our people in our community have no jobs. I probably wouldn't be mistaken if I say that our community has about 42, maybe even 80% unemployment. So in closing, I will tell you what my father used to tell me when I was growing up. One other word. When he comes up to me and he asks me to sit down in front of him, he used to tell me, this I'm going to tell it to you guys. Plug one ear and listen to me. We are fish. Thank you.
Thank you both for your testimony and for joining us this morning. Our next testifier is Lauren Hines, followed by Roy Nichtern.
Good morning, Chair and members of the council. I first wanted to say thank you for allowing me to testify today. My name is Lauren Hines, and I'm a marine scientist with Oceana. We recently submitted a comment letter that will go much more into depth than I will be going into today, but we're asking the council to take action that will meaningfully reduce Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch in the Bering Sea trawl fishery. To aid in this, we are supportive of an overall hard cap in addition to other measures. While we would like to support the abundance-based approach of Alternative 3, Option 1, we believe there are some modifications that would improve its functionality to better meet the purpose and needs statement. These modifications include 1, to include a hard cap that would be in effect each year, even if all 3 areas had runs above their thresholds. 2, there should still be measures for the cap to shift downwards if a majority of the abundance thresholds are not met in the 3 areas. And 3, we ask that the bycatch cap and abundance thresholds be set in a manner that reduces chum bycatch below the historical PSC averages to reduce the bycatch of Western Alaska chum salmon. Next, switching to Alternative 4, we recommend that IPAs only be applied alongside other bycatch reduction measures rather than as a standalone alternative, and that the provisions be included into existing regulations. And lastly, we do support establishing targeted corridor closures informed by historic and in-season data on Western Alaska chum salmon migration patterns, but do not currently support all of the measures in Alternative 5 as drafted. To implement functional corridor closures, we need to prioritize improving genetic stock identification data turnaround times to make sure that in-season data is available for management decisions and also fishery operations. I'm hoping that the results that were provided by BBSRI from their genetic study will highlight the feasibility of these improvements and also help move them forward. Reducing Western Alaska chum salmon bycatch is the first step towards increasing the number of chum salmon returning to rivers. This is extremely important during a period of historically low salmon abundance and subsequent subsistence and commercial fishing closures that have severely impacted rural communities and tribes across Western and interior Alaska. With that, I will wrap up my testimony and I'm open to questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Hines. Are there any questions? Okay. Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Roy Nickturn is next, and there will be no questions during this testimony.
It's on. Thank you for having me here. I am very nervous, so bear with me. My name is Roy Nickturn, and I'm from Alatna, but I grew up in a village maybe 70 miles upriver called Bells. I was born in Spring Camp, and my grandmother delivered me, brought me into this world. I grew up living the subsistence in a semi-nomadic way of life, and I was taught how to hunt and how to fish ever since I was able to walk. My dad took me out, I think, when I was 4 years old, and he shot a moose. Didn't kill it, but we have a tradition that he put me on that moose while it was still alive and made me run across the back of it. The reason he did that is to make us strong. We believe we'll never be afraid to be by ourselves out in the country. That's one of our traditions. And that's how we grew up. The reason I'm here today is to try to have a voice for my people. We are the furthest up the river in our region. It's called the Kaikuk River, which is a tributary to the Yukon. By the time the fish get up to where we're at, some of them are not in real good condition, so we take the best ones that we can get, and the rest we used to have for our dogs. I'm sorry, I went blank for a while. Like I say, the way I grew up, the way I was taught is to take care of our elders. And that's what I'm doing right now. My mother suffered a stroke about 7 years ago, and we had to put her in a nursing home. And one day I went there to visit it, and one of the counselors approached me and said, "Hey, Roy, we're going to start a new thing here. We're going to call it the Native Culture Night. Or would you be interested in helping us?" I said, sure, my mom's here, I'll help. So we started in one night a week where we would cook our traditional foods for our elders that are staying at that home. And it's not just for natives. All the other people that was at that nursing home would come to our dinners. And the last count I had, we had 40. I mean, a room, it was so full. And it wasn't only natives enjoying our culture with us. That's how we're taught. And without our traditional foods, we can't teach our younger people our real way of life, how to do things the right way. I was taught that by my uncles and my dad. My dad would take me out ever since I could walk. He said he carried me on his back while we hunted. That's what his dad did for him, his grandpas. Took him up into the mountains to hunt sheep. And when they're carrying sheep, they had no room to carry my dad. So what they did was they tie him with a rope and lower him down the mountain. And he'd wait there, just hold on to the rocks and wait till they come to get him. Then they tie him up again, lower him down. And one time they went up there and they said, "We're not going to take you up today. There's some sheep way back." So they left him in camp by himself. And he was 7 years old at this time. And he said he was sitting in camp and suddenly he heard gunshots. He looked up the mountain and here they were coming down and they saw an animal, a big one, walking to camp. So they shot from the mountain, shooting at that animal. And they managed to chase it away in time before it got to my dad. And that's how our life is up there. It's hard and it's rough. And we need that fish. It helps us. It makes us strong. In closing, we have a problem. The fish are trying to tell us something. We need to listen to them. It might be too late, but we need to try something new. I hate to say this, but maybe we need to shut off everything for a while. See if those fish could rebound. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. Nobody knows. That, I didn't really get prepared for this, but bottom line is we need that fish for our cultural activities and to make us strong. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. Fatima Teipelman is next, followed by Heather Mann. I'm not sure Heather will be able to join us, and then Bert Ashley. Fatima Teipelman, is she in the room? Okay. I don't see Heather in the room and I hear them deliberating. So we'll do a call back for her later. Bert Ashley, followed by Larson Hunter. Okay. Is Larson Hunter in the room? Okay. Jack Holcheese, followed by John Andrew.
Good morning. Thanks for letting me come talk to you. My name is Jack Holcheese. I'm first chief of the Nakanaga. The Nakanaga means our people speak. We represent the elders of the interior. The scientists and traditional knowledge combine. The scientists ask about what first started the decline of salmon. they asked the elders. The elders know because they're the first people. We learned from our elders. And as elders, we try to keep our tradition and cultural way of life going. We don't want our people to lose our traditional knowledge and culture. It's something that's going to be going for a long time. The decline of fish, I'm from the Kaikuk River, by the way, the tributary to the Yukon. Long ago, our people used to migrate to the Yukon to fish because they get more fish down there and better fish than what we get up in the Yukon. I mean, up the Kaikuk River. We get chum. We start from the spring chum and we get the best that we could get. And how we do that is we cut off the fin, the back fin, and see how red that fish is. If it's red, that's good for human consumption. We do that in the summer chum, and we do that with the fall chum. The fall chum are the best. I'll tell you a story. You know, my grandsons, they grew up eating fish, and they love to fish. I used to run a dog team. All people in Husla used to have dogs. All people all over Alaska used to have dogs. And we started set a fish net. That was back in 2017, I think, before the chum started crashing. Anyway, setting the fish net, I caught 80 fish just setting it, and that's a 60-foot net. And we had to pull it out because I told my grandkids, you guys gonna have to cut this for dogs. And they wanted to learn. We used to sit up all night cutting dogfish, hanging it for our dogs. But we try to teach our children how to live off the land, respect the animals, and respect the land. We try to instill into them the importance of respecting the animals and respecting the land. It's something that's been going on for a long time. But anyway, Fred Meyer fish isn't that great. We used to tell our grandchildren, this is Indian candy, salt strips. We used to get them from the Yukon. We used to trade dry meat for salmon strips. I brought home one of those bags, salmon strips you buy from Fred Meyer's. My grandson, he said, where'd you get that from? I told him, oh, Fred Meyer's Smokehouse. And he took one bite and he just looked at me and he said, no, it's no good. I don't like it because it's not what's made by the people. It's not what he grew up with. It's not his first bite. And it's saddening to have to buy your fish from stores when we used to go out and get our own. I support 5, because we have to have an escapement plan. Chum salmon used to go up the Kaikuk River in spawning grounds. There's a mine above Huslia that the chum salmon used to go in. It's called Clare Creek. Now the people call it Muddy Creek because there's no more. And not only that, but there's a lot of ways that the scientists would learn from traditional knowledge because there's predators all over. The trout and grayling eat the eggs. Seafish eat the smolts. You notice that on the mouth of some sloughs, a certain time of year, the seafish, they congregate. So the people, they go there and fish with them with hooks. Because those seafish, I think, are eating the smolts. So there's no way we can control the escapement plan. With that, I know I'm over my limit, but thank you for listening, and thank you for having me here. And I hope I spoke the right words for our elders, because like they always say, respect your elders. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next up is John Andrew, followed by Glenn Carlo. Good morning.
Madam Chair, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is John W. Andrew. I'm from Organized Village of Queethlook. Our village have our current population right now is almost, last time at the last census it showed 857. But our tribal members are well over 1,200. We have an out migration of roughly 25%. And what I like to do is tell a story about how it used to be in the past. I'm an elder myself, but my elders and our anthropologists always tell us our people have been harvesting our salmon, all 4 species of Pacific salmon that comes up every spring, all through the summer, through the fall time. But for the first part of the springtime, when the water's too high, we don't target the salmon on the main stem. We usually go for whitefish and pike on the tributaries in the lakes. Then starting around the second week of June, the first kings always show up, depending on how early or how late the ice breaks up. Back in the years when they used to come out really late by second week of June, soon as the ice goes out, the kings will be running with the smelts, and they'd be fishing for them. Prior to 1980s, we used to, people that fish in the fish camps, our fish camp used to have those small, they're more like little small villages, 7 to 11 households per fish camp. And all of them used to fill up their fish racks in June, where our location is. And they used to be done fishing for kings and rits and a little bit of chums. Or some years when when their chums are heavy, majority of their catch will be all chums, and a very few rits and a very few chinook. And starting sometime after mid 1980s, we start seeing that year after year we get less and less, depending on how much of them are intercepted down in the Falls area. In the years when they say they've caught over 2 million down there, it hurts our rivers on the Bristol Bay side, Kuskokwim, even the Yukon, even up in the Northern Sound area. You feel it. We're hurting out there. Especially the last couple of years, it's been really bad. They say they've caught over 500,000. Some of us never even see one chum the whole summer. Few people said they get like 2, 3, 7. It's just because they don't give us enough openings. In the early years, we fished with 50 fathom nets. That's 300 feet long. And when we used to use king gear up to 8 1/4 or 8 1/2. And we used to get lots, but nowadays they cut us down to, if we're lucky, down to 150 feet or half a shackle. To make it worse, sometimes you've got an opening for set net openings, go out with a small white fish net that's only 4 inch and 60 feet long. You're not going to catch those big fish. It'll tear right through. You'll be lucky if you get a few whitefish and small few jacks. And recently, our fish are so small, a lot of jacks always show up on the first portion of the run. Majority of the runs are mostly reds right now. And our older people are used to eating fish all their lives. So when they don't have that fish, they say they feel empty and their health start to fail. Even our younger people are dying, not dying out there, but feeling the effects of it. They say their children are not healthy enough. Some are diabetic and they get sick easily because they're not eating the native food all the time now. And in my village, when we met, even with the Unit 4 village, with nearby village along with Akiak, Tuluksak, and Akachuk in my village, they prefer to see some kind of a cap. Preferably the younger people say, we'd like to see option 5. Majority of them, they don't know what that is. But we need help out there. We're hurting out there. We're begging out there. We need your help. Thank you. Guyana. And on top of that, I'm dying of stage fright.
Thank you very much for your
Thank
testimony.
you.
Thank you. Next up is Glenn Carlo, followed by Chief Edgar Tall.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Council.
Could you put your microphone on, please? Thank you.
Hello? Yeah. Good morning, Madam Chair and Council. This is my first time doing a testimony. My name is Glenn Carlo. I have a fish camp at the Yukon Bridge, which is 120 miles north of Fairbanks. I fish mostly for elders. A lot of elders come to Fairbanks for their health reasons and being closer to the hospital. So a lot of times I'd bring the fish in, fresh fish, and pass it around to the elders. And now that was 7 years ago. I haven't fished since. And see their happy faces when they get a fresh fish is just undescribable. Makes the heart feel good. Anyways, the elders they're the ones who knew right away something was up. And 2 years before the crash, they decided, this was at the Nakanaga conference, that they would put self-imposed not to fish, to preserve the fish for the next generations. And so it was that winter in December when we all got together and formed the fish task force. And it was decided then not to fish. This was 2 years before Fish and Game started their regulations against fishing. And that's how important it was for them to think about the future of the fish and for it to continue to try to grow. They were already doing this. And even to this day, where we want to help, keep helping, but there's only so much we can do. We're asking for your help, and we support option 5. And that's it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. You did a great job your first time.
Thanks.
Chief Edgar Tall, followed by Mickey Stickman.
Yeah, thank you guys for having me. I'm Edgar Tall. I'm from Hooper Bay, Alaska. That's straight on the west coast. And it's far out there where we are not from. We're not even close to Yukon River or the Kuskokwim. It is to where my community relies on subsistence seasonally. And every season it's getting way harder for my community to try survive for the whole winter. But nowadays I don't call it winter, I just call it a bad season to where we don't got snow. Right now our ocean is just right there to where we used to have ice. And it's not gonna be even, we're gonna have a really early summer. And if you go out there, you'll notice the difference. If you live out there, you will know it's getting hard to where my community is getting harder and harder just to survive, and it's getting a toll on me, my elders, and the youth who need to learn how to fish and try to stay alive. Especially we fish for things not only for ourselves. I try to teach it to my kids no matter what. And it's always a difficult time, especially when we can't fish and people telling us how we should be living. It is to where this place is, like here, you have a hospital here, you have stores, and our community is like way out there to where we might not get planes for like a week or so, especially in dire needs. It's like stressful, but I try to survive every day, day by day. I try to look, I go think about it, and our fishing is like, we'd be happy to fish, but we get a time frame to fish few hours and that's it. It is to where certain time of the year we have to fish, especially if it's going to get warm, because those fish will, when we hang them on the racks, they're just going to get bugs, flies all over them. So we try fish there when it's cold so we can dry them up and then put them away. For me, I put mine away, but I use mine in buckets and put seal oil in them to survive, to look through the winter. Because, it all debates on everything, how it comes through, and being told that people are making decisions for you is very stressful, especially to our elders, to where they never had nobody talk to them and tell them what to do. It is what they did themselves to help the community to survive. And I'm trying to do the same thing for my community because it's just my second year as chief and everything is a learning session, and this is my first time here. But I'm very grateful, and I hope you guys will have a great decision on what to do, because, it's in the long run, the natives gonna hurt the most. And it's been all my life, it's been always like that. And I'm a veteran myself. I've been seeing that all through my career, even when I travel all over. I've seen it. It's always the natives that hurt. And especially with my community, that 90% of us don't work. We're all seasonal firefighters, and that's only one stepping stone to where, we either use that money to buy from the store bought stuff, and that is not good for me or my community members, because that'll be giving our kids and myself a chance to get diabetes, which I have already. And I don't like it, and I'm going back to my traditional values and to where I only eat nowadays is just native food. And it's hard for me to go out there, especially if I don't catch like a week or so of anything. It gets hard for me to try eat the stuff I try to save for my kids, because I feed my children, even my grandchildren, even my neighbors first before I do eat. And it's always, I keep telling them, it'll get better. You just, we suffer, but we still thrive out there. After Typhoon Merbok, it got even worse. It's to where everything changed our lives and the kids who want to move here. But I tell them, if you want to move, you got to make that commitment. Me, I don't. I'm committed to living out there for the rest of my life in Hooper Bay, no matter what. And that's where I told my bosses, I'm not going to go work for you no more. I'm going to stay out in my village and help them. And, with the fishing, it's always maybe they'll hit, maybe they won't. And for the last few years, it's been super hard because they didn't hit. And with the changing environment, it's making it worse. And I'm glad to be speaking for this, but I love fishing, no matter what, because I depend on that. I tell my kids to depend on that. It's our main source of food for most of the winter. Thank you guys for letting me talk, and I love everything about natives. I love Alaska itself. Yeah. All right, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Yes, Mr. Blahody.
Thanks for your testimony and thanks for your service. You said you hoped for a great decision from the council. So I'm curious, what do you feel is a great decision in regards to alternatives 1 through 5? Do you have a preference for Hooper Bay?
To me, I'd say option 5. I've been mostly hearing about it, so I look it up and yeah. Right.
Yes, it looks like we have one more question for you, Chief Tall. Yes, Mr. Toit.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Chief. I'm sorry to be a little slow in thinking about it. I was thinking about surviving Merbok, and I remember seeing pictures of what Merbok did elsewhere. I'm wondering, from Hooper Bay, how much do you think Merbok changed your landscape and your ocean?
We live right on that coast to where we had a bunch of one set of dunes. It destroyed it all of it, to where we have one left, one set of last dunes left to where the first major village was. It's on the tip of that dune set, and that is the last defense that Hooper Bay will have. And if that one is all gone, Hooper Bay will be wiped out. No matter what, it's going to be wiped out. And it's already we get 40 to 50 feet every time it have erosion, even during the winter at this time with the lack of ice.
Thank you. Our next testifier is Mickey Stickman, followed by Jasmine Bent.
Good morning. My name is Michael Stickman. All my friends know me as Mickey. And I'm here to advocate for option 5 because I want to advocate for an option that's going to help. I'm 65. I'm 65 years old. Tomorrow I'll be 66 years old, and so I lived on the Yukon my whole life. I'm indigenous. I'm an indigenous person. The salmon, the beaver, the geese, the ducks, it's all in my DNA. That's where I come from. I'm a part of that environmental impact statement that you're trying to approve. I'm a part of that environment. I'm not a part of any other environment. I don't live anywhere else but on the Middle Yukon. So, but while I'm out there, I was the chief of my tribe for 21 years. I did 7 terms as the chief of the tribe, trying to do my best for my people, because it's a big fight to live a natural life with all the billions of dollars that are being made in the pollock industry that we're trying to fight for our very existence, and that's crazy. I mean, you guys have the power here to change that. You have the power here to say no more fishing. You have the power to save a whole ecosystem, and that's incredible. And that's something that a legacy you can leave for your children and your grandchildren. You can say, I saved the whole ecosystem of Alaska because I had the power. I lived out there my entire life. I watched people put up 10,000 fish for dog teams when I was a kid. I watched people put up 10,000 fish when they were selling their salmon eggs from the summer chum. I saw all that. And I never thought I would ever see it in my lifetime that the fish would disappear. But under your management, and under my management too, because I spent 25 years on the Middle Yukon Advisory Committee to the State Game Board, to the State Fish Board. I spent 12 years on the federal RAC, on the Western Interior RAC, trying to make a difference to help my people. But everything we did, and we're still here. We're still have a possibility of our whole ecosystem disappearing, all the salmon going extinct. You live on the river, you know there's already no more 8-year-old Yukon king. There's no more 7-year-old Yukon king because they're extinct. But they went extinct under your management. And so you have to think about that. Is that the legacy that you want to leave for your children and your grandchildren? That you killed the whole ecosystem? I'm very sorry that I have to speak like that because, we're hurting out there. We haven't fished for 5 years, and that's a lot of food missing out of our stomachs, like the old man said. We have, you look at the statistics, the Alaska Native Tribal Health Consortium, diabetes is on the rise, cancer is on the rise, heart attacks are happening more often. So all those things are happening because we have no fish. Those things are not happening because it's natural. The fish is missing out of our diet, so we're having issues now. And I'm lucky because I've lived my life. Even though I'm only 66 tomorrow, I feel that I have lived my life because I was there for the feast, but I'm here for the famine too. So, I have that history in my head. People talk about traditional knowledge. Traditional knowledge is good. Sure, you get it from your parents, you get it from your grandparents. But then what about the knowledge of the science? What about the Western science knowledge? I mean, you all can read, you all can think, you all can count. So you can see that there's an issue. The fish are disappearing. The numbers are not there, So please do whatever you can to help us because we have a whole ecosystem depending on your decision today. or tomorrow or whenever you decide. But my time expired, so thank you for your time. I'll take any questions if you have any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions. Seeing none, thank you so much. Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you for your time.
So next up is Jasmine Vent, followed by Jamie O'Connor and Michelle Stratton.
Good morning. My name is Jasmine Vent. I'm Koyukon and Inupiaq from the village of Huslia on the Kaikuk River, a large tributary off of the Yukon. I am a business owner. I'm also the communications lead for the Yukon River Intertribal Fish Commission, and I'm a co-founder of No Ambler Road. I know I don't have much time here, so I'm going to speak to my research a little bit that I did recently. I explored the relationship between state of Alaska fisheries management and Alaska Native communities through the lens of the Yukon-Kuskokwim salmon collapse, and I really examined how the state of Alaska fisheries management has contributed not only to this crisis, but to a lot of oppressive systems that Alaska Native people are facing today, and how it is so difficult for us to be getting our voices and perspectives out within these decision-making processes that are directly impacting our livelihoods. So I want to share some of the results from that research. And I do want to highlight that it was very important for me to prioritize the perspectives of people within the Yukon-Kuskokwim River areas. And all participants that engage in the survey are Alaska Native from these regions. And 93% of participants engage in traditional and cultural subsistence fishing practices in these areas. 91% reported that the closure of subsistence fishing negatively impacts the health and wellness of their communities. And we can really see this in other studies that show in the last 6 years, there's been a 72% increase in pre-diabetic patients in the TCC region. And that's really correlated with the salmon crisis, as we haven't been able to fish for 5 years. 97% agreed that these closures pose a direct threat to food security, and 93% think that Alaska Native voices and concerns are overlooked and marginalized regarding the salmon collapse. One of the most striking results that popped up for me in my research was that 99% of participants think that the state of Alaska ignores Alaska Native people and their knowledge and lived experiences to prioritize income that comes from commercial fishing in Alaska regarding management decisions in these river areas. And many participants identified mismanagement of commercial fisheries and the exclusion of Indigenous voices as not only the primary cause of the salmon collapse, but really goes to show what we're dealing with on the Yukon and Kuskokwim rivers. But, I'm really starting to have a hard time talking about my research because it really portrays like the grieving that my people are going through right now. But it's very important for me to use like my Western education to like address this issue along with, I was raised by my great grandma in Huslia. So I think, many of us in this room, we have like very unique perspectives of what's going on right now and correlating that between how we are raised and what we grew up knowing and what we're knowing now in this other world that we're having to be under this constant threat of exploitation, extraction of our lands and our waters and our people. And I think I understand that a lot of us in this room, we all come from different backgrounds and different dynamics, but right now I think there's a very ample opportunity for us to really start working together. And like Mickey mentioned before me, you have power here, and I think it's really important to understand that economics cannot continue to be prioritized over our lives, over our livelihoods, over our cultural survival. That money is over my people's heads, and that money is over the health and wellness of the future of our communities. And like Mickey and a lot of these Native elders that have been speaking here this morning, we've been doing this for the last 50 years. And I'm here spreading the same message that my family was 25 years ago. I'm 24. That's my entire lifetime, and we still have yet to see change. And I often hear how, as Alaska Native people, we're really stuck between these two worlds of how we grow up and how, the city life and the Western world and how we're walking in between two worlds. But the thing is, like, I don't want to do that. I want to live in mine, And it's really hard to do that when we're under this constant threat. I just want to be able to get back to that. And I just really hope that my kids and my grandkids don't have to come up and be spreading this message 20 years from now as well. So thank you. And I'll accept any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions. Yes, Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Fent, for your testimony. I'm very interested in this survey and the research you've done. I think that's a really important and useful way to communicate among your people to groups like this. I'm curious if there's a possibility to take that format, the survey format that you've used, and expand it to capture some of the traditional knowledge that we're hearing that could then provide input into this process.
I'm not sure what your question is, sorry.
I think I'm curious about the tool that you use to collect this information for your research, and whether that could also be used to collect traditional knowledge that might feed directly into this decision making that we're doing.
Thank you for your question. Yes, I think a survey can capture traditional knowledge within these rural area systems. I conducted a survey and I did outreach within the Yukon-Kuskokwim River areas, and it was just a basic undergraduate research survey. But yes, I think that platform and that way about going about things is very crucial in this time. And I think it's really important to understand that we come from these rural areas where it's really difficult for our people to come here and testify. And I think it's really important to note that on your side, I think you can really do a lot better at meeting us at where we're at and coming to our communities and doing more outreach with us instead of us having to come to you, because we've been doing that for decades now. And that needs to change. This is a system of oppression, this is assimilation, and this is cultural genocide. And all week, I hate to get emotional up here, but I've been here all week, and it's difficult to sit in and listen to a lot of different perspectives when at the end of the day, my people on the Yukon don't have fish and our smokehouses are empty. And, there are elders that don't know if they'll ever be able to engage in those practices again. And I think that, this is my first time spending the whole week in these type of meetings, and it's really heavy, but I'm really thankful to be here with all the people that have traveled from rural Alaska. I'm really thankful to be here with leaders from the Kaikuk River. I think that's really driving me, and it's really important for me to uplift their perspectives, because I grew up watching these men talk at meetings. I grew up watching these men testify. I grew up, and it's like now seeing it as an adult, it's like, dang, they should be home with their grandkids right now. And now as youth and as young adults, we really have that responsibility to carry that perspective forward and those voices forward. And it's just really unfortunate, the situation that we're in right now, and how we're having to constantly fight to have our voices in these decision-making processes. It's like, it keeps falling upon deaf ears. And I think right now there's a very big opportunity for you all to engage in these decision-making processes that drives meaningful change. And I really want you all to go home knowing that the decisions that you make will have an impact on our lives, our health. This is a health crisis at this point. It's going to be a health crisis, not just a salmon crisis if you allow this to continue. Our people are getting sick in already very vulnerable communities. We are extremely vulnerable communities, and that's very hard to understand unless you live that life and you come into our communities and see how it is, And yeah, I just thank you for letting me talk. And I know that I can tend to get very opinionated, but it's really difficult when my people are struggling and they're grieving for a life that I had growing up. I've been able to see these changes in my short lifetime, and it's really devastating. And I just really hope that moving forward, I'm able to raise my kids working on fish, and that my grandkids will work in a smokehouse how I was with my great grandma growing up.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Bent. Appreciate your time. So next up is Jamie O'Connor and Michelle Stratton, followed by Kathleen Zure.
Good morning. I think it's morning still. Chair Drobnica and members of the council, my name is Jamie O'Connor, and I'm joined today by Michelle Stratton, Executive Director and Scientific Officer for the Alaska Marine Conservation Council, a fisherman-founded and led organization dedicated to sustainable fisheries and thriving fish-first communities across Alaska. For context, in addition to our roles at AMCC, I am a fifth-generation Alaskan and commercial and subsistence fisherman from Bristol Bay, and Michelle, also a multi-generational commercial and subsistence fisherman, owns and operates a Kodiak set net operation. First, I would like to honor the participants from Western Alaska who have expended tremendous energy to engage in this public process. We will try to keep our comments brief and respect the time and effort that many of those behind us in this room waiting to speak have put into preparing their lived experiences and expertise to share with you. I also want to thank you for the opportunity to testify on this urgent issue of chun salmon bycatch in the Bering Sea pollock fishery. Western Alaska salmon are critical, not just as fisheries resource, but as a foundation for subsistence, commercial livelihoods, and cultural traditions. The persistent loss of these salmon requires meaningful and timely action. We need an approach that provides immediate relief while fostering long-term resilience. We encourage this body to utilize a holistic management approach with a combination of tools to be responsive in upholding its duties to Alaska's future generations. No single measure will fully address the problem, but a framework that includes transparency, a hard cap on bycatch, and data-driven migration corridors can significantly reduce ongoing harm. In a situation such as this, where elements of the problem are outside our influence, it is essential that we take the actions that are within our power. We submitted more granular recommendations in our public comment letter. However, we'd like to highlight 3 key priorities here. We encourage increased transparency in bycatch reporting and incentive plan agreements. The pollock fleet has taken steps to reduce bycatch, but accountability and transparency housed within the public process remain critical. AMCC also supports data-driven migration corridors. Well-designed migration corridors managed in season can reduce bycatch without displacing effort into areas of even higher salmon density. Additionally, we support implementing a hard cap on chun salmon bycatch. A firm bycatch cap, independent of pollock harvest levels, is essential. Chum salmon are not just incidental catch. They are a vital species in their own right. To reflect this, we urge the council to set bycatch caps in absolute numbers, rather than as a percentage of pollock harvest. We view a hard cap as an appropriate backstop to a robust regulatory framework. However, if a cap is to function as the primary regulatory tool, we believe an abundance-based cap is more appropriate. Finally, it is essential that council decisions do not pit keystone species such as Chinook, crab, and herring against each other. Instead, management should reflect the interconnected nature of the Bering Sea ecosystem. By adopting an approach that incorporates transparency, migration corridors, and a bycatch cap, we can reduce harm while supporting the long-term health of our fisheries. Adaptive in-season management has proven itself to be best practice in state of Alaska managed fisheries that routinely rely on executive order authority to react to real-time data and fishing conditions. We don't have anything resembling this type of responsive, conservation-minded management tool in regulation within the federal system. At the end of the day, all of the resources under discussion are publicly owned and require transparency and accountability housed within the public process. AMCC remains committed to advocating for science-based, ecosystem-driven solutions that empower Alaska's fish-first communities. And with that, we'll thank you for your time and look forward to continued engagement on this critical issue.
Thank you. I'll see if there are any questions. Yes, Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. O'Connor.
I apologize if you said, and I missed, I was trying to pull up your letter and I did find it. My question is regarding your request for additional transparency. And I see that you have the 3 bullets. The second one about publicly available data of the bycatch. Is there something that's not in the NIMS reports that are already available publicly that you think should be there? I'm struggling a bit to see based on what's already reported publicly, what's incorporated in the annual reports from each co-op, what it is that you think is missing to achieve the transparency level that you think is needed.
Thank you for the question. And through the chair, I think a vital element of our comments there is in relation to the timing of that transparency. And I'll also call on Michelle to add her comments here as well. But I think the elements of confidence building and trust building that happen when these IPAs are housed within the public process and available in season is key here.
For the record, my name is Michelle Stratton. I'm the Executive Director for the Alaska Marine Conservation Council, and through the chair, thank you for that question. I think that the IPAs give and have and collect an incredible amount of information, and I think the time that it is shared is pretty critical to public trust and belief in the program. And if there would be a way to release weekly or bi-weekly information on bycatch, staying within confidentiality regulations, I think that would go a long way to putting more trust in the process.
Yes, Ms. Goin.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the testimony. I'm curious, you mentioned on the hard caps that you prefer a number instead of a percent or rate of pollock. Can you explain a bit more why that is?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. I think that first and foremost, putting something as a rate makes it look secondary in importance to the target species, and both the target species and any bycatch species have the same importance through this process. And I think that any number is going to look small compared to the amount of pollock harvest we have. And so it's hard to grasp the importance of the biological impact of those smaller abundances in a rate based with the vast differences between like the abundance of chum in a river compared to the overall harvest of pollock.
Thank you both for your testimony.
Thank you.
Our next testifier is Kathleen Zure, followed by Jerry Ivanoff.
Is it on? Okay, thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the North Pacific Management Council. Thank you for this opportunity for me to share some of my insights. My name is Kathleen Peter Zure. I'm born and raised and from Tanana, Alaska, which is about 700 miles up the Yukon River. I'm on the Yukon River Intertribal Fish Commission. I'm also a member of the Yukon River Intertribal I'm a little nervous. I testified the other day, and I am very happy of many people that have shared their concerns with this board, and just understanding the makeup of this federal board is very interesting. I was really happy to see that this board is guided by the Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act. And I'm very happy to see that, you know, this board balances conservation, economic, and social concerns. As you've heard, the many people that have spoken, we are in the middle for 5 years now, a severe crash of Yukon king salmon, summer chum, and fall chum, and coho. Coming from a family of fishermen for generations, that was our life. And the economic, cultural, and health devastation of this, since we have been unable to practice, has been very, very hard. 30 years ago, my husband and I decided to go and raise our 3 children 40 miles above Tanana. We also had 20 plus dogs. And because he was a long distance musher, he was also a trapper. He was in the Iditarod, and with the crash of salmon, you know, the cultural part of that is a loss of our culture in terms of what we practiced every summer along the Yukon River for generations. I fish at this area called the Rapids, and it's a narrow area on the Yukon River between Tanana and Rampart. I created a fish camp there for my family. We raised our children to become fishermen, hunters, because if you climb up the mountain, right, because we're in a canyon, if you climb up about a mile, you can see the Alaska Range. I mean, you can go up there and get caribou. And so, you know, as we were fishing, you know, if we wanted a little break from king salmon, you know, we'd send our son up there. This went on until 5 years ago. My son is now married. We brought him to camp at the age of 2. You know, we have been working to raise our families, and it's just like, it's the crash that has affected all of the people on the Yukon River. And you're talking, you know, not just Native people from many, many tribes, but people, non-Native people, everyone that is in our village is very important. Everyone along the river is very important. What we are asking is for a cap on the Western Alaska chum run, to please monitor so we can get some salmon back into the spawning grounds, so we can have a rebuilding of not only our lifestyle, but the salmon that are suffering. The bycatch, it does not make sense. The pollock fishery is what is targeted. Bycatch, what we would love to have, is considered waste. It's not a waste to us. So I know I'm out of time, but I thank you for this, and I'm for the opportunity to share my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions for you, Ms. Ray. Yes, Mr. Blahovdy.
Thank you for your testimony. I know that you've seen the quality of the Chinook salmon go down. The health has gone down. Ichthyophonus has affected them, and
Yep.
and I know you're intimately involved with that. But have you also seen the quality of chum salmon, the few that you can catch? Have they also gone down? The size and the health of them? Do you see ichthyophonus in that species as well, or can you expand on that?
So traditionally, you know, where I live, 700 miles up the Yukon River, We would have the summer chum coming in with the early king, which was we considered Jack. And then we would have the females come. And then later, we'd have the fall chum. And so we always fell back on the fall chum in terms of, we processed that in our smokehouses and smoked it. But we really, what was surprising was because we always fell back on chum. In terms, what I mean by fell back is that that was something that we always considered would always be there, and it is in a poor, last summer, because I'm on the Fish Commission and we were at a meeting and we were told, there's going to be 50,000 chum coming up the Yukon River. And, it didn't turn out that way. So I believe, the Western Alaska fisheries, regarding specifically chum, since this is what you're listening for, we need a moratorium on that of some sort, because that is that stock has been distressed along with the king for, it's just it does not make sense when you have a bycatch of these critical salmon that are coming up the Yukon River and then expect those species to survive. Above my camp is a place called Bear Creek because the bears would come. That was a chum spawning creek. We went there last summer before we went back home from our camp, and there was not one sign of anything spawning there. So we are asking, this is why we are asking for help to this board, is to allow the Western Alaska chum back up the river and put a cap on what is being caught as bycatch. That bycatch is very important to us. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next testifier is Jerry Ivanoff, and there will be no questions during this testimony, followed by Nick Sousa.
Morning, Madam Chair, members of the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council. My name is Jerry Avanoff, born and raised in Unifleet, Alaska, back in 1953 when we were a territory. Became a state in 1959, commercial fisheries by state of Alaska in 1960s, North Pacific Fisheries Management Council, taking our salmon since 1982. My name is Jerry Abenoff. I went to the BIA junior grade school, graduated from Covenant High School in 71, Stanford University in 1986. I have 10 brothers. I had 10 brothers and 2 sisters of my father, Ralph Ivanoff, and mother, Veronica Ivanoff. My father had to hunt and fish to provide for 13 mouths, and money that he got working at Alaska Airlines was not enough to put food on our table and clothes on my back. I was able to get a new pair of shirt and new pants and new shorts and socks once before the school year every year. So money was a very hard thing to come by. I'd like to say that God grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. And hopefully that serenity prayer will go with the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council. We rely heavily on our food, our salmon, with very little income.
I'm retired now. I work with Norton Sound Economic Development Corporation as the Education, Employment, and Training Coordinator for near 23 years. I'm doing scholarships, train people to work on the factory trawlers, and employment opportunities with the working on the high seas. I went out there in 1992. Witnessed 50 ton of product harvested in half hour and found out that you'd do 50 ton of product in 10 minutes back in the 80s. Now with a fixed income, after being retired, I have no commercial fishing income, so that maintaining my motor, my nets, and all my fishing gear is pretty near impossible. If you have no income, then it's hard to buy even gas. As you notice up here, the picture up there is a king salmon with my daughter and my nephew. The king salmon was vitally important, and we pass on knowledge from my father was he died at 98 in 2022, and everything he taught me was to put food on my table, and I'm very proud to be a hunter and a fisherman. Yeah. Geography, we have the Kuskokwim River is 900 miles long. The Yukon River is 1,200 miles long. The Kuskokwim is 48,000 square miles. The Unalakleet watershed is 133,000 square miles. There's 19 rivers between mouth of the Yukon and up near Kotzebue, the Kobuk and the Noatak, and each of them are 100 miles long. So we have approximately 4,000 miles of anadromous fish streams that produce fish. Salmon of all kinds, king salmon, chum salmon, coho salmon, pink salmon, but we can't fish them because they're not coming back to our rivers anymore. And the people that are able to fish them are the mixed stock policy of Area M, and the people, the factory trawlers out there on the high seas, where I can't put any more of this on my food on my table, and I don't have anything to replace it. The Bering Sea, I represent the Bering Sea Elders Group. I serve as the chair, and the Bering Sea Elders Group just passed two resolutions in the last meeting we had. The first resolution is to ask the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council for a moratorium of 7 to 10 years. The Canadian government and the Alaska Department of Fish and Game unilaterally placed a moratorium on our Yukon tribes without us sitting at the table. We would like to share the burden of conservation with you and with the state of Alaska. And you know, if we need to go hungry, then the people that are making billions of dollars should not continue that particular lifestyle. And the other one is a moratorium on the mixed stock policy of the state of Alaska, Area M fishery. They've taken over 1 million chum since 1980. You do the math, 1982 to 2024, that's 44 years, 44 million fish taken out. As you look in the map behind you, the people, the tribes along the whole watershed, from the Kuskokwim River clear to the Brooks Range, as all our tribes cannot fish what we've done and our whole lives to survive. And we ask you to work with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. It's all been all take and no give back. You've taken billions of dollars out of our ocean. Our fish are hurting. Our seals are hurting. Our ugruks are hurting. Our belugas are hurting. And our people are hurting. And we have no money to replace the fish that is taken away from us. So you're gonna, your management is placing us in a lot of hurt. And I just recommend spend some funds into a rehabilitation on the AWAC river systems. we should have full fish racks. We offer option number 6, no bycatch, a moratorium on trawling for 7 to 10 years, the life cycle of a king salmon for them to come back. Since you've already placed a moratorium on the Yukon tribes, we ask that you share the burden of conservation with us. And I thank you very much for your time. And option number 6, no bycatch for 7 to 10 years. Our backs are against the wall. That's why I'm here. Otherwise, I'd be home, catching trout, hunting and fishing. But I have to put on a suit and come in before you and ask and beg you for protecting my life and the lifestyle that my father instilled in me. Thank you very much. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you for your testimony. See if there are any questions. Yes, Mr. Mueller.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Mr. Ivanov, thank you for your testimony. First thing, it appears we shop at the same place. But seriously, I didn't catch you. You talked about 2 moratoriums and I didn't catch the first one. Were you suggesting moratorium on pollock fisheries as a whole? Is that your statement on that?
Yes. We'd like a moratorium on the pollock fishery for 7 to 10 years because the pollock fishery has taken our fish for some time. And if the reason for that is from 1982 to 1991, bycatch of the Bering Sea trawl fisheries. I have no numbers from 1982 when you first started. You have that information. You can get Science and Statistical Committee to get all this information and see just how much is being killed. From 1991 to 2000, though, there was 735,360 chum taken. 350,483 kings taken. From 201 to 211, there was 1,932,697 chum and 482,116 kings. From 211 to 222, 2,593,574 chums, 206,240 kings. You're catching less kings because there's less out there. Total out there, 5,291,631 chums and 1,025,763 kings. Add that to the 40 million chums that were taken by Area M, and we come up with 45,291,000 some odd fish taken out of our ocean, and we can't catch it. I'm not eating it anymore, and I didn't catch it. Thank you. Did I answer your question?
Well, I was just, if I could follow up briefly.
Mr. Mueller, I'm sorry. I asked council members to limit their questions
Okay,
to 1 at the beginning.
Missed that. Thanks.
To answer though, yes, we're asking for a moratorium for 7 to 10 years, much like the Canadian government and the NPFMC asked our tribes.
Thank you for that clarification. Is there any other? Not seeing any other questions. Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
So with that, we are close to the lunch hour, so we will break until 1:15 and come back and resume public testimony with Nick Souza. Thank you.
You guys fine? So, are you familiar So the Yukon has like only two sonars that they manage, and one down in Iowa State and then one at and anyway. And there's about 1,000 miles of river and so we're investing in different sonar. We also have like a number of like I need a biology. I have a biologist right now. A tall order, but I'll give you my card though, like this one email, and then I'm trying to. There's fresh on mine. Oh boy, I like that.
Council members, we're resuming testimony on agenda item C2. We'll be taking Nick Sousa next, followed by Stephen Kaliak. Just a notice to the public that draft AP motion has been posted. I will be updating that later once the rationale and minutes are available. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, council members. My name is Nick Souza. I'm coming to you as an individual, but I do work for Coastal Villages Region Fund as Director of Sales and Marketing, and I sell seafood all around the world. I'm here today to convey the views of my colleagues who work incredibly hard, long days at sea for months at a time to support their families and economic development work we do in our 20 communities in Western Alaska. I was a little disappointed to see that the council scheduled the meeting at a time when some people who could be affected by this action could not be present to testify before you today on such an important topic. Oftentimes when I speak to my friends outside the fishing industry, it is evident that they think that a catcher processor vessel is just a big chunk of steel. The Northern Hawk, our factory trawler, is more than that. It's a self-contained community for 130 people. This community or family is larger than many of the small villages in the CDQ program. The Northern Hawk is not just a fishing vessel, but a community of individuals who are proud to work on behalf of the 20 villages in the CDQ program that we support. They understand how clean the pollock fishery is, how it feeds the world with much lower environmental impact than other protein alternatives such as beef, pork, chicken, and other plant-based meats as well. Please keep in mind that this action has the potential to harm our family or our community when the science clearly shows that even the most drastic actions on the pollock fleet have very little impact on the return of the salmon into Western Alaskan rivers. I'd like to thank the council for their long history of prioritizing decisions based on science versus emotions. A review of the initial DEIS gives me hope that science will find the landing spot for the council that both ensures the livelihood of the family, our families and our community that we're talking about, and the benefits it generates for Western Alaska, all while reducing bycatch to the extent of a practicable per the Magnuson-Stevens Act. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Seeing none, thank you.
Council.
So Stephen Kaliak is next, followed by Amber Vasca.
Bakalagifsi, Amakak Kaliak, Utkagavin Mute. Greetings. My name is Stephen Kaliak from Barrow, Alaska. Just here as an individual, hearing out others' testimonies and how it's affected them and the ripple effect it has on my family and I. I was born and raised in Barrow. At an early age, I started whaling, bowhead whales. I achieved the status of co-captain of my whaling crew. And for years and years, we used a bartering system with our friends along the Yukon-Kuskokwim River to trade for salmon, and they would in turn get some bowhead whale, muktuk is what we call it. Over the last several years, though, none of my friends have been able to share any of their fish because they're not getting any. So I have an abundance of all of this whale up in our region, and we don't have the abundance of fish that they used to have. And that bartering system really helped with our diet and adding fish to that. So I guess the trawling that is happening not only affects them along the Yukon-Kuskokwim region, but it also affects us up north, where we would trade for a lot of their fish. That's just my testimony. I'll take any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We'll see if there are any questions. Seeing none, thank you for joining us. So next up is Amber Vasca, followed by Joel Jackson.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the time to testify. My name is Amber Vasca. My parents are James Vasca and Cheryl Peltola of Antioch. My paternal grandparents are the late Nastasia Wasley of Pinemute and the late Dave Knorr of Minnesota. My maternal grandparents are the late Catherine Hoffman of Bethel and the late Ray Peltola of Nyack. I'm a tribal member of Antioch on the Kuskokwim River and the TCC Executive Director of Tribal Government and Client Services. TCC held a leadership development training this week where a group collected data on culture in Tanana. The data collected is nothing new. You heard it today, you've been hearing it for years. It paints a heartbreaking picture of the salmon crisis on our well-being. Our lives, our culture, everything we are revolves around salmon. TCC provides salmon distributions, but it is not enough and not a viable solution. Escapement goals are unmet, subsistence needs are ignored, restrictions are unjustly placed upon us. We have given everything, and bycatch is allowed without accountability. Our survival is worth less than the profits of this industry. I want to focus on Indigenous knowledge. Indigenous knowledge is the best science available in alignment with National Standard 2. In good faith, TCC requested to be a cooperating agency. Our tribes have stewarded salmon spawning and rearing habitats since time immemorial, but council staff deemed our data irrelevant to the SSC. Even though the SSC supports the inclusion of our data and the progress towards including our data for the use of council decisions. Our presentations face time constraints to provide a comprehensive overview and answer questions on our methodologies. Our statements were questioned as veering into oral testimony. Indigenous knowledge is holistic knowledge about human-animal and human-environment relationships and how to live in and with the natural world. The social and emotional impact of our relationship with the land, water, animals, and salmon is data. The impact on our bodies and emotion is data. The testimonies you hear from our people is data that weaves into a beautiful data set. Traditional knowledge is a story refined through time, and soon enough we'll be sharing the knowledge of this salmon crisis and the imbalance it caused so we can learn from it. The Indigenous data we share must be held at the same regard as Western science. Our data may sound, hear, or feel different than Western science, but we should not be penalized for it. It must be incorporated into the process as a standing item. Chigwitsin is TCC's acknowledgement, guiding principle to pure and selfish love. And it's the acknowledgement that culturally differing values exist and impact decision-making, and we must take the time to be wholeheartedly to understand. I only have 5 seconds, so I'm gonna urge you to act in Chigwitsin with true love and to try to understand and weave our data into your process and decision-making. Take a comprehensive and holistic approach. We support to implement Alternative 4 in combination with Alternative 5 with a 100,000 cap. We are resilient and we will continue to adapt, but you must act to take this opportunity to not destroy the ecosystem or the salmon species in the Bering Sea. Thank you for the time.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? Yes, Mr. Blahovdi.
Yeah, just quickly, I know I asked TCC about salmon distribution before, but I'm trying to understand if it's meant to replace or get close to replacing the amount necessary for subsistence, or how does it compare to the subsistence needs?
Thank you for the question. Through the chair, So the amounts reasonably necessary for subsistence on the Yukon River in 2024 was 45 to 66,000 for Chinook, 83 to 142,000 for summer chum, and 89 to 167,000 for fall chum. And we, TCC, distributed 95,000 pounds to try to cover 18,000 beneficiaries. If you do the math, it's about 5 pounds per tribal member, which does not cover the food security or the subsistence needs of our tribal members. There was also comments about how much donated fish we had in the past. So in 2022 and 2023, we did receive donated fish, also a grant from the state of Alaska. In 2024, we started to accept no donated fish. And even though we got donations, TCC was still the one to cover the costs for logistics and transportation, storage, and boxing. We pay out of these funds from our general funds, which we have the flexibility to use for public safety, housing, health, all these issues that are important to our tribes and but we're focusing those funds on salmon because of the importance to sustain our people, to provide food for the winter, and ensure we can try to have some culture continue on while we're in this crisis. But it doesn't cover the time it takes for our families to go out onto the lands and to actually learn the knowledge and transfer it from generation to generation. And in the end, it's not enough salmon. We continue to have empty freezers. We continue to have food insecurity. And it's inadequate. Our people deserve more, and it's not financially feasible, especially in the administration we are, or a viable solution to address food security, protecting our culture, or sustaining our way of life. Our tribes do not want handouts, and they appreciate our salmon that we provide, but they don't want handouts. They want to be out on the land. And so it doesn't replace the experience or the knowledge.
Thank you for your testimony. Next up is Joel Jackson, followed by James Nakori.
Good afternoon. My name is Joel Jackson. I'm the president of the Organized Village of Cake in Southeast Alaska. I think I talked to you guys before. And I'm fortunate to have a young man who's my grandson, who is more in tune with what you're talking about here today. So he gave me some talking points. Today, I'm here to speak against the negative impacts and waste of salmon bycatch that the trawler industry is doing. It goes against one of our most important Tlingit values, and that is only to take what you need and not waste anything. I am requesting that the council to support and adopt Alternative 5 with some of Alternative 4. I'm terrible at reading from a script, so. As a preferred alternative to the chum bycatch environmental impact statement, EIS, we understand that it's impossible to catch zero bycatch, so that the only option that adequately addresses the urgent need to protect Western Alaska chum salmon population, the council has a duty and responsibility to follow MSA national standards, which mandates the bycatch be minimized. National Standard 9 ensure that it's equitable resource under National Standard 4. meaning the council must consider subsistence need when setting bycatch limits. Federal law, including the Magnuson-Stevens Act and the NILCA Title 8, prioritizes subsistence needs over commercial fishing when stocks are low. And you guys all know this. Establishing strict bycatch limits, seasonal closures, gear restrictions, and real-time avoidance measures will provide a fair balance between commercial fishing and indigenous food security. In my small village of Cake, I can count at least 20 people who were cited for catching more than our limit, when all we were doing was simply trying to provide for our families. Let me ask you a question. Why are subsistence users always the ones who get penalized? Meanwhile, in 2023, the trawlers were catching over 111,000 total chum salmon bycatch in the B season, more than some Western Alaskan rivers have seen in decades. 11,491 were estimated to originate from Western Alaska river systems. That's not including the seals, halibut, salmon, and other mammals that were wasted. These are just chum salmon. I want to bring to light that the late Senator Albert Kukash court case that he had won that had to do with the bag limit and bycatch. The 4 men on the boat had been harvesting salmon for their family in Angoon. But the bag limit is 15 fish for each family. The 4 had 148 fish total. And to put it into perspective, Albert Kukash and his 3 other men were 88 fish over the limit, compared to the thousands of bycatch caught by the trawling industry. And they were penalized. Albert's words, he stated, I think this little case from Angoon, Alaska, that talks about bag limits and the Administrative Procedures Act will resound around Alaska to other bag limits. And I think the Native community and the rural community in Alaska can benefit. Albert's case exposed the injustice of the Alaska fisheries management. Today, the NPFMC is repeating the same injustice, protecting industrial waste while criminalizing subsistence. The Administrative Procedures Act in the federal law enacted in 1946 that governs how federal agencies create and enforce regulations. It ensures transparency, public participation, fairness in agency decision-making. If indigenous people can be prosecuted for taking a few extra fish to feed their families. Now, is it legal to allow the industry to waste hundreds of thousands of salmon with no real consequences? For generations, indigenous communities have fished responsibly, taking only what we need, honoring the salmon that sustain our way of life. But today, we're being told we must stop fishing altogether. Well, industrial trawlers will throw away thousands of pounds. I think you guys probably got this. He said he's sending it in. If not, I'll leave it for you. But I just want to echo everything you heard here today. You're taking away our way of life if you don't stand up and make the right decision to keep our way of life My heart goes out to my brothers and sisters of the Fort Yukon, or Yukon River and the Kuskokwim River, because they have no salmon. We are salmon people. It's in our DNA, as you heard. So I couldn't imagine not having salmon. I see in my area, there's less of all 5 species. Like somebody said, it's on your shoulders. And it's going to be your legacy. People are going to ask, why did it happen? And I'm going to put it in our records that I was here talking to you. And it's going to be a clear record of what happened here for the last over almost 50 years of this commission. The inaction of all those years in favor of the trawling industry, the commercialization of this fish, our resources. Like I said, I don't care to talk about these things too long.
Thank you,
So
Mr. Jackson.
make sure
Sorry, I
make
hate to
sure
interrupt.
you make the right decision.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Appreciate it.
Any questions?
See if there are any questions.
No?
I don't see any questions, but I'm sure folks would love to talk to you on the side. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you for your time. And like I heard some people say, they were sorry. I'm not apologizing for anything I said, because I think it's beyond that point.
Thank you for joining us. So our next testifier is James Nakori, followed by Michelle Adams.
Good afternoon. Excuse me. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the council. My name is James Nicolai from Huithluk, member of the Intertribal Fish Commission from the Kuskokwim, and member of our organized village of Huithluk. The pollock fisheries have changed our traditions, way of life, and culture, which we have practiced for years and years. Chum salmon was the main fish that the native people in our area collected because of the lean oil content, which lots of people could not eat that were on restricted diet or other medical problems. But that was what our people mainly collected in the summertime. Alternative 5 would be my choice if that goes on the table. But looking at and listening, alternative 6 would be good too. The salmon that go up to spawn. And we are restricted to be fishing from that. And we are cut down to 4 12-hour periods in the whole month of June. And that should be, if the weight is put on, the pollock fisheries should be put on 4 12-hour in the month of June too, to preserve our chums, which is, like I said, the main diet of the native people that cannot consume heavy oil content of the red salmon and Chinook salmon. So the decision that you make, you must make it wisely. You are chosen to represent the people, all the people of Alaska, not only one side. And the decision is on your shoulders, which could be heavy, but to wait in a wisely manner would take off a lot of weight off your head. That a trawling system, the trawlers are the most dangerous effect to our ecosystem down at the ocean, which the salmon, the halibut, the crab, the seals, and the other mammals that are feeding from the bottom of the ocean to grow. When they are hungry, they won't grow. We all know that. We all need nutrition to grow. That is what the trawlers are doing, destroying the ecosystem of the ocean. That is why we, as people from Alaska, are asking for. We've been doing this for, I don't know how many times I've been in front of the North Pacific fisheries. I don't know how many times on the same subject all the time. Like I said, we are asking you to make a wise decision, that you, as a board members, chosen board members, to make a wise decision that will affect the both sides of the commercial fisheries and the subsistence fisheries. In our own Yupik language, we don't have word for subsistence because it does not exist in our language. That's all I have for today, and thank you for listening to me. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Seeing none, thank you again.
Thank you.
Next up is Michelle Adams, followed by Amber Cunningham. We have a handful of folks who are having trouble with flights right now, so we're skipping down on the list. And can you remind me who we're starting with? Randy, okay. So Randy Mayo, followed by PJ Simon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Council. My name is Randy Mayo, a tribally enrolled citizen of the Stevens Village Tribe, Upper Yukon River, a federally recognized tribe. I'm through resolution, appointed representative for the tribe to the Yukon River Intertribal Fish Commission, which I was just recently seated as an executive council member. Also a out-of-work commercial fisherman and subsistence user due to the catastrophe that, the rivers in Alaska have been facing over many years. I personally, not out of my own choice, but have been shut down, my own personal choice, since the salmon are in such poor shape, to do my part to help conserve. And, here to speak to the issue at hand that, you're mandated to, through this draft environmental impact statement. All that you have heard from the traditional viewpoint is valid and real and has to be incorporated into one or more of the chapters of the draft EIS. The adverse impacts, the socioeconomic impacts caused by an activity that is obviously one-sided. This has to end. The board here is mandated to look after the conservation, sustainability, so that all user groups, the ecosystem, everything that the fish needs to be healthy. I had been here in April. You had heard me speak. I spoke to some of you board members. And it's one thing, and I know there's a lot of different backgrounds, different representation here. It's one thing to describe this catastrophe that we have been living with. It's a human rights violation. If this wasn't in the USA, it would be a humanitarian crisis. You have to realize, with the demise of the salmon, when I'm talking about the socioeconomic impact, that includes the cultural, spiritual, mental, physical health of the people. Not only that, but the bottom of the economy fell out. I would invite you to come to my home community at the height of what used to be the mainstay of the year. And, witness just how devastating it is to us as human beings. With the shuttering of the school, stores, businesses, and I'm sure the commercial sector can understand that. The well-being, the economic well-being of whole communities up and down the river. Not only my community, but the undeniable fact that these river communities make up a good portion of the population of the state. So, I mean, it took us years to get to this point, and you know, I'm not done yet. I will keep coming back to these forums, along with all the other people that have spoke before, to affect equitable change, more equity given to our side here instead of over a multi-billion-dollar business. And I heard on the commercial side, the economics of choosing one alternative with maybe a coupled with sections of other alternatives. You know, like I said before, come to my community and experience the economic catastrophe like the Great Depression, stock market crashing, people jumping out of skyscraper windows because they can't, there's nothing to live for. So, you know, again, the invitation is open that in conclusion, you know, like I said, all that you have heard, that is my life story, not only my life story, but the future generations, that we can make it a little brighter for them, for everybody. This unsustainable raping and pillaging of finite resources, there has to be some common sense, because what we have been suffering on the Yukon River, you know, to the other communities, that one day will hit you in the pocketbook also. So I just, in conclusion, would encourage this board to include and validate our position into the work here, and that I would prefer an alternative 6, but you know, as a fallback, I think to vote your conscience in your deliberations, you know, maybe possibly the alternative 5 that would incorporate other components that would give the chum salmon a fighting chance to make it through, to get to the mouths of the rivers, to the spawning grounds. And, you know, as far as, I chose not to entertain any questions. You know, not put myself in a box, but the ultimate goal for us is to help rebuild what once was. And if given a chance, that could happen. I'm not holding out that hope in my lifetime, but for the future generations. So thank you for listening to my testimony, and hopefully there will be a good outcome, and point out the adverse impacts that has been caused by unsustainable fisheries practices out in the sea. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it. So our next testifier is PJ Simon, followed by Jimmy Hurley.
Am I allowed to introduce myself before my time starts, okay.
Yes, and I'm sorry, that's a good reminder. I should be reminding the public of that, that your introduction doesn't count towards your testimony time. So
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is PJ Simon. I'm the first chief of Allakaket. We're on the Upper Kaikuk River, and we're in the Southern Brooks Range. I'm the first chief of the tribe of 390 tribal members. I have a council member, Harriet David Nallner, here with me to testify. I'm a plumber by trade. I dredge for gold in the summer. I got a rich heritage of gold mining in my family, private business owner, and just an advocate for the Alaska Native man. I left Allakaket a few years on Wednesday at 3 o'clock after 2 days of no airplanes coming in with snow machine. I drove to the Haul Road for 4 hours, trade off with my cousin at the Haul Road, drove another 4 hours to Fairbanks, slept 5 hours along the Haul Road somewhere. I don't know where I was, 212 miles and then 350 miles to here. Can I start now? Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council. Ideally, I shouldn't be here for this testimony. It's high times that my tribe, we talked about this. We're a small tribe in the heart of some of the most pristine waters in the Brooks Range. Henshaw River, right above us, usually until 2019 had 305,000 chum spawn annually, 15% of the whole Yukon River chum run. I want to testify to the board, little off topic here. You know, we want more salmon in the river, Chinooks and chum. But I want to talk to you guys while I have your undivided attention about a hatchery enhancement idea. If I'm coming here to gripe, I might as well add a solution. And that solution is a moist air incubator or a hatchery enhancement type. Since 2019, maybe 2004, Sydney Huntington chewed me out along the banks of the Yukon in Galena. I'm a Loudon Tribal Council enrollee and also Allakaket tribal member. Sydney, I showed up after drifting all night for kings, had 75 in the boat. Sydney chewed me out saying, you guys are raping the river. There'll be no more king salmon. He was right. He was right in a lot of ways because if you look back in every 10 years, there's another billion people on the planet. And I think it's time now to Allakaket. We talked at council about opening up our streams, or our village corporation or our tribe about implementing something like this with professionals, whether it's North Pacific Fisheries, Alaska Fish and Game, to have a moist air incubator, to do something while everybody comes up and testify. I drove a long way. I was pissed off. I didn't sleep, but wanted to tell you guys, let's do something about this problem. The moist air incubator. You hear thousands of salmon getting tossed overboard. The size of this table is a pop cooler, like go to a gas station. 10,000 fertilized eggs in a tray. And there's 8 of them, total 80,000. And if your wild skein of eggs with the moist air incubator is 80.85% recruitment versus 5% on a skein of eggs, then this pilot project or this concept would have 68,000 chum or king. And that's one stream. So here we are. I want to read something about Alaska Natives. And it was an ICWA record of decision in 2023 by Supreme Court Justice Neil Gorsuch, a real conservative lawmaker. His quote, "In all its many forms, the dissolution of the Indian family has had devastating effects on children and parents alike. It has also presented an existential threat to the continued vitality of tribes. The law upheld by the court," he wrote, "vindicated at least 3 promises. to Alaska Native or American Indians, Alaska Natives. The right of Indian parents to raise their families as they please. The right of Indian children to grow in their culture, and the right of Indian communities to resist fading into the twilight of history. I think we're at that point or beyond that we can all work together. I'm coming from the smallest tribe in the gray area of politics, gray area of everything, to open our streams to somebody to do something. And that something is putting more salmon in the river while everybody else figure it out. 2004, the Chinook started declining. Cycled through almost every 5 to 7 years, it cycled through almost 3 times. Chum salmon, 4 to 5 years in the Gulf of Alaska, cycle through 3 times. So we're at a critical point. There'll be nothing left to fight over in the future, or maybe it might come back. Some of the, I think, hatchery enhancement will bolster our salmon stocks while the powers that be can revive the current demise. You look at Salcha, you look at Chena River, some of the biggest Chinook hatcheries in the state, right in the populace of Fairbanks, 100,000 people. So something's going on. It's up to you guys. In the meantime, we can have a moist air incubator or hatchery enhancement. My grandmother told me stories in the South Fork River, the Upper Koyukuk, had a fish trap in the late 50s. 7 salmon all day in July when they should be thousands. And they made it. But it was a tough life. I never want to go back. But the history I'll keep in the stories. I think this pilot project, hatchery enhancement, would benefit my tribal members with continued sustenance and also commercial and sports fishermen and women. The predicted success would also boost our tribal self-determination. It would be a huge win for everyone. It would practice our self-determination as demonstrating good stewardship of our resources for industry, the end users of this renewable resource. We do not own land. My tribe, my village corporation does. If we direct fund something, go through the tribe or the village corporation or my ANC. We do not have no commercial fishing in the Upper Koyukuk River. Although there's 5 species of cisco, Alatna River has the 2nd largest cisco and sheefish spawnery in the state of Alaska. We entertained whitefish years ago, but we didn't want to sell whitefish. With the John Sturgeon case years ago, it paved the way for something, this hatchery enhancement project. I think that it would really benefit. 5 years from now, there'll be another 500 million people on the planet. Every year there's 100 million people. So something needs to be done. This situation can be positively enhanced by this hatchery enhancement concept. This salmon situation is very political, even to the halls of DC, through the Senate Committee on Commerce, Science, and Transportation, to NOAA, to this wonderful board, North Pacific Fisheries Management Council. It is also an international issue with Canada and also in the Bering Sea with China, Russia, Taiwanese, Venezuelans, all fishing past the line. The economics of this dire situation affects us all. The definition of an economy is taking a raw product and bringing it to final product with a medium of exchange, United States dollar. Also, my perspective, my personal perspective, it affects my spirituality, my connection to my heritage, to my land, to my people. We have people who are sick, people who are in dire need of food. We don't want processed food. We don't want salmon from other parts of Alaska. We want our own salmon.
Mr. Simon,
yes.
I apologize for interrupting. I've let you go over a little bit on your time and wondering if you had a concluding statement, and then I can see if there are any questions for you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
See if there are any questions for you. Yes, Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Simon, for your testimony and for traveling so far to come and speak with us today. You're the first testifier that I've heard speak about enhancement as a possibility. I'm wondering if there are other villages along your river system that also would support that.
Ms. Goen, through the chair, I can only speak for Allakaket tribe in our area on the southern Brooks Range.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. So our next testifier is Jimmy Hurley, followed by Dr. Michael Williams.
Yeah, Madam Chair and respected board members. My name is Jimmy Hurley. I'm a subsistence fisherman on the Nushagak River. All my life, I've put away salmon. I have a lot of experience in the Bristol Bay fisheries. I've fished most of my life in all districts of Bristol Bay. And I worked out on trawlers in the late 90s. I did contracts that were pretty intense. You work 16-hour days, do 4-month contracts. You done your work, and it's nothing that you could say that anybody here could stand up and do that. I'd come along with you, But I testified here before about cluster 1 and cluster 3 about, number 1 I could agree with because a cap of 150,000 chums, because I stated before that, that these chums would be going home. They don't have very far up left to make it home. And that's your job to make sure that somebody's get there, because I had some questions about the impact might be on the people if you shut down that area. They'd move out to cluster 3, which would affect our kings. But talking to a young lady here that did one of the presentations, she said that there ain't going to be so much impact until later. Kings show up on the cluster 3. So I really, really appreciate hearing that, but it's high time this council does something. You all know I've been here twice. I could say one thing is that, I mean, it's sad to say that this council has mismanaged its fisheries here for 50 years. Well, maybe these people out here should be sitting in your seats and you be begging for the fish. I don't know. I mean, that's my idea, because it was their fish, ours, and it might be a little out of hand there, but in reality, you have to look at these people are hurting. Last year I got over 100 kings and quite a bit chum, but this year I only got 30 kings and about 20, 30 chums. So on the Nushagak River, we're being impacted too. And I'm pretty much out of time here. I don't. I appreciate you guys' time, at least listening to me. That's all I got to say.
Thank you for joining us this afternoon. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Yes, Mr. Moeller.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Hurley, thank you for your testimony here. Forgive me if I missed it. Were you supporting any specific alternative? I heard you mention 100,000, but I don't want to make any assumptions if you're on what alternative you supported, if any. If you could repeat that.
Yeah, I support that alternative 5 where you have at least 150,000 cap. I know it takes a lot of money. I mean, we're all talking about money. If it wasn't for money, none of you or us would be here, But we're talking about living. We're talking about going on with the food we need. You hear it from all these other people. I've testified quite a bit, and I'm not going back to Equok anymore because I work here and I want to take the time to address board a game and you here to try and attend every meeting. And I've done that for the last 3 years, but it's pretty important that what John said there, that, number 5, I totally, with $150,000 cap, think about it and bring that home and sleep on it.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Next up is Dr. Michael Williams, followed by Walter Jim.
Good afternoon, members of the council. My name is Dr. Michael Williams. I am from the Akiak along the lower Kuskokwim River, and I serve as a vice chair for the Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission. And I like to thank my tribal council for appointing me for the last 10 years to serve as a commissioner, along with 32 other tribal commissioners from the river. I am testifying on behalf of myself today. I support the migration corridor for Western Alaska chum salmon, as well as an overall cap of 100,000 chum salmon. We know that our chum swim directly through the Area M and the pollock trawl fishery area as they migrate back to the Kuskokwim. It is necessary for the fleet to do more to stand down and let those fish pass, especially because chum salmon are in such low abundance. It is also necessary to set an overall Bering Sea wide cap on chum salmon bycatch to keep the removals of our salmon low. I am a dog musher. I have raced the Iditarod 15 times, and I passed on my love of dog mushing to my family because it was passed on down to me. My son is currently running the Cusco 300, which I participated 29 times. And I wanted to watch my son compete on that race, but he's doing well right now to support him. But I'm chose to be here to testify because of the chum bycatch issue is too important to me and my family. We used to put up 2,000 chum salmon each year to feed our dogs. In addition to the fish we put up to feed our family. In 2021, I only caught 2 chum salmon. Never in my life have I seen that before. It was heartbreaking. We are having to find other sources of food to feed our dogs, and the commercial dog food we buy is too expensive to get to our village and less healthy for our team. I ask this council to do everything you can to get the pollock fleet to reduce their chum bycatch and to do it soon so we can work together to rebuild Kuskokwim and Western Alaska chum salmon. Thank you very much for listening to me. I chose not to take any questions at this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. Our next testifier is Walter Jim, followed by Raymond Watson.
Madam Chair, members of the council, thank you for allowing me to be here. I could only talk to you about what I've witnessed over my lifetime of being fisherman and a hunter. You know, what I've seen and what I've heard. I remember in my early 20s listening to elders speak on my behalf, the younger people. Now I'm up here speaking on behalf of our children and grandchildren. Back then I didn't think I would be a tribal leader. Anyway, I'm Walter Jim. I'm the tribal council president for the Wutch-Alamut Native Council in Bethel. We have tribal membership of over 8,400. I remember when I was young, before 71, I used to see families from the coast come up our river to fish camp. And because it was a shared way of life, you know, we didn't frown on it. It was a shared way of life. But that all changed after 1971 with the creation of the ANCs. Along that slough where our fish camp is, last year I counted over 35 fish camps. But over the years, maybe there's about 6 or 7 of us families that hold on to that lifestyle that we were raised doing. We like a lot of families here, I share their story where we would go to our fish camps after breakup and go back home when school started. But we don't see that anymore. We aren't, because of the industry, I'm thinking that's the reason why we aren't able to enjoy that lifestyle and live that lifestyle that we once knew. Although our subsistence fishing along our river is heavily restricted, I feel real bad for our relatives and friends north of us, especially on the Yukon. You know, I send every year fish to my brother and his family that live in a village along the Yukon. And they haven't been able to fish for many years, maybe 5 or more years. That way of life that we learned from our elders, and we fight and we try to teach that to our children and grandchildren. It's disappearing. It's disappearing, you know. Maybe about 5 years ago when we had a meeting with the Alaska Fish and Game, I was wondering and telling them, am I teaching this lifestyle to my grandchildren for nothing? But deep in the bottom of my heart, like last summer, for instance, when my grandson and I were getting ready to fish, and he's been fishing with me since he was 5. Now he'll be 15 this month. He said, "Appa, you sit right there. I'll take care of everything for you." That means that what I taught him when he was growing up made me feel good that he wanted to take over. He just wanted me to sit there while he does all the work. But I don't want to see that disappear. I don't want to see that my wife is very happy that her teaching our grandchildren how to cut fish has been fruitful over the last few years, because they're cutting the fish on their own while she's sitting back and watching them. And I know she feels very happy that she's been able to do that and watch these grandchildren of ours cut fish on their own without being instructed to. And they're all 18 and under. And I know she's very happy, but the bottom line here is I don't want to see our lifestyle come to a stop. That traditional way of life that was taught to us by our elders. and that traditional way of life that was taught to them by their elders. I remember growing up at fish camp and watching my grandparents put away hundreds and hundreds of fish. It wasn't all for human consumption because my grandpa had a dog team of his own he had to feed. He had a job, but you know, when I remember families being big as 14, 15, 16 children, but even if their father had a job, they still had to hunt fish to feed their family. But yeah, when I think about it, my ancestors carved out a way of life for us that live along our river. And I don't want to see it end. I don't want to see it end. Thank you, ma'am. I don't want to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Raymond Watson is up next. After Raymond, I'm going to circle back to the beginning of the list from folks we missed earlier in the day. I know some people have conflicts with other meetings. So after Raymond, I will go to Rich Freyreich, and then we'll circle back through the beginning of the list and then continue on after Raymond's name. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, my name is Ray Watson.
Press your button right there. Turn it back off.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. You probably can hear me even without the microphone, but I just want to appreciate you all being here and doing public service. In my past life, I've done that. And I know it's hard, and sometimes these difficult decisions are on the table. So, and I appreciate you listening to all of the people here from all over Alaska, because they all have a message, and sometimes you really need to listen to what's actually being said. You know, some of these younger folks, I really appreciate them, stepping forward. So I'm going to introduce myself. Again, I'm from Mamtaritlak, which means the place of many smokehouses. That's Bethel. It's not a true statement no more. No, it's not. But when the first missionaries came there, that's the name that they were introduced to that name, the place of many smokehouses. Now it's not a true statement. But I just wanted to say that I've lived all my life, with the exception when I entered the service back in the late 70s when I was in the Air Force. But I wanted to say that my life prior to that in the 60s and 70s was basically we moved over to fish camp in May when school ended, and we moved back to Bethel when school started in August. My late older sister called it Alcatraz because we could never come to Bethel, only on the 4th of July. But it was a lifestyle that was such that we had 2 fish racks. We had 12 in our family, so all of us had to work together to eat. My father had limited income, and so we had to do what we had to do, and that for the fish. Times have sure changed, In 2015, I was the chairman for the Association of Village Council Presidents, and in June of that year, we were going through a closure. And as I sat at the fish camp there, I became just frustrated. So I called the CEO, Myra, and I said, "We need to call the tribes in." And we did. And we met at the multicultural building there. And the outcome was the Kuskokwim Intertribal Fish Commission. I thought that would really have an impact on our fishing and our opportunities, but unfortunately it hasn't, because the problem still exists today. In 2013, in April 2013, I was interviewed by the state of Alaska. I have a big stack of papers to prove it. And they were asking me, what was the biggest impact? I said, there's many things going on here that we don't understand. It's not wise to blame anybody for anything. You have to see the ecology, what's happening here. It's like the river. It's going to change where GPS will tell you there's a stream. The next year it's going to read out it's a sandbar. So it's changing. Everything changes. And with that, the culture has changed. My own boy, me and him were talking prior to come in here. He's 41 years old. And I said, son, I'm going to go and testify with the council about our culture, fishing. And he looked at me, he said, Dad, he said, it's becoming an art. And I didn't say anything because I knew in my heart what he was saying was true. When you're told when to fish, how to fish, how many days in a month to fish, it's really, you can no longer call that a culture anymore. It's something else. But very, very profound words that rang into my mind was, my son is right, you know? And I didn't want to argue with him, but in my heart, I was hurt because it was the truth. That generation, one generation just affected so much that he had to say that. But I appreciate all of you here, Madam Chair, and taking all these testimonies. I know it's a lot of work. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Let's see if there are any questions for you. Thank you. So we'll take Rich Freireich next, and then we'll go, sorry about the pronunciation. Then we'll go to Claude Petruska and Gabriel Buster, and I'll read through the list of names that we missed earlier in the day. If those people still are not here, I'll read them one last time at the beginning of the morning, and we'll rearrange the list so people, you can look online this evening and see where you're at. So thank you.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and distinguished members of the panel. For the record, my name is Rich Freerich. I'm a tribal member of Grayling, and I'm here to do my testimony. I just want to hearken off. I did my initial testimony of what I initially said about there no fishing back in the villages. It's really somber back there in these villages. And I don't speak on behalf of just my village. I can imagine up and down the Yukon, we're under the same sort of duress. I mean, we're losing our culture, dynamics, and in not just speaking of not fishing and everything, it gave us a sense of unity that we don't have anymore. And as well as, the fish and everything. And it just, it pains me to see that. And I go down and have coffee with some of our elders and stuff like that, and go down. Usually that would be supplemented with like dry fish and crackers that we traditionally have and stuff like that. We don't have any. We haven't had any in 7 to 8 years. And it's just really hard to make ends meet back there. Like I kind of bring up subsistence in general, even with our moose and stuff, and that's getting harder to do. So it doesn't leave a lot of options for us back there. And I'll be supporting 5 today. And I'm just hoping we can reach some sort of deal to, kind of, alleviate some of the pressure there. I mean, it's kind of like there's a sense of gloom, and it's really hard to overcome that. And, you know, we try all we can and everything like that and try to offer hope and stuff, you know, but in the end, we don't know, you know, and whatever control measures we have, I really hope that they are, you know, a step in the right direction for sure, you know, because that's our backyard, that's our ecosystem, that's who we are as a people. It's what defines us, you know. It's like fishing and hunting. You chop one leg off, you know, that's a big thing. It's, you know, if you have to live at the store and stuff, and a lot of us, like as I pointed out, have menial jobs, you know, there's not a lot of financial ability on there, so you live paycheck to paycheck essentially. And, you know, if you go out and you got to muster up enough money for gas to go hunting, at $9 a gallon, you may only get 1 or 2 shots at it. And if you don't get a moose, well, you know, you're kind of in trouble. So I just don't have a, you know, I mean, I don't know. It's hard to put it in words, you know, because everybody feels it. But above all, you know, I think what bothered me the most is not being out there with not just my family, but the younger generation of kids, and being out there able to exercise their sovereign rights, teaching them the ways that we were taught. You know, we can't do that anymore. It's, you know, it's just our tribe, I know, is planning on building 2 fish wheels in hopes that there is enough of a run to where we can at least teach some of our kids and everything the way we do things, and we can enough a few fish to harvest and everything like that, so we can teach them the stuff we've learned, you know. As you know, now the kids are idle hands make, you know, idle things, you know, and it's no small wonder why a lot of our tribal members have moved out. There's just, if you ain't got that, you essentially, there's not a lot of work. There's not a lot of, you know, traditional ways of, you know, sustaining anything back there. So they move into Anchorage, and, you know, I don't want to say they're uneducated, but the vast majority are. And then they try to make things work here in the city, and they don't, oftentimes they don't, you know, they're not successful. So that's another deal there. So yeah, it's just it's kind of a dire deal. I'm on the one hand, I do hope we are allowed even a couple openings just to go out and get a few fish. And, you know, like I said, there's some of our elders that have passed, my uncle included, you know, wondering if we'll ever be able to fish, you know. Normally during our potlatches and our ceremonies, we bring like dry fish and, you know, moose and our native dishes, and that is absent, completely absent. There's no salmon, you know. I mean, you know, you look into our creeks, and the Anvik River being my grandma was from there, being one of the major tributaries, you don't see a salmon in there anymore. It's really alarming. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We'll see if there are any questions. Yes, Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Mr. Freerick. You're at least the second person who's brought up considering fish wheels. And I'm wondering if you could maybe enlighten me about a little bit about how you think fish wheels are going to help in the present circumstances.
Well, Our plan was to build fish wheels, and we'd modify them with live wells so we could be selective in our approach. So if there was some incidental catch on Chinooks, which, you know, might happen, and they would be fully staffed by at all times with one during an opening with one of our tribal members that we paid so they could, you know, kind of release them with a dip net so they're unharmed. But our hopes are just to get, you know, a few fish during an opening, and in hopes that we could kind of, as a community, kind of get our younger generation together and teach them the ropes, I guess, you know, on the things that we used to do. And it's really, it's really eerie to see our smokehouses back there, because normally, you know, that's a big event in our deal back there, but you don't see any smoke coming from them, nothing, you know. And my daughter asked me, Dad, why did you build a smokehouse? I said, you know, maybe in hopes that fishing would come back one day, you know. And, you know, so we're gonna try that. And, you know, even if we don't, we're gonna still build them anyway, because I feel it's a lost art. It's a dying art. So we're hoping we get to use them, set them, and, you know, just practice our native culture. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
So I'm going to start at the beginning of the list this morning. Cloud Petruska, followed by Gabriel Buster. Is Claude here? What about Gabriel Buster? Matthew. Then after Gabriel will be Matthew Jones.
Afternoon, Madam Chair and your board. I'm Gabriel, pastor from Alagnak. You know, we're one of the two lowest, that's Ram and Alagnak are near the coast, but we're, like, you know, like what the people always say, you know, like similar to the 7 people. And I want to say similar, you know, what I said to the group next door, but you know, maybe a little different. You know, we're leaders, and we have, you know, obligation to change what the people need, and you know, I'm a little, you know, concerned about the well-being of, you know, our elders and our children, especially. You know, the protein in the fish, you know, it helps to, you know, maintain our health. The fatty part, and not only that too, the food security, you know, it's really high. We have big concerns because, you know, we have to pay for our stove oil and for the gas. The most part, you know, our children, you know, we bring out to go fishing, and most, you know, the gas is so high that, you know, sometimes we go home with not enough, and you know, like that's 1 or 2 openings, or maybe this time they may not be any, you know,
but we're gonna trust. This one. I have a greater power, and that's the Lord. And I thank you for bringing me here to the people that selected me, and even the people behind me are those that that are voicing their concern. And we've been here before, and we need a bigger, we need that change. We already seeing. Oh, and there's one more. We're seeing the changes already from protein we need. I brought up a really big, before there was an earthquake, in Japan, and it washed out so many plastics, and it's in our brain now, even all over, where the waters drift. And I just seen it few days ago about the plastics in our brain, and that's a big concern, and you should be concerned about that one too. It may be like maybe that's what they're only saying, but that's what we hear, and when we pay attention, and when you listen, please listen to us, because we're concerned now, especially for our people. Thank you. I won't be taking any
Okay.
answers or anything. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Lester.
Yep.
So next up is Matthew Jones, followed by Louis Green. Is Matthew Jones here?
You might be getting old. I didn't quite hear you. Somebody had to. Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Louis Green. I'm from Nome, and I serve as the the chair of the Seward Peninsula RAC. I'm here representing myself and my family, friends at this point. I at one time served as the chair of the Tier 2 Salmon Work Group in 1998 and 99 through the Board of Fish process, trying to design a framework for how we were going to have the first and only Tier 2 salmon process done to anybody in Alaska. I also serve on the Bering Straits Native Corporation and the Sitnasauk Village Corporation. I'm not here representing those. I'm just here on my own again. I'm hearing these stories from people here that I heard in the 80s and 90s and 2000s about salmon interception. And I often wonder why we're at this point. Back in the 90s, like 1993, we brought it up at the idea that Area M, pointed out them as an intercept of salmon, and the trawlers as an intercept of salmon, that there had to be some system in there to control or manage both of those fisheries under, call it bycatch or intercept. And if that wasn't going to be the case, and we went on down the road without co-managing both of those fisheries, that we were going to run into a point of devastation of the salmon runs. We talked about the Nome place was already in jeopardy in the 70s and 80s. And then by the late 90s, we were going to Tier 2. some of us pointed out that, you know, if you don't do anything like this in a combined form of management, that you're going to end up with issues like maybe down in Unalakleet, you're going to see something go wrong there. You might see something go wrong in the Yukon. You'll probably see something in the Kuskokwim. And by golly, 30 years later, that's what we're looking at. I'm advocating for salmon in any way, shape, or form, because if it wasn't for salmon, the Pacific Rim wouldn't even be what it is today. The salmon have been around for 5 million years, according to science, and they lived through a lot of climate change. And if that's the case, then what happened in the last 60 years, 50, 60 years under human management? We had the state, and of course the feds are out there in the federal waters. Like, go back to the Seward Peninsula. The Seward Peninsula has suffered a lot of salmon issues there. The chum salmon, losing the chum salmon, it seemed to kick into gear that all the other species were starting to fail. The only one that's done anything is the boom and bust pink salmon runs that come and go. The other ones are inconsistent. I got a friend that's up in Teller, Joe Garney, a famous Iditarod dog musher, that has a hard time even filling the smokehouse, and I know he didn't even light the fire this last year, and that's on a sockeye run. That has where they fertilize the lake, the plankton in the lake. I've seen the numbers of fish, numbers of fish that I got and received from Bristol Bay out of Dillingham last year. There's some awfully small sockeye in there. Starting to worry about the idea that the sockeye runs are starting to get hit, and they feed on other things. The loss of salmon is everybody's problem. It's not just the subsistence fishermen and the people that need that food source and for their health. It belongs to the commercial fisheries. The industry is the only thing that I see that's not taking part in any of this in a sense where there's some actual what do you call it? They're allowed to fish whatever they want. It seems like I heard the herring fishery or the bycatch quota was getting close to being hit, and you folks doubled it the last time around. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I got the wrong information. But the loss of salmon is everybody's problem, and the marine resources are the people's resource. And I'd hope that the Alaska contingent on this, the people on this panel here from Alaska would start thinking about Alaska's future and how the salmon are taken care of here. And I see my time is over, so thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Green. I'll see if there are any questions for you. Yeah, and one of your last statements, I know, we'll maybe talk on the side. I wasn't familiar with the herring issue that you were talking about, so we'll just follow up with you on that. Thank you. Next up is Margaret Tarrant, followed by Crystal Lapp. And we'll call on Margaret one more time in the morning. So Crystal Lapp.
Good afternoon, Council. Nice to see you all again. So you guys know who I am on a professional level, so I'm just gonna be up here. I have a letter from the first chief of Healy Lake, who I went over yesterday, of that archaeological site. So he could not be here today, so I'm just presenting this orally, and I did upload it online. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on the preliminary draft environmental impact statement on the Bering Sea chum salmon bycatch management. The relationship between chum salmon and the Healy Lake tribe is fundamental to our cultural identity, community well-being, and ecological balance. However, the continued significant declines in chum salmon populations threatens our food security, health, and the preservation of cultural and spiritual traditions that we have endured for thousands of years. Chum salmon have sustained the Healy Lake tribe for over 11,500 years. Archaeological findings, such as those at the Upward Sun River site, highlight the central role salmon has played in our ancestors' diets and cultures. Today, our fish camps continue this legacy, serving as spaces for family bonding, intergenerational knowledge sharing, and spiritual renewal. The loss of salmon undermines these practices, erodes our cultural transmissions, food security, and mental and physical well-being. Bycatch in the Bering Sea pollock industry has severely impacted chum salmon populations. In 2021 alone, bycatch reached over 546,000 non-target salmon, disrupting migration patterns and depleting stocks critical to subsistence communities. This unsustainable bycatch has compounded the effects of climate change and habitat loss, intensifying challenges for the Healy Lake tribe and other indigenous communities in our area. We urge the North Pacific Fishery Management Council to take immediate action and address this crisis. Specifically, we are recommending that you set a lower bycatch limit and establish the protected species catch limits at or below 100,000 fish to reflect the urgent need for conservation. They'd like to note that since 2011, per the genetics, over 600,000 Western Alaska chum have been caught in bycatch. They'd like to establish in-season corridors. They want to have that implemented dynamic management measures to protect salmon migration routes from pollock fishing operations. Strengthen incentive plans, so enforce stricter bycatch reduction strategies and penalties for noncompliance, and incorporating traditional knowledge. We urge that you continue to collaborate with the indigenous communities that are affected and integrate their traditional knowledge, their ecological knowledge into fishery management decisions. Protecting chum salmon is not about ecological stewardship alone. It's a matter of justice and survival. Indigenous communities have relied on salmon sustainability for millennia. Without immediate action, the continued loss of salmon jeopardizes our cultural heritage, food security, and overall community health. We call on the North Pacific Fishery Management Council to be a lead in restoring this vital resource. The future of our people, our traditions, and the ecosystems we all depend rest on your hands. This is signed by First Chief Elias Saylor of the Healy Lake Tribe. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lapp. Okay. Appreciate the testimony. Next up is Larry Nathaniel, followed by MacArthur Tritt. Did you say that was an uncomfortable chair? Sorry. Could you turn on your microphone, please?
Oh, okay. Good afternoon to the chair and the members of the council. My name is Larry Nathaniel, and I come from the village of Circle on the Yukon River. I'm situated 162 miles northeast of Fairbanks at the end of the Steves Highway. And I've fished all my life. And fishing to me is a way of life. Like I know speakers before me, speakers after me will say basically the same thing. It's something that we do year to year. It's a lifestyle. It's customary. It's traditional. It's something we live on. It's wholesome food that we live on to make our body healthy and to get good quality food that we need to sustain life. I've been fishing on the Yukon River now, like I said, for most of my life. I have operating fish camp 11 miles south of Circle on the Yukon River. I haven't been to haven't moved back to my fish camp now for about 8 years. I haven't fished for 8 years, although there was opportunity to try to target other species, but with the river the way it is, the way the river channels and the sloughs and the little creeks that sustain other species are being clogged up and not returning, so there's no way to get other resources. Now, salmon is our way of life, like I said. I teach my kids and grandkids at fish camp of what it takes to run the fish camp. It's not all fun and games. It's work from morning till night. There are chores that individuals do throughout the day to start putting fish away, whether it's drying fish, filleting fish, jarring fish. That all takes work. It takes a combined effort of the whole family and other members that come to my fish camp. That's what we do. You know that fish is important in other ways also. It's good for the ecological spectrum. It's good for the forest. It's good for other species of animals that thrive on it. The very house that you live on is built by trees. It's probably fertilized by the fish waste that comes after they spawn and die. So it's very important that we protect this. I know you have a number of alternatives that you're asked other members to which do you support. In my point of view, I think the only thing I would support is some sort of moratorium or even agreement among all user groups up and down the river, out on the coast, to get together in a room like this and talk about what they do, what we do, and see if we could come to some sort of agreement to work together to revive this fishing industry, this fishing that comes back from year to year. And my line of thought is if I don't fish and the fish that goes by my fish camp in my village spawn and the smolt return to generate the next school of fish that won't come back in 7 years. We're not going to see those. Why? Because they're intercepted out there in the ocean. So what the problem here is we need to sit down and work together. That's the only way. Because if we keep if we're kept from fishing and other user groups that make money out of it, then this industry is not going to survive. It never will, never happen. Salmon, king salmon's on its way out. I doubt very much of it will ever return. Now chum salmon is on the same table. It's slowly going away. And all we do is just talk for the last 20 years. Last summer during the Cochin Council gathering in the Circle, even the Canadians, brothers and sisters from 5 other communities on the other side in Canada stress the same thing. All we do is meet, talk, nothing is taking place. No action is taken. So instead of talking, we should take action. That's what it needs right now if we're ever going to get these resources back. And, you know, like I said, that other species and animals and trees and vegetation need the salmon to survive also, but I've said that already. But like I said, I miss fishing. It's been last 8 years I haven't fished. I get few fish that's donated by our other tribal entity, and that comes from other part of the state. Yes, it's good, we can eat it, but that's not what we're raised on. We're raised on the salmon that goes by our village, as you've heard from other testimony, people that testified here. They say the same thing. It's like a medicine, it's traditional, it's cultural, it's customary. And to lose that would be a devastation to the tribe and up and down the river system and along the coast. No, I'm glad that I'm glad I'm here to say a few words on that. So with that, I conclude. I think I was at another meeting some time ago out in the state of Washington, and I seen this writing on the wall about Chief Seattle, about a tribe out of Northwest Washington. And he stated that this universe is a web. If one strand frays or break, and we don't repair it, we don't do anything about it, others will start shredding and fall apart. It'll be a domino effect. We'll lose everything. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Pardon?
Thank you for your testimony.
Yes.
See if there are any questions. Seeing none, thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is MacArthur Tritt here? Okay, we will call him one more time in the morning. So let's take our mid-afternoon break. We'll come back at 3:20 and resume testimony with Fatima Tapelman and then Heather Mann. Thank you. In the green. Good to see you. Okay.
No, neither is Hey! Yeah. All right. It's nice weather.
Council members, please come back to order. We will resume public testimony on C2. Would members of the public please take their conversations outside? Thank you. So we are resuming public testimony, beginning with Fatima Teipelman, followed by Heather Mann. Okay, we'll go to Heather Mann, followed by Bert Ashley. And before Ms. Mann begins, I will, we are shooting to take up the, or aiming to take up the AP report at 4:30 today. If it is ready at that point, then we will conclude with public testimony and resume in the morning. But we'll probably know here in about half an hour whether or not that is possible. So I'll make another announcement. Thank you. So, Ms. Mann.
Thank you, Madam Chair, council members. My name is Heather Mann. I'm the executive director of the Midwater Trawlers Cooperative. We're a trade association representing 33 trawl catcher vessels, 19 of which have participated in the Bering Sea pollock fishery. Most of our vessels are still independently owned, and they are small businesses that are part of multi-generational fishing families. Any action that's taken under this agenda item will impact those businesses, so we appreciate the opportunity to provide feedback on the potential alternatives being considered. MTC members have been listening and learning, and while I'm aware that I can never fully understand the situation folks are facing on the Yukon, we are keenly aware of the dire situation facing these communities that are dependent on salmon. And this has been shared as you've been listening through council testimony and in the analysis. We recognize tribal members are facing an unprecedented multi-species salmon collapse, and it is jeopardizing their indigenous ways of life. Testimony has clearly highlighted these concerns about the ability to feed their families and continue cultural traditions that are central to their identity. I came into this meeting feeling anxious, but also proud of my catcher vessels and captains. We've decreased our chum salmon bycatch in the MTC fleet by 89% since 2020. In 2024, we delivered over 50 million pounds of pollock into Alaskan communities during bee season. We intercepted approximately 2,000 chum salmon. Of that catch, between 200 and 300 of those fish may have returned to the Yukon. And while I'm very proud of what my vessels have accomplished, I became painfully aware over the last few days that others do not see it the way that I do. I learned acutely just how important that 200 to 300 fish are to communities along the Yukon and to subsistence users. I really learned a lot, and I firmly believe that all fishing fleets, including my own, should always, always be striving to do better, to do your best and do better. And with that in mind, I support the AP motion, which was passed earlier today. It's posted online. We haven't provided that report yet. So I'll just focus my comments on what I included in my letter, my written letter around changes to Alternative 5 that I believe are really important for a fleet like mine. You hear a lot about big pollock, and my members don't like this, but I've been calling us baby pollock. Partly because, except for a few of my vessels, we really are the smallest vessels that are in the fishery. We fish almost exclusively in Cluster 1 and sometimes in Cluster 2. We have real concerns about overly constraining hard caps, whether that's in alternative 2 or in a corridor cap like in alternative 5. The small allocations to individual boats could create an untenable fishing situation where we wouldn't even be able to use our mitigation tools. We may not even be able to fish. Under a 50,000 fish hard cap, my small boats will have individual allocations between 51 and 700 fish per boat for the entire bee season. At the same time, we do support analyzing a potential regulatory restriction for a more narrowly focused cluster 1 to be responsive to the objective that we are trying to achieve here, which is saving Western Alaskan chum salmon and getting more of that salmon up the river. Based on spatial information, chum interactions do not occur simultaneously throughout cluster 1, so we feel like it's worth evaluating a more narrow cluster. Again, I'd refer you to my written comment for more information. And I'll finally say, I don't see this action as a trade-off between economics and culture. I think we all want to see the same thing: more Western Alaskan chum returning to the rivers, more fish camps open, more sharing of cultural information and training from elders to young people. MTC members will continue to do their best and always strive to do better, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Mann. Yes, Ms. Goen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Mann, for your testimony. I appreciate that your fleet has reduced chum bycatch by 89%. Do you see under these alternatives that it's reasonable, I guess, to expect that the fleet could reduce their bycatch further?
Through the chair, Ms. Goen, it depends on what alternatives are chosen and how it's apportioned out between the sectors. I think that we will try to always do better. And regardless of which alternative is chosen, we will always have the IPA tools in there, whether that's rolling hotspots or something else. So those will be in play as they have been the last couple of years, and which I believe are responsible for the reduction that we've seen. Together with the work that we're doing on a chum excluder and using live feed cameras to see in real time what's entering the net. Again, we'll always strive to do better, but I can't sit here and promise that any one of these alternatives will. If we're aiming specifically for Western Alaska chum salmon, I really think 4 and a modified 5 are the best way to get there.
Thank you. And Mr. Sagata.
Yes, thank you for the testimony. While this action focuses on chum salmon, there's a fairly significant section in the DEIS that talked about potential adverse impacts to other species. Is that something you're concerned about? And if so, what might happen under some of the alternative situations to the other species involved?
Through the chair, Rudy, thanks for that question. Of course, we are concerned about Chinook always at all levels of abundance. That is something that's on our mind. And of course, the requirements within our IPAs are mandatory. And so while some people seem to think because it's in an IPA, it's voluntary, it's not. If you want to fish, you have to abide by those rules. And if you don't, you'll be penalized. And so Chinook avoidance has been one of the primary drivers in the IPAs. And we, some of my captains have talked about that when they leave the dock these days, it's really more about avoiding all salmon versus catching pollock. We're going to go to places even now where our CPUE, our catch of pollock is going to be less, which costs more money, it takes longer, in order to minimize those stocks. And again, with Chinook and now with chum, it's all levels of abundance. So yes, in terms of herring and other species, I'll have to have other participants speak to that. But I know that Chinook is one of the primary ones. And with a hard cap, like under alternative 2 or 3, you could be moving to an area where you might have lower chum bycatch, but what we've seen in the past is that may in turn actually become higher Western Alaska. So really looking forward to getting some genetics information eventually that we can use hopefully in real time to be even more precise. But those are the things I think about.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Mueller.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Mann, thank you for your testimony. So your reduction, your success in the reduction in chum bycatch with your fleet, is it attributed to the salmon excluders? And if so, are all your vessels using salmon excluders?
Through the chair, Mr. Mueller, thanks for that question. We do all use salmon excluders. And I would say it's a combination of excluders, information sharing. The live feed cameras have really been a game changer. They're very expensive, upwards of, $250,000. But folks are making that investment in order to try to do better. And so I think it's a combination of all those things. We have, sea state data on a daily basis. These guys talk to each other like women on the phone, like nonstop, right? About what they see, where there's no hiding anymore. You're not competing like in the past. So you don't want someone getting a big hit of salmon. And my fleet is very competitive with each other, and they're very friendly with each other since most of them grew up together. And so there's a lot of information sharing there. So I think it's all those things. And hopefully they're not listening to me say they sound like women.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
So next up is Bert Ashley, followed by, and then we'll circle back and begin with Ralph Nelson. Thank you.
There we go. Madam Chair, members of the council, I'm one of her MTC vessels that chat and chat and chat because we have to. I mean, it's amazing how much we talk and share, and that's part of the end of my testimony. But anyway, my name is Bert Ashley, and since 1987, I've been operating the Gold Rush. I became a partner in '92.
Mr. Ashley, I'm sorry. I think some people are having trouble hearing you. If you would get closer to your mic. Thanks.
Okay. I became a partner in that boat in '92. The Gold Rush is a 99-foot trawler, family owned and operated. My brother, cousins, sons, we've all helped keep this boat moving and come up with ideas on small things like webbing in an excluder. We share this all the time, like we raised up these kids in the excluder world, and they think about it, just exactly like we hope. They go to bed and they get in their bunk thinking about, oh yeah, I could put one more float on that thing or something. Anyway, when I was 14 years old, I started trolling salmon. And by the time I was 17, I bought my own boat, 22-foot boat, salmon boat. And like all Alaskans, we appreciate our salmon fisheries, and we've always strived to protect them and minimize our bycatch. Last year, we caught 158 chums for the whole season, and we were pretty happy. I can't say we're at that great level because you start talking about salmon, and then you're looking at a king salmon. I've only got 80 king salmon for my fish, and they kick me out, so it's always a scary thing. I mean, I started the season one time for my son. He was going to fish the whole summer. And that's another point I'd like to make is we fished the summer, June, July, and August. I've heard some possibilities of August 31st. You can go fishing. I'm going, we're committed to the Gulf. And our processors there expect us back for September, October. So I'm hoping we're not going to lose timing because we've protected since AFA started. We've been honing down our levels of when and where we can fish. So yes, we fish primarily near Unimac within the cluster 1, this being the only efficient place for us smaller boats to operate. We have tried to go to the Pribilofs and further offshore, and once in a while it'll work, but the bottom line is we're too small, we're too slow. We have tried 6 or more excluders. The one I'm using now has powerful lights to help the salmon find openings for their own escapement. And I believe in them. Not everybody does, but I seem to have a little lower salmon problem than most. So I'm going to keep moving those lights around and seeing what we can do with that. We have shown that IPAs can be effective in reducing the catch of chum salmon. If we update these regulations so they are always required, and I have no problem with that. I've volunteered for cameras. I'm always for let's do the best we can. Let's be open. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Ashley. We'll see if there are any questions. Yes, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ashley, for your testimony. And, you mentioned working within your fleet and sharing information. And I don't know if you're familiar with the changes that are being proposed under Alternative 4 to the agreements that you make to avoid salmon. And so if not, you don't need to answer this question, but I wanted to ask whether the components in there seemed like improvements or if they just seem like what you've already encompassed and what you've already been doing now under the past couple of years.
I think through the chair, I think we have it under control, but why not make it a step closer? I don't mind being said, yes, you need to make this communication. You need to report better. And I have not read it. I'm sorry to say that, but I don't think there's a bad idea. You got to look at everything. So anyway,
Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Mr. Ashley. You may have covered this some, and if so, I apologize. But if there were to be a corridor type concept implemented, from your perspective, just operationally, how different would that be than the current? How much differently would that affect your operations than the current rolling hotspot program?
Through the chair, Mr. Dwight, it depends on timing. There's things change so fast. I mean, first you have a feed band up here, and why is that feed band there? Temperatures, currents, there's so many options. And so you close an area, and sometimes it's pretty frustrating when they close an area that you just did pretty good there. Both not catching salmon, and I caught some pollock. So, but it depends on how long these corridors, how long is it going to last, or when do we get to go test them? Do we start testing them right away? Throw test hose. Test hose are scary too, because that's where things break and people get hurt. So you're making all these smaller, shorter tows, but I do them. I do them anyway, but it's a tough situation, man. And I don't know how long those things are going to last. Because if you're being forced out into something worse, then I would say you need to get people back in there in the corridors testing.
Thank you. And Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Ashley, for your testimony. Just a follow-up, you mentioned the use of the excluders and the lights. And like you, I've heard both the positive and some people think it's a great thing. How long have you been using the lights in conjunction with your excluder?
Mr. Williams, through the chair, quite a while, 7 years, I think. And for a long time, we were just guessing, where do we put these things, and the crew would get tired of moving them around, but then they'd get into it too. And now I run 3, and in the corners of my flap that comes down and lets those, if any of the salmon are still swimming right there. The salmon are strong swimmers, and they'll sit there right in front of your caught end. The pollock will blow past them and fill up your caught end, get your trigger, and you haul it back. And then that flap all comes down. But anyway, I have one more light, and I think this might have done something further back to make them get through that flap. If they screw up and they get hung up in the net, then it's just going to go on the net rail and end up in the caught end. It ends up in a cannery later, but smashed. So we keep playing with them, but I think they're a good deal because I like I say, I can't imagine my skippers all being any better than the rest of the MTC fleet, and we really do appreciate all those guys, even though we're mostly a Kodiak vessel now. We don't go down, we don't have any hake or anything like that, but it's worth being involved with that group. They're all super intelligent, and there's some real web thinkers in that group.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Ashley.
Thank you guys. Thanks for taking me.
I
apologize for not being here this morning.
No worries. No worries. I skipped over Larson Hunter on the list. And then if he's available to testify, we'll go to him and then circle back to Ralph Nelson, or start our list again with Ralph Nelson, followed by Harding Sam.
Hello, Madam Chair, members of the council. My name is Larson Hunter, and I want to give a unique perspective on this issue of salmon bycatch in the Bering Sea. The perspective I want to share is one of a youth, a resident, a city manager, and now the sitting president for Coastal Villages Region Fund. And I'd like you to see this issue from my eyes. I grew up poor in Western Alaska. Every spring, our lights were turned off, and until commercial fishing began, we would have enough money to pay the light bill. We couldn't afford breakfast cereal most of the time, so I ate Pilot Bird crackers with milk for breakfast every summer. And every fall, I always looked forward to school because it meant I got free meals, 2 square meals a day of breakfast and lunch. I grew up off one pair of eyeglasses that brought me from grade school into high school, and by the time I graduated, they were held together with dental floss and super glue. The lenses were so scratched that I'd have to look and read from the side to see clearly. I grew up with a honey bucket. It was my job to empty this bucket of waste through my childhood and my young adult life. The first thing that I ever bought with the money I made was a toilet for the house. I grew up poor in Western Alaska. I had this one experience after I got my very first job and I bought my toilet. I went on a moose hunting trip, and one of the elders asked if I had a knife. And I told him I did, but I was embarrassed because I bought the knife because it didn't serve a purpose. It was cool. It was a big knife, and he laughed at me when I gave it to him. And I was ashamed. After we were done cutting up the moose, he came up to me, and I thought he was gonna press it. I was embarrassed. But he looked the knife over and he handed it back to me and said, "Where'd you get this knife?" And I told him I bought it from somebody that needed money. "How much did you buy it for?" I told him what I bought it for. And I thought, now he's really going to lay it on me. He's going to tease me because it's such an obnoxious knife. And he just said something that I share with everybody that works for me as a city manager. He told me that you wanted this knife and you bought it. And this knife helped us cut up this moose. You know, as you have, as you grow up in the village and you have a job, whatever you're going to want, you can buy because you have a job. You want a hunting rifle, you can buy it because you have a job. Someday you're going to want a four-wheeler or a snow machine. You can buy that because you have a job. And that's something I share with people that come and work for me at the city. And one of the jobs we have is honey bucket pickup for people that don't have snow machines and four-wheelers to dump it on their own. And it's not an ideal job, but it is a job. And those are the opportunities that I like to give out in the region. After my experience of having my first job out in the region, I realized I had to go to college. And at the time, we had Coastal Villages Region Fund, where I got a scholarship to go to school. After college, I had an internship with Coastal Villages, and it turned into a full-time job that went from IT to business development coordinator to fisheries coordinator, all the way up to quota manager. When CDQ first started, CVRF helped Scammon Bay find halibut. It was a test fishery to see if it was feasible to do commercial fishing, which it wasn't. But that gave us an opportunity to realize that there was halibut out there, and that's a staple of our subsistence today. By 2004, when my internship started, there were 13 CVRF employees in our region. Today, we have over 100 people working full-time in our communities. We pay them over $4 million in wages. They work as our mechanics, our welders in our shops. They repair outboards, ATVs, and snow machines that people use for subsistence. We also have region residents working on our vessels that came up through our maritime training program. The other CDQ groups have other stories and programs. Together, we create hundreds of jobs and millions in wages that weren't there before, and they won't be there if we're gone. CDQ relies on pollock fishing, and there's no plan B for Western Alaska without pollock and CDQ. Madam Chair, I do not know how to bring back the salmon to Western Alaska. I live in one of these communities that is completely restricted, and we have been unable to target salmon in the last few years. If climate change is taking our salmon away, shutting down pollock fishing will not fix the climate. If competition from billions of hatchery fish is taking our salmon away, shutting down pollock fishing won't stop foreign hatcheries. If the area M fishery is taking our salmon away, shutting down pollock fishing won't stop the area M fishermen. We'll put hundreds of families back on public assistance if we lose the benefits we get from pollock. You'll see families that have their lights turned off in the springtime. You'll have some kids hungry looking forward to the school season for the next meal that they get for free. You'll possibly get more boys dumping honey buckets out because they cannot afford their water and sewer bills. We'll raise the cost of living for tens of thousands of rural Alaska residents if we lose CDQ. And you'll destroy the vision of our elders who fought for a fair share of the Bering Sea resources. I urge the council members to consider the reality of life in rural Alaska right now. All of the things we need cost money, including subsistence. Food, fuel, housing, warm clothes for the kids, and transportation all cost money. We are no different from people living in Anchorage or Juneau or Seattle in that regard. CDQ is the only program of its kind, the only one that is creating sustainable, livable wages in Western Alaska. This council cannot bring our salmon back, but you could potentially take our jobs away. Please don't do it. And with that, I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Please feel free if you have a concluding statement.
I just wanted to wrap up with, we've got this issue of salmon, and everybody points fingers. It always leads to someone said. Someone said it's the pollock fleet. I grew up, it was area M fishermen. You know, it was the people on the lower Yukon, the middle Yukon, the upper Yukon. It's always finger pointing, someone said. The reality is it might just be us. You know, our populations have grown, and one of the most alarming and shocking statements I heard when this issue first came up in 2020 was, I called Fish and Game and I asked, what impact do we have on the salmon resource? And the answer I got was, oh, the data shows that for the past 20 years, it's been steady. every community takes the same amount of salmon. And that can't be right because 20 years ago, Scammon Bay was half its size it is now. And, you know, in the next 20 years, we're going to be double. And that impact we have on this resource, the reality is there's going to come a point where we're going to have to limit ourselves if the salmon ever come back. There's only so much fish we could take. But always moving forward, we're always going to need jobs in our region. We need hope.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Hunter.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
See if there are any questions. Yes, Mr. Mueller.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Hunter, it's good to see you again. Thank you for your testimony. A quick question here relative to your particular CDQ program here. You touched a lot on the benefits to direct benefits to your member communities. And my question is does CVRF through their programs, do the benefits expand beyond your member communities and beyond the scope of the CDQ program member communities? And if so, could you give us a few examples of that?
Absolutely. We do a lot of business with, again, our People Propel program, our most popular one. You know, we need freight carriers, you know, and all the businesses we do when we travel for our meetings, all the training that we send our employees out to, all the boats that we own, every single person that works on our vessels, you know, they're not from our region, but they benefit. Essentially, we're feeding the world with the resource we got from the state, and it's a huge benefit not to us but to people that rely on the pollock fishery.
Yes, Mr. Blahovdy.
Thanks for your testimony. Something you said really stuck with me, and that's you said there's no plan B to pollock for you, and that doesn't seem good, but I just kind of wanted to get you to expand on that. Like, is there really no plan to move to anything else if it was restricted?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If you stop us from fishing, we don't make money. And if we don't make money, we can't provide the services to our people in our region. The no plan B is in terms of if you imposed a cap and say halfway through the season, we have to stop fishing. Half of our revenue is gone. Everybody has to go home. At the end of the day, all the money that we make, we turn around and we spend in our region. You know, if we have to stop halfway, we're going to have to make some very hard decisions on what that means for our residents, for our people. Do we lay half the people off? Do we put them part-time? Do we get rid of our People Propel program, the heating fuel program? Tough decisions will come if we have to stop what we're doing now, because at the rate we spend money, whatever we bring in, we pump out. So if we have to jeopardize that, then it's going to hurt us in the long run.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Next up is Ralph Nelson, followed by Harding Sam. Or Sam Harding. Is Ralph Nelson here? Okay, we'll circle back to Mr. Nelson in the morning. Harding Sam. Alex Hanna. And after Alex, Robin Samuelson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, my name is Alex Hanna, and I'm a tribal member of Minto, and I'm here representing the Minto tribe. My family has been fishing on the Tanana River for probably close to 10,000 years, I think, maybe a little bit more. And I'm just going to take you guys kind of how I grew up on the Tanana. When I'm going down the river with my grandpa in the boat, about every other bend, and you look over on the bank, you see some old rusted up tin roof of a smokehouse. You might see part of it falling into the bank. In some spots, it's just completely grown up and over. My grandpa takes me to every other spot and tells me whose camp it is. Every family has their own camp. I've never seen any of these camps run, and I'm only 24. I go to all these camps and I'm trying to remember everyone's camp. And next thing I know, I'm going down the river with me and my little cousins, and they're asking me, whose camp is that? What's this place? How come, what is all this? And I'm telling them these are all these people's camps. This is actually your family's camp, believe it or not, telling them that. And they ask me, how do you know this? And I go, Grandpa told me that. Same way you're hearing it. It's like one of the saddest things to go through and to witness, the whole culture just being demolished. There's got to be something done about this. You know, the not having fish is affecting everything from not only just people in their day-to-day lives, but all the animals and the whole ecosystem is out of whack. Everyone will tell you that in the interior. Just on the family side, from financially, physically, mentally, and spiritually, and I'll even get into all of those. Financially, people rely on this fish to feed themselves and their families. I think probably close to every family up and down the Yukon and Tanana, someone in their family has a commercial fishing license. I know in my family, there's probably about 3 of them. We haven't used those for close to 20, 30 years. We don't plan on using them probably ever. And we're just fine with that, actually. That's kind of the reality of conservation, is realizing you can't make a buck off of everything. Not only into financial, just saving money and eating, you save so much more money when you go fishing. 30 fish, could have a fish almost twice a month. Physically, we could see that our people are not living as long as they used to. I mean, king salmon's got to be one of the most healthiest things you could eat. Our lifespans are supposed to be close to 90 up to 100 years old. That's not the lifespan anymore. Mentally, it's almost like the best medicine when you go out there and you're cutting your own fish and you're on the bank. There's nothing you can explain. The guys out there commercial fishing, it's the same feeling when they're out there on the ocean fishing and they're providing for their family. Not only are they providing for their family, but they're making a lot of money doing it. Spiritually, there's just something it's hard to explain when you're literally fishing the same spot. Your grandfather, as long as you can think back, your family's been fishing that same spot for thousands of years. I talked to some of my friends that go back to Italy or back to Spain. Some of them go back to Mexico where they're originally from, and they tell me, like, man, when I go back there, that's like the homeland, the country. It just feels so right. It's amazing. I'm like, yeah, it's exactly how I feel every day I'm here. It's tough, and it's not hard to see that these huge trawlers, and you're pulling a net that's like 2 football fields long, thousands of fish in it. How is that in any way ethical? Or where's the conservation in that? Even if it is just pollock or salmon, you've literally just wiped out a whole genetics of fish when you do that. And you wonder why everything is crashing. Because we've been doing the same thing for 50 years. It's tough when you're just a young man growing up, not in just Alaska, but just even in America, and you see the system, and you see there's nothing that can be done. I really do thank you guys. I understand public testimony is not easy. I applaud all of you guys. I thank you, and I just hope you guys can make a right decision somewhere down the line that could bring the salmon back. Thank you. If there's any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Hanna. Not seeing any questions. Appreciate your time. So next up is Robin Samuelson. Followed by Luis Paul.
Never thought I'd be sitting at this damn table again. Thank you, Madam Chairman. My name is Robin Samuelson. I've been a commercial fisherman in Bristol Bay as a captain for the last 55 plus years. I sat on the Board of Fish for 3 years. I sat on the North Pacific Fishery Management Council for 9 years. Thank God I'm out of purgatory. I know what you're going through doing battle. I sat on BBEDC. I created the Bristol Bay Science and Research Institute. I've been chairman of the board of an inshore processor, pollock processing boat. I've been chairman of our offshore pollock factory trawler. I'm into crab, I'm into cod, I'm into all kinds of fisheries. I made fisheries my life. I retired from fishing in Bristol Bay because of a back accident, and I turned my permit over to my 22-year-old grandson, Tristan, and my wife turned her permit over to our other grandson, Dylan, and their first year out fishing in Bristol Bay. The young guys made 185,000 pounds, so I was pretty proud of them, and they've been fishing real well and making a good living. They also work. To start off with, I did a pass out. I don't know if staff passed it out to you. I've got chum salmon PSC analysis. The dark blue on top shows the REM catches of chum salmon and REM, and the dark faded blue is the pollock. In the bottom is the king salmon analysis that I put together. As you can see on the top, in 2012 started at 200 and 2012 2.7 2,700,000 chums. I knew then that the Western Alaska chum fishery was in trouble. When I was on the council, I was the main pusher of the Chinook bycatch cap. It took me 5 years to get that through the council. I argued with the council members at the table, when we went to dinner, when we had breakfast in the morning, about the king salmon concerns I have. My family's been subsistencing kings for thousands of years, and I knew that the council had to put in place a cap on the Chinook salmon. I look at these numbers on chum salmon now, and in 2019, over 2 million chums got in the REM fishery. And you could follow it out. But I'm not here today to talk on that subject. I really don't like pollock trawlers, whether they're inshore or offshore, but I'm a part of them. On the second page, I put in the 2025 REM harvest. Down in the bottom, the 2024 chum salmon catch by inshore offshore pollock trawlers was 32,800. Of that, CPs were 313, motherships 814, CVs 2,969. A total of 4,005 chums from Bristol Bay to Norton Sound. Over 70 river systems, 60 river systems to a fish. I'll say publicly, I want to congratulate the inshore pollock fishermen and the offshore pollock fishermen. Because in 2012, I told my assistant, Paul Payton, and I, we need to go talk to the industry. Otherwise, I'm going after their asses like I did on Chinook bycatch. And I talked to the industry, and within a very short time, they developed both inshore and offshore, not the council's pressure, not the Board of Fishes pressure, but pressure from the Bristol Bay folks like myself to limit their take of chum salmon. Chum salmon are very important to our people in Western Alaska. We're a fish people. We live and die for fish. Salmon. The industry has stepped up, both the inshore and the offshore. This council needs to be proud of what they did. By lowering the Western Alaska take of chum salmon down to 44,205 is unbelievable in the time that they did it. I support Alternative 4 at this point in time. I think the folks need to be awarded for what they have done on their own. On their own. Genetics at BBSRI is we're at the tip of the iceberg into something really good. It's the genetics speaks for itself. So, Madam Chair, I know that I'm running out of time, but please don't, council, come out and think you need to do something, because this problem is not yours. It's a state of Alaska problem. You look at the numbers and the bycatch numbers of chum salmon, it isn't your problem. It's the state's problem. And the governor and the commissioner of Fish and Game, by God, need to step up to the plate to make sure that those chum salmon are rebuilt for the people in Alaska. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Samuelson. I'll see if there are any questions for you. I guess I have one, Mr. Samuelson. Just to be clear, the graph that you handed out, these are total chum numbers and not broken down by any genetic analysis.
Yes,
that you
Madam
referred-
Chair.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Done?
Yes, appreciate your time.
Thank you.
So we will take Luis Paul, followed by, or Lois Paul, followed by Landry Price, Tiffany Aguiar, and James Mice. And I think at that point, we will conclude public testimony for the day. And I think we will take our AP report. I'll give council members a couple minutes to review the report once it's posted, but we anticipate that momentarily. Good afternoon, sorry.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman and members of the council. My name is Louise Paul of Kipnik, Alaska, located on the western coast of the Bering Sea. There are over 700 residents residing there. I have been working for Coastal Village Region Fund as a community service representative too for the last decade, distributing benefits to the members of the community. Coastal Villages has 20 member communities within the region of the Yukon-Kuskokwim Delta. We work hand in hand alongside with each of these community governing tribal bodies. These communities located on the Coastal Villages Region Fund coast depend on the resources of the land and the sea, which alleviate the cost of the high cost of fuel and food. We also depend on the benefits that CVRF, a CDQ group that provides from the Bering Sea pollock fisheries. Every resident that benefits from these programs that are provided by the Bering Sea pollock fisheries are very grateful for the extra assistance. These programs provide heating oil for head of households and elders, scholarships for higher education and training, shop usage for skilled mechanics and welders, employment opportunities for youth summer jobs and youth maritime opportunities, to pursue certifications, technical skills. The People Propel program has provided over $50 million worth of equipment and products that help sustain the traditional subsistence way of life that the people still live from generations ago. The location of all these 20-member villages are accessible by aircraft year-round, boat during the summer and spring, snow machines, and four-wheelers during the winter seasons. The cost of transportation is very high, so people depend on the People Propel program to help cut the cost of purchasing and the freight shipping. People pay 70% while CVR pays 30% of the product, which can easily cost $20,000 for a snow machine or a boat packet. Most of these communities don't have many dirt roads and use a lot of the boardwalks, so four-wheelers and snow machines are good transportation vehicles since they are small in size and can haul a cart or a sled behind them. With climate warming worsening, CBRF shops have become very popular due to the flooding throughout the year. We've had outboards, boats, snow machines, and four-wheelers go underwater during the extreme flooding since we are only 2 feet above sea level. We have had Lund boats get body damage due to these conditions, so we depend on CVRF skilled welders to fix these damages. Our shops are Honda warranty dealers, so this helps with issues that outboards and the rides to get fixed without sending them back to dealers in Anchorage or beyond. Also, mechanics are trained to fix the Toyo stove lasers, which most of the people depend on for their heating system. No matter what time of the year it is, we depend on those shops and skilled employees to help the residents be able to get those kinds of services at a very reasonable cost. The discretionary fund that are presented to the local tribes help them with the economic development of their communities, such as funds to pay tribal police wages, purchase search and rescue equipment, snow machine, trail markers, and elder mentors in the judicial tribal courts. These funds help the local tribes to be able to have jobs, equipment that they cannot afford to have and build on the local economic development. The Feast and Burial Assistance Program are given to each family that lose a loved one in these communities, and this is $1,000 total to help a loved one purchase a casket, lumber for casket cover, crosses, and the funeral home assistance, and the food and accessories for the family to have a wake and feast. The cost of the funeral can be very high, and adding the cost of freight to bring a family member home, we can wait for other funds sometimes to help transport those loved ones if we don't have enough money. So families really depend and appreciate such programs. This region of Alaska is one of the poorest areas and have no resources to build on. So it is direly needed. If the CDQ program is severely scaled back, there is no replacement or plan B to bring this level of direct economic positive impact to our region. The council should select a sustainable catch level that will best support the CDQ program. So please deliver this dire need, direct economic impact to our region, which is very needed. And I thank all of you for giving me the time to testify, and I'm not taking questions, so thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Paul, for your testimony. So our final testifiers of the day will be Landry Price, Tiffany Aguiar, and James Mice. And the AP report has been posted.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair Drobnica and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify to C2 Chum Salmon Bycatch. For the record, my name is Landry Price. I'm the quota manager for Yukon Delta Fisheries Development Association, one of the 6 CDQ groups. With me is Tiffany Aguiar. She's from the native village of Aluknuk, which is one of our member communities, and James Mize, president of Golden Alaska Seafoods. Foremost, we'd like to commend the staff on the tremendous amount of work that they put together, drafting the EIS and getting it out as early as possible for public review. The purpose and need of the action before us is to minimize the bycatch of whack chum. To be clear, YDFDA does not believe hard caps under alternative 2 or 3 meet the purpose and need. Rather, we would like to focus on the utility of the IPAs, as they have shown great success in implementing and producing desired results, being able to increasingly react to changing conditions to avoid chum bycatch. We would also like to see alternative 5 explored to the extent that there remains flexible fishing opportunities for the pollock fleet. YDFDA remains confident that real-time genetics paired with reactive IPAs will be the future to meeting the purpose and need of saving whack chum and from becoming bycatch. Lastly, the CDQ program and the harvest of its pollock quota sits in a very unique position in that it has complete flexibility to be fished in all 3 AFA sectors. Along these same lines, as the current analysis captures, it primarily relies on the leasing market and is subject to a wide array of factors outside of its control that can reduce its marketability of being successfully leased and harvested, potentially leading to foregone revenues. The current draft EIS iteration does not take this into account in the foregone pollock harvest and associated revenues. Therefore, I think it's imperative that we expand the analysis so that the full impacts to the CDQ program are teased out in the case that the pollock quota were to be fished in the mothership or shoreside sectors. I'd like to now hand it over to Tiffany to share her perspective as a Western Alaska resident on what it means to balance the lost whack chum and the benefits of the pollock in the CDQ program.
Hi, I had a whole bunch of stuff ready to write out, but then I'd also like to thank some previous CVRF testifiers, because we and YDFDA deal with a lot of similar issues, and we help our people in a lot of similar ways through our nonprofit organized subsidiaries. And it brings a lot of the revenue that is earned back into our communities. And I try to imagine a life without any help from YDFDA, and it just brings a whole lot of financial hardship into the situation. We also have to think about like the balance of all the fishing regulations that we've been through, the multi-species salmon crashes. Those were very difficult to go through, and within the past like 5 years, I've had to quickly learn the difference between Board of Fish and Game, Federal Subsistence Board, USFWS, NPFMC, NOAA NIMFs. And I had to quickly learn all of the regulations that had to come into play that now take a part in our daily cultural lives. And it quickly impacts how and what we do during the summers and throughout our winters as well, which all affect our subsistence lifestyle, because the majority of the stuff that we do heavily impact what we can put away in our freezers for the winter and what we can do. And I was trying to look for subsistence photos from the past about 5 years. And I was talking to another friend the other day, and I said, I'm trying to find subsistence fish, the subsistence photos, but over half my pictures are from meetings. So I don't know. Trying to find the balance has been heavily coming to these meetings to fight for our rights and our CDQ situations and everything that's going on. It's pretty unique. And you're going to hear more about what YDFDA does for the rest from the other people that have signed up from our area. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the council, I'm James Mize. I have the privilege to serve as the president of Golden Alaska Seafoods. Golden Alaska Seafoods is unique in the pollock fishery in that we are owned by the owners of the fishing vessels that deliver fish to us in direct proportion to the amount of fish that they have as harvest shares under the AFA. As such, we are the closest thing that you'll find to an agricultural cooperative in the Bering Sea. We are operated for the benefit of our members. Yukon Delta is the most significant of that, members being the owner of 4 of these catcher vessels. And as president of GA, I take my obligations to the 6 villages of YDFDA seriously. I'm proud of the employment opportunity and the program resources that we provide to our owners. I also serve as the IPA representative for the Mothership Fleet Cooperative, and I have done so for over a dozen years. So I'm in a position that I can speak to mothership operations overall in the entire sector. As such, I want to say that I support the use of IPAs for the reduction of salmon bycatch, but I'm dismayed that the DEIS is inadequate in analyzing their use. In my comment letter, I'd asked for more robust analysis of Alternative 4, Provision 6, along the lines of the analysis that had been conducted in 2012 when this council grappled with chum salmon bycatch before. This, I believe, would provide the hard backstop that it's being looked for the existing IPA measures. I'm sorry, my time is up. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Thank you all for your testimony. See if there are any questions. Yes, Ms. Vanderhoven, then Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all for your comments. Mr. Price, one of your last comments regarding expanding the analysis to, I think it was consider impacts if CDQ were fished in mothership or shoreside sectors. Without having any history of that happening, I'm not clear what staff would have to analyze. And so I'm not clear what the expectation is for the expanded analysis. Can you characterize what you would be looking for to come back in that?
Thank you for the question through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoven. We had a joint written comment letter that spoke to some of this as well, but to capture it in oral testimony, we would like to see, well, right now we have the 4 apportionment schemes in the analysis, and with our historical tie with the CP fleet, we envisioned using the current percentages, and I see them in my mind right now, I think 6.1, 7.1, 7.1, and then the AFA of 10%, applying those as if those amounts, applying those as if it were taken to the shoreside or mothership fleet, because we do not have any other historical history, except for 1 year, I think in 2015, with some of CDQ being fished on the mothership. But with those percentages and the bycatch rate, taking it in as if it had been fished in the mothership or shoreside sector. Hopefully that got to your question, but be happy to take another one.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. I guess I'll change my question based on that response, Mr. Price, and thank you all for your testimony. Then the result of that analysis is that the remaining sectors, which you are not fishing in, the mothership sector and the CV sector, would have a lower cap just in case you might use your quota on the CV sector in the future. Is that how that plays out to you?
Thank you to the chair for the question, Ms. Kimball. No, not in my mind at the moment. The way we envision the analysis capturing it is we have we have our historical bycatch, and it's tied to our catch with the CP fleet. We want to take that bycatch rate and move it over to the shore side. So essentially, looking at it with staff early this morning, we are a little bit less than half of the rate of shoreside as far as our bycatch rate goes. And essentially, we want to expand the analysis so that we would see that the CDQ program and the harvest of CDQ pollock would be it'd be quite detrimental to again using our historical rates that are in the analysis already. It would show a detriment to the CDQ program through that analysis. Hopefully that got to your question.
Yes, Mr. Sagata.
Yes, thank you for your testimony. I have had other CDQ representatives, I guess I'll say, let me know that they thought that the current apportionment that's being described it may violate MSA Section 109-241 1B4 that states the harvest of allocations under the programs for fisheries with individual quotas or fishing cooperatives shall be regulated by the Secretary in a manner no more restrictive than for other participants in the applicable sector, including with respect to the harvest of non-target species. Do you believe that the current apportionment may run afoul of that directive rule law?
Mr. Sukata, this was outside of the scope of the testimony, but were you referencing a letter submitted? Okay.
Because weren't we talking about the different apportionments?
Okay.
Thank you
you.
to the chair. Thank you, Mr. Sagata. Our understanding from reading that in the MSA is that, yes, there is the potential that we might run up into the issue of being the CDQ program being held to a higher standard, more restrictive regulations for us if the current apportionment scheme is chosen. We also have a few other species that we run up against, such as sablefish, when we're harvesting our pollock, that kind of highlights the fact that we need that protection of not being restricted to a higher standard.
Thank you for accommodating that question.
Thank you, Mr. Sagata. And Ms. Baker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony. I think my question is for Mr. Mize. I wanted to follow up on your last point regarding the council's current alternative for option 6. And you referenced, or you provided some suggestions for the analysis to enhance the potential impacts of that. And I think you ended your testimony saying that in your view, option 6 option 6 could serve as the backstop that I think you said, please correct me, that sort of the council's looking for from a policy perspective. I assumed that to mean backstop in terms of total Western Alaska chum catch. And so you prefer option 6, alternative for option 6 in lieu of a cap. Did I interpret that correctly?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, not quite. Actually, my testimony is not supporting any of the alternatives, but rather reviewing the analysis in front of you and whether or not it is sufficient to provide for your decision later this year. And I believe that it is not. I believe that you need to do a little bit more analysis on alternative 4, option 6, to look at what that would mean. I also understand that alternative 5 has been looked at as a sort of backstop for if the IPAs don't work. I've already mentioned that I'm a supporter of the IPAs. That's why I've been an IPA representative for the last dozen years. But I do recognize the concern that there'd want to be a backstop for what if they don't work. And with regards to alternative 5, my view of that one is that council staff did a very good job of attempting to show what kind of behavior changes would happen within the fishery as a result of having those cluster 1 and cluster 2 UNIMAC area closures. But they also acknowledged the limitations of the fleet movement model and how it's very difficult to predict what those changes would be. But as a manager of a fleet that is operating under the rolling hotspot closure programs and under the restrictions under Amendment 91 and Amendment 110, I'm in a good position to tell you exactly what would happen. And for Golden Alaska in particular, we're a dedicated fillet boat. We've made that decision about 15 years ago, and so we're focused entirely on fillets. The fillets require big fish. And we actually had a natural experiment, if you will, in 2023, where herring bycatch was becoming an issue in the pass, to where we had to try to avoid the herring bycatch to avoid triggering the winter savings area. And that pushed us up into areas with higher chums. So we took a whole trip and we went up to the Northeast and we discovered there's only, well, we knew before we went there, it wasn't that we discovered it for the first time, but the fish were 450 gram, 500 gram fish. For the makeup of our factory, we're unable to actually make profitable products with that. So not only do we have the increased costs, the increased time of going to those further areas, then when we fish in those areas, then we don't make money. We don't make a profit. And when I stated at the beginning of my testimony how seriously I take the obligations that I have to my owners in providing for profitability so that they have program resources within the region, I meant that. I can't in good conscience have the boat go fishing in order to lose money. And one of the things that you have in the analysis in front of you says that one of the assumptions that council staff made would be that there would be no stand down if there was a triggered closure. Well, I'm here to tell you that that is a faulty assumption, that we would lose less money being tied to the dock for a couple of weeks waiting for our productive grounds to reopen. And I have an obligation to operate the company in a profitable manner so that I can provide these resources and employment opportunities. This will end up delaying our fishing. It will delay our fishing until later in the year. We will end up fishing into September, October, when we know from our previous analysis under Amendment 91 and Amendment 110 that there is a higher prevalence of Chinook salmon on the grounds. And especially as you're looking at this action where there is so much hatchery production from Asia, I don't understand why you would want to have an analysis showing closure of this area to protect chum salmon that would come at the expense of Chinook salmon. I think that there needs to be more analysis in order to provide opportunity for harvest to occur. There needs to be some more discrete closure areas that are analyzed. I understand that the advisory panel has been working on some modifications to Alternative 5. We haven't seen the report yet, but I think that some of the requests they have would be very good recommendations for analyzing, because it does leave areas where fishing can occur with proven low chum salmon bycatch, and that with the alternative for IPAs, which will still exist regardless of what is done under this action, would mitigate the harms and allow fishing to continue so that program resources can continue and we can mitigate our impacts to other salmon bycatch. Thank you for the question.
Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it. So we will not take any more public testimony. We'll resume with our public testimony tomorrow at 8 a.m. Beginning with, I lost the list. Can you bring that back up? But I'm going to give council members a few minutes to review the minutes before taking the AP report. So we'll take the AP report at about 4:50. Actually, I think we're going to need a little while to review those, and we'll come back and hear from Ms. Mann. Thank you. Okay, so there was another version of the AP report posted, an updated one. So please refresh your page so you get the most updated copy. Thank you. It was, what time was it posted? It was posted at 4:24, the most recent one. Thank you. Council members, please come back to order. We will be taking our AP report on agenda item C2. So whenever you're ready, Ms. Mann. Counselor. We just need a moment to bring it up on the screen.
Okay. No, it's all right. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair, council members. I'm Heather Mann. I am one of the co-vice chairs for the advisory panel, and I'll be bringing you our motion on C2. And it begins here. The AP recommends that the council release the document for final action with the following revisions to the alternatives as follows. Additions are in bold, underline, and deletions are in strikeout. Alternatives and options are not mutually exclusive unless otherwise indicated below. Alternative 1, status quo. Alternatives 2 through 4 apply to the entire Bering Sea pollock bee season, the season in which chum salmon are taken as bycatch. Alternative 2, overall bycatch limits for chum salmon. Chum salmon PSC limit based on historical total bycatch numbers, a range of 100,000 to 550,000. All non-Chinook salmon taken as bycatch during the bee season would accrue to the limit regardless of origin. PSC limits are apportioned among CDQ, catcher processor, mothership, and inshore sectors. Using a blended adjusted CDQ bycatch rate as in Amendment 91, with the exception of option 4, based on option 1, historical total bycatch by sector using the 3-year average. Option 2, historical total bycatch by sector using the 5-year average. Option 3, pro rata 25% AFA pollock allocation and 75% historical total bycatch. And option 4, pro rata based on AFA pollock allocation. The sector limits are further apportioned at the CDQ group and inshore cooperative level in proportion to each group and inshore cooperative pollock allocation. Chum salmon PSC can be transferred among sectors, CDQ groups, and inshore cooperatives. Reaching a limit closes the pollock fishery sector to which the limit applies. Alternative 3, overall bycatch limit for chum salmon triggered by Western Alaska Chum Salmon Abundance Index. Indices are based on the prior year's chum salmon abundance. Options below are mutually exclusive. All non-Chinook salmon taken as bycatch during the bee season would accrue to the limit based on the range specified in alternative 2, regardless of origin. Option 1, 3-area chum salmon index based on Yukon River summer and Yukon River fall run abundance. Kuskokwim River composed of the Kuskokwim sonar with values of 25th and 50th percentiles from 1992 to 2022. Norton Sound composed of summer escapement for the Snake, Nome, Eldorado, Quinnipiac, and North Rivers, and total Norton Sound harvest. If 3 out of 3 areas are above the index threshold, no chum salmon PSC limit the following year. If 2 out of 3 areas are above index threshold, chum salmon PSC limit the following year is sub-options 100,000 to 550,000. If 1 or no areas are above the index threshold, chum salmon PSC limit the following year is 75% of the above limit. Option 2, chum salmon index based on Yukon River summer, sub-options 1,268,700 or 1,978,400, plus Yukon River fall run abundance, sub-options 444,600 or 803,000. If 2 of 2 areas are above index threshold, no chum salmon PSC limit the following year. If 1 or no areas are above index threshold, chum salmon PSC limit the following year is sub-options 100,000 to 550,000. Option 3, which must be selected with option 1 or 2, PSC limits are apportioned among CDQ, catcher processor, mothership, and inshore sectors, using a blended adjusted CDQ bycatch rate as with Amendment 91, with the exception of option 4, based on sub-option 1, historical total bycatch by sector using the 3-year average, sub-option 2, historical total bycatch by sector using the 5-year average, sub-option 3, pro rata 25% AFA pollock reallocation, and 75% historical total bycatch, and sub-option 4, pro rata based on AFA apportionment pollock allocation. Further apportionments and transfer provisions are the same as alternative 2. Alternative 4, additional regulatory requirements for incentive plan agreements known as IPAs to be managed within the IPAs. Establish the following IPA provisions and regulation. Incorporate industry proposed measures developed to further prioritize avoidance of areas and times of highest proportion of Western Alaska and upper Middle Yukon chum salmon stocks, and analyze chum salmon avoided and operational trade-offs. Include in the IPA regulatory language at 50 CFR 672 the following additive changes. These requirements would be added to the existing federal regulations for IPAs at 50 CFR 679.21 and the annual reporting requirements at 679.21 F13 would still apply. And the provisions are 1, require the pollock sectors to describe in their IPA how historical genetic stock composition data are included in chum salmon avoidance measures. 2, require the pollock sectors to describe in their IPAs how they monitor for potential chum salmon avoidance closures more than once per week. Require the use of salmon excluders for the duration of A and B season. 4, require the pollock sectors to develop chum salmon vessel outlier provisions and implement within their IPA. 5, require IPAs to provide weekly salmon bycatch reports to Western and interior Alaska salmon users to allow for more transparency in reporting. 6, require the pollock sector IPAs to prohibit fishing in bycatch avoidance areas for all vessels regardless of performance when ADFG weekly stat area bycatch rates exceed 5 chum per ton of pollock for the CPs and 3 times the base rates for CVs and motherships. Alternative 5, in-season quarter cap. PSC cap on total chum salmon in combined clusters 1 and 2 during June 10th to August 31st. Cap range of 100,000 total chum salmon to 350,000 total chum salmon. All non-Chinook salmon bycatch accrues to the combined clusters 1 and 2 area-specific caps, regardless of origin. Combined clusters 1 and 2 accrual area and end time period are set in federal regulations. Additional windows for salmon passage and other avoidance measures should be implemented in season through the contracted incentive plan agreements using in-season fishery data and best available genetic data. Corridor area and management options 1 and 2 are mutually exclusive. And below you can see a footnote that I'm not going to read. Option 1, if the cap is met during the time period, the corresponding corridor area closes to that sector for the rest of the time period. The corridor area closure is set in federal regulations. Reaching the cap triggers a corridor closure comprised of all ADFG stat areas in clusters 1 and 2. Suboption 1.1, reaching the cap triggers a corridor closure comprised of 29 ADF&G stat areas, approximately 70% of the area in cluster 1 and 2. And there's a corresponding footnote there. Option 2, if the cap is met during the time period, the IPA's pre-approved corridor area closes to the sectors for the rest of the time period. The regulatory criteria for a corridor closure are set in federal regulation. The corridor closure must be described in the IPA and pre-approved by NMFS before bee season. Reaching the cap triggers a corridor closure that must be within combined clusters 1 and 2 and comprised of a range of 19 to 29 ADF&G stat areas, which is approximately 50 to 75% of clusters 1 and 2, with the corresponding footnote. The stat areas chosen should be based on chum catch, pollock CPUE, catch per unit of effort, and historic genetic data. Apportionment. PSC cap is apportioned among CDQ, catcher processor, mothership, and inshore sectors based on suboption 1, historical bycatch in the area by sector using the 3-year average. Suboption 2, historical bycatch in the area by sector using the 5-year average. Suboption 3, pro rata 25% AFA pollock allocation and 75% historical bycatch in the area. Suboption 4, pro rata based on AFA pollock allocation. Further apportionments and transfer provisions are the same as alternative 2. And finally, additional decision points. Option 3, in-season corridor cap adjustment. Requests analysts to review whether other data sources such as Bristol Bay chum catch, Yukon River sonar, Anvik sonar, Eagle sonar, etc., could serve as a reliable tool to adjust the corridor cap during periods of higher Western Alaska chum salmon returns. Option 4, adjust the winter herring savings area start date from September 1st to September 30th. Option 3 and 4 are not mutually exclusive to each other and can be selected in combination with option 1 or 2. The AP requests staff expand the analysis to consider the impacts to CDQ should CDQ pollock be leased in the non-CP sectors, and separately, the broader consideration of crab habitat impacts within the habitat section. And that motion passed 17-1. And yes, I am originally from Boston, and I could feel my accent coming out during reading that in certain places.
Shakes things up towards the end of the day,
Yes.
so we appreciate it.
Horrifying.
Yeah.
Happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you for the motion and thanks to the advisory panel. My question is on the new option 2 under alternative 5. And specifically whether the AP discussed what the regulatory criteria for a corridor closure area might be, given that that would be a portion that would be set in federal regulations.
Through the chair, Ms. Kimball, we discussed and coordinated a bit with staff on the best way to provide this information. And so we sort of approached it in a backwards way in terms of looking at areas that had less Western Alaska chum bycatch and identifying what those stat areas were, and then figuring out a percentage based on that, if that makes sense, and trying to be somewhat specific in order to have a narrow corridor that still met the objective of this action, but also have it be something that the council and the staff and the analysts could work with in terms of making that identification. And if you have more questions on that, I can try to answer them. I know there'll be some discussion about it in public comment as well.
Thank you. Ms. Kimball, then Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you. Thank you for that response. Also on that option, I mean, is it the AP's intent then that those criteria are in regulation, the cap is in regulation, the cluster 1 and 2 are in regulation, the fact that the closure area, if the cap is reached, must be some percentage of that overall cap, that's in regulation. And then National Marine Fisheries Service is the one identifying whether we're meeting all those components as described in the IPA.
Through the chair, that's correct. And then working with the co-op manager, we have to have that, the application for the IPA has to be in with enough time for NIMS to review and approve prior to the bee season. So yes, all those would be in regulation to meet the requirements that the public has asked for the regulatory component, and then having the NIMS approval prior to bee season.
Ms. Vanderhoven.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Mann. That gets directly to the question. I was trying to sort through that particular sentence about being approved before bee season, because I thought the IPAs were approved the fall before. And so I just wasn't clear mechanically how that worked. If it was an amendment to incorporate additional information, I got confused. Thanks.
Yeah, through the chair, Ms. Vanderhoven, that's a good question. What we were attempting to do there and what we discussed at the table were that in April of each year, the council generally receives genetics reports, IPA reports from the previous year. And with bee season starting in June, we thought that the council and the public would be able to review what had happened previously, perhaps even provide input into what this change or closure could look like for the bee season. And then it would be an amendment to the existing IPA that's available for A season. But again, with enough time between the April council meeting and the start of the season that NIPS could approve that amendment, if there was one.
Ms. Baker.
Through the chair. Thank you, Ms. Mann, for the report. I just want to back up and make sure that I understand the distinction, the intended distinction by the AP from alternative 5 options 1 and 2. And generally speaking, it seems to me that the contrast there is that any corridor area closure that would be triggered by reaching the cap is either implemented under option 1. It's laid out in federal regulations. There's no discretion whether you're an option 1 or sub option 1 as to how the closure will take place every year that might occur. In option 2, many of the corridor closure elements are laid out in regulation as you just described, but it seems to me there's potential for a little more adaptability to the actual stat area closures that could take place if a cap was reached. Am I kind of getting the distinction between those two?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, that's correct. Option 2 is using the best available data that seems to be, we're currently evolving, getting new information, seeing where chum could be on the grounds, and then including genetic information as available to be more flexible, but still having that regulatory component that many in the public have felt is necessary as a fail-safe or backstop. And I think you've described it perfectly.
Through the chair, thank you for that. And I have lots of questions, but I'm limited to just one.
No,
one more.
We don't have limits on the
Oh, okay.
report. Yeah.
I'll try. I won't do lots, I promise.
Are you sure there's not limits?
I'll just do 2 more. My next question refers to specifically looking at the percentage of ADF&G stat areas that would be closed under options 1 and 2. There's in sub option 1, you would be looking at the potential to close 75% of the identified ADF&G stat areas. However, in option 2, the range is 50 to 75% of the stat areas, which makes sense in the way you described the potentially dynamic nature of option 2. What was the rationale for the selection of those numbers, if you could?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, we may have forgot to post some visuals that might have been helpful that showed the difference in a map. But basically, the 2 areas or the 2 different options were the result of using C-state data, using local and traditional knowledge from captains and others to determine areas over the past several years where Western Alaska chum bycatch had been versus just chum bycatch, and also where there were areas that were relatively clean and very important for smaller vessels that cannot travel farther than, say, cluster 1 or maybe cluster 2. And if the conditions were amenable to opening more areas and having a narrower focus that still achieves the objective of this action, which is to save Western Alaska chum, that having those additional spots open for fishermen would ease the potential negative impacts, but only if further analysis does show that those areas historically have had cleaner tows, which and higher CPUE, which we believe they do. So wanted to afford that additional flexibility if possible.
Thank you for that. And last question. I want to go up to the first part of alternative 5 and the revisions that were made in the AP's report in terms of the in-season corridor cap. It looks like the AP is we used to have 3 options for corridor areas, and the AP is recommending 1 combined cluster 1 and 2 area for analysis. And can you just provide a little summary of the discussion in terms of the AP's recommendation for the cap range that we would look at in the next version of the analysis, which looks like 100,000 total chum salmon to 350,000 total chum salmon? How you arrived at those?
Through the chair, Ms. Baker, thanks for that question. We did have quite a discussion around this particular item. Part of it was just looking at the higher range of all 3 of the original areas, which were cluster 1, cluster 2, and Unimac. And since Unimac was sort of absorbed into cluster 1, or there's quite an overlap there, we we looked at and discussed what would be an appropriate cap for that larger area. Does it provide more flexibility with additional foreign hatchery fish on the grounds? We wanted to provide a meaningful cap that again meets the purpose and need for this action to conserve Western Alaska chum. And the 100,000 chum lower bound was the lower bound for cluster 1 or cluster 2. I think the 50 was in Unimac. And we were concerned that without having, or some AP members were concerned that without having that extra buffer of the 50,000, because of the way the different sectors use a buffer to stay below the cap, that we may be prematurely closing corridors and pushing folks into areas that may have more Western Alaska chum, similar to a situation in the last few years where overall chum bycatch went down, but Western Alaska chum component actually increased. And so trying to avoid that situation from happening. And we felt that most of the members felt that 100,000 to 350,000 met that burden, and that we would figure that out. We would see with the analysis if that additional 50 on the higher range resulted in similar Western Alaska chum savings, which many believe it will. Hope that gets to it. I think you'll hear some of that in public comment as well.
Thank you. And Ms. Kimball?
Thank you. I wondered if it's appropriate, it is captured in the rationale that there was some opposition to the main motion, and it seemed to be surrounding what's getting a lot of attention, alternative 5, option 2. And I wonder if you could characterize that opposition and what the AP discussed, if that's appropriate.
Madam Chair, Ms. Kimball, the opposition was voiced around at a high level, wanting to keep the existing options for the range that had been in there, which had the low of 50,000 for Unimac in the range of options. And that was what was stated for concern about the overall motion. And I could add just a slight amount to that, and that is what was voiced was if, and as you say, it is in the rationale, but that there should be a sort of corresponding reduction along with the reduction in area. So if you had that reduction, then the cap should be lowered as well.
Thanks. Thanks for that clarification.
Yeah.
Thank you. And Mr. Twite?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Ms. Mann. It's getting late and you've had a long day. Appreciate your continued patience with us as we work our way through this. Mine is a fairly small question about alternative 4 And I'm just wondering if the AP had the opportunity to sort of review how alternative 4 is worded relative to the feasibility of incorporating weekly genetic stock, in-season weekly genetic stock composition estimates into their management framework, particularly around corridor definition. And the reason I'm asking that is that in particular, when I look at the first bullet, the word historical sort of jumps out at me, and because I can envision a future where maybe an IPA would be relying on current rather than historical. So I'm just wondering if the AP had a chance to go through that, if they thought that it was appropriate to maintain historical, or if that's something they weren't able to get to.
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, we did not have an in-depth discussion around that only because that data is not available now. And so we assume that this would be on a timeline where we'd be taking final action this year. It didn't feel appropriate to include something that may be available in the future, but certainly that is something that many people are interested in. But we did not have an in-depth conversation about whether to include that.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Curlin.
Thanks, Madam Chair. This man, actually, with the slide that's up there now, at the very bottom, the discussion about adding some analysis of effects to crab habitat. And I saw in the rationale, it mentioned that that was responsive to some public input, but could you just kind of characterize what that's all about?
Sorry, through the chair, Mr. Curlin, the public input that we received was brought forward by an AP member, and that they felt the discussion in the paper surrounding crab could have been expanded and more in depth. And in an exchange with staff, the staff indicated, what could be additionally added. And it was sort of in line with what the SSC had also, I believe, recommended, which was an expansion about displaced fishing effort and whether any impacts to crab habitat would be noticed and included.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sakata.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for your report. We heard a lot of testimony about a changing world, and I had a couple of questions. One, you've already answered with the genetics. The second question I had is more with alternative 5. The world's constantly changing. It seems like having static set areas, although very convenient. Was there any discussion around like not static areas that, areas that could be determined via sea state, or I guess I'm not smart enough to come up with those types of things, but was there any discussions of corridors that may be more targeted, moved by data that we could currently access?
Through the chair, Mr. Sankata, I would say there was a small discussion around that. However, AP members heard a lot of testimony, regarding having regulatory components. That was very important to many. And so while ideally many members of the AP, of course, would prefer just alternative 4 and IPA management doing just what you're saying, we were being responsive to that public comment and concern. And as it is, C-State will still be helping to identify those areas because the rolling hotspot program and all the other things that are in place, regardless of which option is chosen, we'll still be looking at information. And in order to be able to analyze this, I think it was that the staff really needed more specificity. I hope that helps.
Yep, thank you.
Mr. Twite and then Mr. Williams.
Thanks. So as the AP sort of worked through and added some of these newer elements, it sounds like from your answer to a couple of the previous questions, that there was some dialogue with staff about what's doable while still staying on schedule. Are there any parts of the motion that we're seeing now that judged to maybe be problematic in terms of being able to really accomplish well within our current expectations for time frame, or did folks seem pretty confident that these were all doable?
Through the chair, Mr. Twite, I don't want to speak for staff and the workload. We were told explicitly it's not our job to task staff with things to do. We were very, as an AP, adamant to keep this on schedule and not delay it. And we did feel that the refinements, particularly to the alternatives, were something that could be accomplished on time. We did not discuss at length the additional requests and whether that would add a lot of time or not. But we were very conscious of trying to get something in so that we could take final action this year, understanding that really the decision on that is NOAA General Counsel and the agency on whether we can meet that deadline and what that analysis looks like.
Thank you, Ms. Mann and Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Mann, for your report. There are folks around this table probably know this question better based on the geography of things, but under alternative 3, the one addition and the strikeout that was made regarding the Kuskokwim sonar and the removal of the Bethel test fishery. Can you tell me what that was about, why that occurred?
Sure. Through the chair, Mr. Williams, that was a recommendation from one of the cooperating agencies, the Kuskokwim River Intertribal Fish Commission. And this was based on traditional knowledge, feeling that this was, or believing that this is a better indicator than the Bethel test fishery. And we heard public comment in addition supporting that. And so we thought this was a great opportunity to actually take some traditional knowledge and incorporate it into management, particularly since there were some concerns about the funding for the Bethel test fishery continuing. And so that is what the rationale was there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Gahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Mann, for the AP report. My question's back on alternative 2. In the AP's motion here, next to the range of 100,000 and 550,000 for overall chum, it also lists the specific amounts for Western Alaska chum. And I'm curious if the AP put that in there because you had a discussion about a Western Alaska chum only cap, or if that's just in there for readability for the user to understand what the corresponding Western Alaska chum amount might be.
Through the chair, Ms. Goen, thank you for that question. I believe it was for context of what that maybe could be, and the range encompasses the potential error bars there, uncertainty.
And that's a carryover from the previous motion, so that was unchanged with the AP motion.
And what she said.
Yes, Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Mann, for the report, and thanks to all the AP members for working really hard on this motion. It wasn't long ago that I was there, so I remember it can be contentious, and appreciate all the work that you guys put into it. My question, I hope I'm not putting you on the spot here, but in the April 2024 report, the SSC included advice on incorporating a performance review, and I wonder if the AP had any conversation about a performance review.
Through the chair, Brian, we did not have a discussion around that. And I will also add that our deliberations were not contentious. They were respectful and productive, even though it is a difficult issue, and I'm happy to report that.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to hear that.
Thank you, Ms. Mann.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Thank you for your work, for the AP's work and quick turnaround on the report for us. Really appreciate it. Okay. So we will break for the day, come back at 8 a.m. And we'll begin public testimony with a final call with folks that we've missed today, beginning with Claude Petruska and followed by Matthew Jones. Unless we've heard otherwise, that will be the final call for those individuals. Thank you. See you at 8 a.m. in the morning.